without being able to talk directly to first-hand witnesses. Remembrance is essential for a future of peace and freedom, because remembrance makes us aware of how fragile our civilization is and of what people are capable of doing to one another. To prevent another relapse into inhumanity and the fatal stereotypes which lead people to accept and endorse exclusion, hate and violence, we must actively protect our civilization, our democracies. That is one of the key messages of history. Each and every one of us can make a difference. We know this because of the resistance against the Nazi regime which existed in all groups within society. Showing that it is possible to take action, and especially making the Jewish resistance more visible, these, in my view, are the core tasks for today's culture of remembrance. We need only look at recent political developments in Europe to understand the ongoing threat to the peace and cohesion of our society, even today. Anti-Semitic prejudice is on the rise. Parties and groups of the far right are gaining popularity. Especially in Germany, we repeatedly hear the call to put history behind us. The need for remembrance is played down or even questioned, and not just by voices from the political populist right. A shockingly high number of people play down National Socialism and do not believe, or claim not to believe, that the Shoah even happened. To push back against these developments, we need a state that acts decisively and an engaged civil society working together to fight anti-Semitism. An important part of this fight is to keep alive a culture of remembrance as an integral part of fostering responsibility, of helping people to develop critical judgment and democratic awareness. By this, I don't mean strict rituals or dutiful routines, but dealing with the past in a way which creates connections with the present and connects with young people at an emotional level. An approach which appeals to the civil courage of each and every one of us and shows what we can do in there, here and now. Zikaron Basalon is a young, innovative and highly successful initiative which promotes remembrance of the Shoah throughout society and inspires people to examine the issue from a personal perspective. Zikaron Basalon shows us what a future culture of remembrance could look like. It shows how remembrance can help to prevent hatred of Jews and inspire people to think about the present as well as how to shape the future, as there are many contemporary approaches to exploiting this potential. I'm convinced that with the help of a clear stance taken by the state and an engaged civil society, we will succeed in carrying these pioneering concepts forward and keeping alive our culture of remembrance together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Klein, for all the important work that you do to combat anti-Semitism in Germany. Next, we return to Europe, where we are being joined by EU Commissioner for Equality, Helena Dalli. In this role, Commissioner Dalli is tasked with strengthening Europe's commitment to inclusion and equality in all of its senses, irrespective of sex, racial or ethnic origin, religion or belief, disability, age, or sexual orientation. Thank you, Commissioner Dalli, for being with us today.
It is an honor to join you in this global commemoration of the 6 million Jewish children, women and men killed by the Nazi regime and their collaborators. The Holocaust is a European tragedy with ramifications and pain that have since rippled through the decades. Anti-Semitism did not end when the camps closed. Instead, it is worryingly on the rise, with Holocaust denial, distortion, and trivialization. Those who seek to stoke the fire are regurgitating old conspiracy theories on online platforms and other fora. We saw this during the pandemic, and now we are seeing it during the war in Ukraine. Last week, the EU reached an agreement for a new Digital Services Act, which will give legal effect to the principle that what is illegal offline must be illegal online. This includes anti-Semitic hate speech. Anti-Semitism is entirely incompatible with the values of the European Union and everything the EU stands for. We have a dual duty to combat any form of discrimination against Jewish people while actively fostering Jewish life across Europe. In 2021, the European Commission presented its first strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. That seeks to actively prevent and combat anti-Semitism and ensure that Jewish life thrives in open, diverse, and democratic societies within the European Union. There are over 70 specific actions, including improving education, research, and Holocaust remembrance to ensure we never forget our history and stop it from repeating itself. Education on the Holocaust is essential to strengthen people's resilience to anti-Semitic ideas and ideologies. The Commission is supporting educational actions, especially targeting younger generations and the fight against contemporary anti-Semitism. Key initiatives include developing a network of young European ambassadors. We also want to stress that the Holocaust happened locally. We will therefore create a network of places where the Holocaust happened. In this regard, I look forward to listening in to the many conversations that will be had today. The European Commission is also setting up a European research hub on contemporary anti-Semitism and Jewish life and culture, with the aim of fostering multidisciplinary research across Europe. We welcome all contributions to this. We will continue to cooperate closely with the IHRA on countering Holocaust distortion, denial, and trivialization, and with other international partners such as the UN and UNESCO, notably for our campaign Protect the Facts. It is our duty to ensure that this tragic story will be recorded accurately to future generations. It is our duty to remember and pay tribute to the victims. It is our duty to ensure that Jewish life can continue to flourish today and tomorrow on European soil. I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dalli, for your participation in this event and your work to build a more equitable and tolerant Europe.
Hello, my name is Yusuf Al-Ateba, and I'm the UAE Ambassador to the United States. 3 months ago, a remarkable and moving event happened in Abu Dhabi. On International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the future diplomats of the UAE gathered at the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy. They were joined by officials and diplomats from Israel, the US, and other countries. It was an event organized in partnership with the US Holocaust Memorial Museum here in Washington, D.C. These diplomats in training learned about the Holocaust. They learned about confronting anti-Semitism, about religious hatred and extremism. They paid tribute to the 6 million victims of the world's worst genocide. They learned the meaning of never again. As these young diplomats begin their careers, they will serve as agents of dialogue and mutual respect for people of all backgrounds and faiths. And they will represent a country deeply committed to promoting our values of inclusion, coexistence, and religious pluralism, not just here at home, but also in the Middle East and around the world. 1 month after the historic Abraham Accords were signed, Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed met his Israeli counterpart for the very first time. That meeting took place at the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin. In the visitor's book at the site, he wrote in Arabic, "This site is a memorial for the victims of extremism and hatred." He advocated for values of coexistence, tolerance, and acceptance. And he concluded with the words, "Never again." I believe it's the responsibility of all nations and people of goodwill to stand up to hatred and extremism wherever it exists, to promote mutual understanding, acceptance, and respect. And I thank you for all the work that you do. We join you as passionate advocates and partners in this most important mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Otaiba, for your remarks and the efforts of your country to foster religious coexistence and harmony in the Middle East. We now go to Washington, D.C., where we will hear from William Daroff, CEO of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. Mr. Daroff, welcome to the program.
Hello, my name is William Daroff, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. Today is Yom HaShoah, also called Holocaust Remembrance Day. Today we carry a special obligation to remember the Holocaust. We attend memorial events, we light Yizkor candles, and we read the history. Most urgently, we seek out the first-hand accounts. On Yom HaShoah, we are viscerally reminded that our time to hear stories directly from survivors is limited. Once they are gone, they cannot be replaced. But the truth is, the responsibility to remember the Holocaust is with us every day. It's part of our history and memory, baked into Jewish identity forever. Every year we worry that this may be the last year that we commemorate Yom HaShoah with survivors. But we don't need Yom HaShoah to remind us to seek out survivors and record their stories. The survivors are disappearing every day, even if we only think of them on Yom HaShoah. We can and should be listening to their stories all year round. I remember something else today. The full name of the holiday is Yom HaZikaron LaShoah V'Lagvara, literally the Day of Remembrance of the Holocaust and Heroism. It was chosen because today is the anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Yom HaShoah is therefore not just about the horrors and the genocide, it is also a testament to our commitment to the words never again. In that way, Yom HaShoah contains within it a balance. We memorialize the history of the past in order to imagine a better future. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is remembered as one of the inspiring, hopeful moments of the Holocaust. No matter the odds, we, the Jewish people, always have the ability to fight back against those who would do us harm. It reminds us not to be complacent in the face of rising anti-Semitism. So on this Yom HaShoah, we know that we have to do more than remember. We must also recommit ourselves to securing the future of the State of Israel and the Jewish people.
Thank you, Mr. Daroff, for joining us here today. Our final speaker before we begin our first conversation with a Holocaust survivor is Zikaron Basalon Global Director Sharon Buenos, who will tell us more about her organization's mission. Sharon, welcome.
Thank you, Carlos. I'm very proud to be here and to join you in this wonderful event. I'm grateful to our partners, CAM, for making this vision into a reality. Zikaron Basalon started 11 years ago as an initiative with the first gathering in Israel. And today, on Yom HaShoah, 2 million people are taking part and participating in Zikaron Basalon Remembrance in the Living Room events in Israel and 65 countries around the world. I want to share with you my personal connection to Zikaron Basalon. In 2016, while working for the Israeli embassy in the UK, I learned about this initiative coming out of Israel. On that year, I was lucky to join the UK delegation for March of the Living. On the way to Poland, I remembered that there is this initiative coming out of Israel, and I've decided to host a Zikaron Basalon, to host a gathering. I decided to do it as soon as I returned to London. The day of the march, on the bus to Auschwitz, my sister texted me from Israel requesting that I will say a prayer in the memory of Bernie Spear. I immediately replied back asking who is Bernie and why Bernie? When she didn't reply, I searched his name and I found an article telling me that Bernie was 19 when he was killed in Auschwitz. He was from the Netherlands. He had a young love, Alice. And before they were separated, they made 2 promises to each other. The first promise is that they will find each other after the war and get married. And the second is that they will keep a journal telling what's going on with their lives while they're apart. Obviously, Bernie wasn't able to keep his first promise to Alice, but he did keep a journal. In his final words, Bernie pleaded and hoped that one day he will be so lucky and call Alice his wife. After the war, when Alice realized that Bernie is probably not coming back, she prepared the wedding with a lovely Jewish soldier that she met. On their wedding day, a messenger came to her door and delivered Bernie's journals. It took Alice over 60 years to open these journals. I decided that I'm going to take Bernie with me on the march, and I've been taking Bernie with me ever since. When we finally left, my sister replied, "Why Bernie?" And she sent me a couple of pictures of Alice in her living room, in my sister's living room in Jerusalem. My sister hosted the night before a Zikaron Basalon event. Alice was there to share with my sister and her friends everything that happened to her and Bernie during the war. This was the moment that I realized the power of Zikaron Basalon, the power of the story to travel all the way from Jerusalem to Poland, and also becoming part of my own personal story. Today, I ask you that you will listen to the testimonies, learn from the survivors, take personal responsibility for Holocaust commemoration, and use all of that to promise a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, for the important work that Zikaron Basalon does to guarantee the Holocaust is never forgotten. Now we turn to our first studio living room of the evening, where we will invite our first Holocaust survivor to speak about her life before, during, and after the Holocaust. During this incredible time that we will have in our studio living room, we would like to invite and encourage all of our viewers from around the world to not only actively listen, but to ask questions in this space by submitting your questions via the option on Zoom. Many of you may have previously had the opportunity to speak with a Holocaust survivor, but some of you may not have had this opportunity. We openly welcome you to our broadcast and to our studio living room to ask respectful questions and use this time to learn about the realities of the Holocaust and the life that followed. With that, we would like to welcome Ms. Ellen Botner, who is joining us from Queens, New York, and recently celebrated her birthday this week. Happy birthday to you, Ellen, and Ad 120, at the 120. Ellen was born in Rexingen, Germany in 1933, and during her young childhood years grew up under Nazi Germany. As part of the British rescue effort to save Jewish children from Nazi Germany, 10,000 Jewish children were taken from Germany to the United Kingdom as part of what has come to be known as the Kindertransport. Ellen was one of those children rescued by the Kindertransport. Tonight, we have the incredible opportunity to hear about her experiences before, during, and after the war. Ellen is joined by her son Douglas Botner, who is also in New York, and her granddaughter Jacqueline Botner, who is located in Sydney, Australia, both of whom we will have the chance to speak with as well. Douglas and Jacqueline, please feel free to participate in the conversation with Ellen as she speaks and to add any additional thought that you may have. It's an honor to have you all of you with us tonight, and welcome to our studio living room. Ellen, we are with you. It's nice to have you with us, and Jacqueline and Douglas also. Please, can you start by telling us about your early days in Nazi Germany, your childhood, and how you arrived to this Kindertransport?
I remember having a very nice, normal childhood with my parents and my sister Inge, who was 3 years older than me. We lived with my grandma, Oma Betty, in her house. And I don't remember anything about my earlier life, but I do remember Kristallnacht. I remember the synagogue burning. I remember the German soldiers coming looking for my father. In back of our house, we had a horse trough, and my father had hidden in there covered by hay. And so thank God he was not taken to a concentration camp. After that, after Kristallnacht, my father, who had been in the cattle business, had to work for the Germans. And his means of transportation to work was my sister's bicycle. And I remember the hysteria one day when the bicycle was broken. But she, being a young child, you really don't realize what is going on. I do remember one day a platoon of German soldiers marching through our town, and I remember the fear in my mother. You know, in those days, parents didn't explain things to children. Today, everything has to be explained to a child, no matter how young they are. In those days, you didn't even think of explaining anything. All I remember is one day in July the 9th, my mother dressing Inga and I in layers of clothes, a winter coat on, and we went down to the railroad station, and she took us to Stuttgart, where we met up with the Kindertransport. I don't remember crying. I don't remember being nervous. I don't remember the train ride to Holland. But I do remember the ship. We crossed the channel. It was night. And Inga and I shared a berth. And the next morning, we woke up for breakfast. And for the first time in my life, I saw white bread.
I would like to introduce now with Douglas and Jacqueline a question. This story, have you heard this story at home? Did Ellen mention to you this story when you were younger? Douglas?
I've heard it many times, and my mother has become a bit of an activist. So, you know, she does this, so I hear it over and over again. But I've grown up with this. I've grown up with the reality of the Kindertransport, and, you know, she's told me stories of getting letters from her parents in England, and it's just an amazing story. You know, hers worked out in the end, but there's countless other families. I had a cousin, Richard, that also went over on the Kindertransport. His parents didn't make it. You know, and we recently reunited with his daughter, Susan, and it was just like, it was an amazing event.
So your feelings about, when you listen to this story, what do you feel? What is your perception of what happened to your mother?
So my mother did the Shoah interview many, many years ago. And, you know, she told this story again. And this was when the genocide was going on in Rwanda. And it made me want to go to Rwanda as a freedom fighter for the Tutsis, because I just can't sit by anymore and see genocide or racism or any of this stuff. I just don't understand how people do this to each other. And this has been bred into me by my mother, by her experiences.
Let's go back to Ellen, then we'll go back we'll go to Jacqueline. Ellen, you told us about your first breakfast in England, white bread. And what happens then? what comes after that?
Well, we disembarked the ship, took a train to Liverpool Station. I didn't know it was Liverpool Station at that time. And we all waited in a room to be picked up. We had no idea where we were going. Luckily, my mother had a sister, my Aunt Lisa, who had gone to London prior and worked as a domestic. And my foster family asked her to come to London to pick us up. I guess so we would have somebody familiar to us and we wouldn't be so frightened. And we took the train up to London. We were one of the last to leave this room. You know, a lot of children went to camps. I should mention that the reason my cousin Richard and Inga and I got on the Kindertransport, my father's brother, my Uncle Seli, was very involved in Jewish organizations, and he was the one who got us on the Kindertransport. Thank God he got out at the end and was able to go to Israel. So that's how we got on the Kindertransport. Also, it should be noted that every child that was on the Kindertransport had to have 50 pounds deposited with an agency so that we would never be wards of the state. And also we would have money for transportation out of England. We were not accepted as permanent residents.
Where have you been in England? Where did they take you?
All right. When we were picked up by Aunt Lisa, got on a train, and we went to Manchester. Inga and I were the most fortunate children going. We were picked up by a chauffeur and driven to our home in Prestwich, Manchester. It was called East Home. I don't know if you can see this picture.
Okay.
But this is the picture of the home we went to. Absolutely magnificent, with lawns and tennis courts and a dog, and we had maids and the chauffeur. And we went to Willie and Ray Shallett. Uncle Willie was a Russian immigrant who came to England at the age of 14, and he had an uncle who was in the linen business. And Uncle Willie thrived very well. They had two daughters, Cecilia, the oldest, and Pauline, who was 14. We were two innocent children. At 5 years, 6 years old, I just blended in, went along with whatever was going on until September.
What happened in
The war
September?
broke out.
What happened in September?
I'm going to tell you. The war broke out. One day, they packed suitcases for Inga and I. We went to school and we went to the railroad station. We were being evacuated because of the war. Still didn't speak too much English. Uncle Willie had a friend, Mr. Dunn, who also had two daughters, Mari and Adele. Mari was 12, Adele was 7. Uncle Willie told Mari, you do not let go of these children's hand. Wherever you go, they go. we got on the train and went to this little fishing village of Fleetwood, which is near Blackpool. And again, we sat in the town hall. Nobody wanted 4 children. Then 2 women, Aunt Maud and Muriel Bailey, took us, since they had a large enough house to accommodate the 4 of us. And here is a picture of the 4 of us.
Give us again the names of the girls.
This is Adele.
Yes.
This is Inga. This little one is me. And this is Mari Dunn.
What happened with their parents?
Oh, they were just being evacuated. They live in Manchester.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've heard of the evacuation.
So you start your life together in this new house, and
Yes.
what happened
The
then?
4 of us. Well, we were very, very lucky. And Muriel was the principal of the elementary school. And Aunt Maud was the justice of the peace of the town. Their father had been a very prominent citizen of the town. In fact, they named the secondary school after him. And attached to this tremendous house was a school which Aunt Maud used to run. But it was closed.
I have a question to you before you continue. You mentioned that in September the war started. What about your family? Where were they?
All right, I'm getting to that. My father left Germany. You know, the 4 of us had tickets and visas to come to the United States. But my parents didn't know when we would get out. So when they had an opportunity to send us away, they did. My father was able to leave September 1st, 1939 to come to the United States. My mother didn't want to leave because she didn't want to leave her mother. But she finally had to leave. She left in May of 1941. You have to realize the United States was not at war with Germany at that time. It wasn't until December. Also, the original plan had been for my mother to pick us up in England on her way to the United States. But number one, she couldn't stop in England. She had to come directly here. And they weren't allowing any children to cross the Atlantic because there had been a ship with quite a number of children going to Canada, and it had been sunk. So they didn't allow any children to cross the Atlantic.
So the question is, how did you arrive to the United States?
I am getting to that. Anyway, we had a very, very good life in England. School holidays, we used to go back to Manchester. In fact, I have to tell a very lovely story. It was Pesach, and Uncle Willie and Aunt Ray had invited American soldiers to our Seder. And one of the soldiers, his wife, lived in New York. So he wrote to his wife that he had seen us and we had given him my parents' address. So his wife got in touch with my parents. So they knew that we were well and that we looked well and we were happy. Anyway, how did we get to the United States? In December of 1944, the war, in 1944, the war was going well. We were the soldiers were conquering Europe. So England sort of relaxed a little. And Maury and Adele went back to Manchester, and Aunt Maud and Muriel were quite old. Couldn't take the children anymore. So Uncle Willie got us into a hostel in Blackpool, which we hated. It was all other German Jewish children. They didn't like us because we knew where our parents were, and we got parcels from our parents. And these poor other children had no idea where their parents were. So anyway, in December, one day we were told to pack up. We got on the train, we went back to Manchester, and we were told we were going to the United States. Didn't happen. January, we went back to Blackpool. February, we packed again. And this time, we boarded a ship, MS Area in Liverpool. Uncle Willie took us to Liverpool. And for 2 weeks in a convoy, we traveled to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Don't ever go on the high Atlantic in February. I was seasick from the minute I got on the ship till the minute I got off. And it was such a shame because the first night we got on the ship, they had a buffet. We never were hungry. We never lacked for food in England. But I looked at the bounty on this buffet. I just ate till I was sick. Well, anyway.
Let's make a pause. One moment. I'm very interested to know, was Jacqueline, how many times did you hear this story?
Yeah, so I always thought it was amazing growing up. She's always been really open with us and willing to share her story. I'm sure I have heard these stories quite a few times, but it's great hearing them again. I know a lot of people personally that, have grandparents and other relatives that have been through the Holocaust as well and don't want to talk about it, due to trauma and everything. But I think it's really important and brave of her to do so. And yeah, always has been super open and willing to share her experiences with us.
Incredible. Now, Ellen, you told us that you packed, unpacked, packed again, and now you boarded the ship on your route to the United States. How old were you at that moment?
11.
So you arrived to America, and what happened then?
All right. We landed in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Took a train down to Penn Station where my parents were waiting. I did not recognize my father. I recognized my mother. Anyway, have to remember, I lived in beautiful homes in England. And we take the subway to Washington Heights, to an old tenement. And I took one look at this place. I wanted to go back to England. Also, many problems. My parents still lived the same way they did in Germany. Their life was eat, sleep, work, and you didn't spend any money that wasn't absolutely necessary. Also, they had sent two little obedient children to England, and they got two independent teenagers. They didn't understand us, and we didn't understand them. So there were, after the euphoria of being reunited, and we got back to everyday living, there were many, many problems. And they really didn't straighten out until Inge and I got married and had our own families.
Still, you managed to make a living in America. Douglas can tell us about his childhood in America, but you succeed. Even the trauma of leaving your country, Germany, all the time in England, arriving, you make a living in America.
I went to work when I was 14. And all through high school, I always supported myself, basically. My parents gave us nothing. My parents still believed you wore the same clothes for a week, you bathed once a week. All of these things were very alien to us since we didn't live that way in England. And at 14, I went to work, and I always had my own money. Luckily, I was very good at math. And when I graduated from high school, I had the highest average in bookkeeping, and got the bookkeeping award. So I became a bookkeeper. In fact, my bookkeeping teacher got me my first real job. And I worked until I was 82. I took off 9 years when I had my children. But basically, I've worked all of my life, but for the past 5 years. So I had a career. And luckily, my husband worked nights for many years, so I could work during the day, and the children weren't left alone.
Ellen, pause. I want to ask something, Douglas, that we are very concerned. We listened to your mother's story, and we are concerned about the rising anti-Semitism in nowadays in the United States. How do you feel about that?
I think there's just a general hatred of anybody that doesn't look like you in the US. I had an incident yesterday where I must have cut in front of a gentleman of color, and he kicked my foot and he started screaming at me. And I actually said to him, "Hey, I'm sorry, whatever." And he keeps screaming, and I just keep saying, and he was not a mentally disturbed person. And I just said, "Hey, there's nothing more I can do than say I'm sorry." And I turned around to him finally. I said, "Look, behave like a human being. We're the same people." And I just walked away. There was no reason for his irrational behavior other than people are tense and people are under stress. They have to take it out on somebody. They've been taking it out on the Jews for 5,000 years. I remember an incident with my daughter. We were driving, I had a convertible, and some person was behind us at a stop sign by the train station. And he starts, I didn't go through the stoplight fast enough, and he starts yelling anti-Semitic things at us. And my daughter, she's amazing, Jacqueline, she started yelling back at the guy like, "What's wrong with you?" There's no basis for this behavior, but yes, it's on the rise, and it's because we're all living in such a tense environment.
Okay, now I would like to ask Jacqueline, what about this story? You are the younger generation. Are you ready to to keep it going, to tell the story, to continue with the message?
Yeah, I think it's super important to keep it going. Yeah, I feel so blessed to still have my grandmother with me to be able to tell me these stories. And yeah, I'd really like to make an effort to talk to her more and sort of get these things down so that I can share it with other people in the future so that we never forget what happens.
So, we are getting to the end of the story, Ellen. You became a bookkeeper, you make a living in America.
I had a wonderful life. I had a very good husband who was always very supportive of me. So very few problems in life. I have two wonderful sons, two magnificent, wonderful granddaughters. So I'm really very lucky.
You were lucky. Do you remember the other children that were with you? What happened to them? What were their stories?
I am very active in the Kindertransport Association. In 1992, I received a phone call telling me that an organization had been formed with fellow children who had been on the Kindertransport. I had never met anyone who was on it. I went to a convention at the Marriott in the financial district. I went all alone. By then, Inga had passed away. I went all alone. I didn't even want my husband with me. I have never met such a vibrant group of people. And what I have found from most Holocaust survivors is they're pretty strong people. And especially the people who were in the camps or hidden, or I was one of the lucky ones. But these other people had to be so strong to survive. And we made it. Most of us made quite good lives for ourselves, and we've survived.
Along all these years that you are telling this story, have you been active in the community, talking to the younger generations about what happened to you?
Just in the last 5 years, 6 years since I retired, I am very active in the Kruffenberg Holocaust Center, which is part of Queensborough Community Center. I mean, it's community college. And I speak, which is one of the most racial mixed schools in the country. You walk on that campus, it's like a rainbow. It is unbelievable, the children that go there. Because Queens is the most mixed area in the country. And I speak to these children, and so many of them are immigrants. And I tell them my story, and then I ask them if their parents were immigrants or if they came with their parents. And I tell them to ask their parents why they came. Discuss with them their feelings, your feelings, because I never did it with my parents. And I know it would have made the situation much better.
What do the children say to you? What are their feelings?
Well, they're sort of flabbergasted that anybody survived the Holocaust. And they're very interested in the story. and they asked me questions. And a lot of them can relate to it because I did this program. It's called the Witness Program. We had to do it through Zoom. Usually they used to do it in person, and we tell our story to high school seniors. And then the children reenact a part of their stories. We're matched up to these children. I got a young girl, her name was C, S-E-E, who came from Pakistan. No, I'm sorry, she came from Thailand. And no, I'm sorry, she came from Burma. She came from Burma and had to leave. And they were in a camp in Pakistan. And eventually the family was able to come here as refugees. So she could relate to my story.
Mhm.
And she had never heard of the Holocaust.
Let me ask now, before we finish, because your story is moving and it's incredible. Let's go first to Douglas, then with Jacqueline. Douglas, there is a message that passed from your mother to you, and what is your belief that today we must tell the people about her experience and the other children that left being so young to a country, to another country? What is your experience about that, and what your message to all the viewers that are looking at us tonight?
You have to keep the memories alive. You have to keep the story going, because if you don't, history repeats itself. Look, my mother has a great outcome. I'm an example of it. It's we can never forget. That's the simple end of the story. You can never forget. We have to propagate it. And, you know, if somebody ever in my face denied the Holocaust, I don't know what I would do.
Oh,
It's just,
we are doing this show.
it's just unbelievable.
We are doing this show specially that nobody will never deny the Holocaust and what happened. Jacqueline, your final thoughts from Australia about this incredible story of your grandma.
Yeah, I think, what my grandmother has been through, it's made her so appreciative of everything that she has, her family and where she lives. And she has instilled that in me as well. And she's just always shown me to be really proud of my Jewish heritage and where I've come from. And I think that's, what we need to pass on to future generations as well, for younger Jewish people, and then also educating non-Jews about what's happened in the past.
Ellen, we are coming back to you. Give us your final thoughts about your experience, your message to the younger generation, to all the people that are watching us now.
Our hope is with the younger generation. They've got to be proud. The Jewish children have to be proud of themselves. They have to tell our story. But, history, we think of the Civil War and the brutality, we see so many programs on the Civil War. Eventually, the Holocaust will be the same thing. Children will learn about it from history. But children, the Jewish people have to be proud, and we have to stand up. I had a program today on anti-Semitism. And Israel is such an amazing nation, amazing. When I learned that when Russia invaded Ukraine, Israel sent planes to the Ukraine to take Jewish families out. And we've got to support Israel because that is our savior. That's the savior of the Jewish people. And our hope, yes.
Before we say goodbye, just if you want to give us one advice for Jacqueline, for Douglas, for all the people that are watching us now, one sentence to close. What would be?
Be proud of being a Jew and never again.
Be proud being a Jew and never again. This is a remarkable statement from Ellen. Thank you very much, Ellen, for sharing your experiences with us and for answering all the questions I posed. We appreciate your openness in speaking to us about some of the most challenging parts of your life and how you have come to reflect on those difficult times. From all of us in the studio and from our viewers joining us from around the world, we wish you good health and happiness in your 89th year of life.
Thank you.
We would like to ask you for some concluding talks from Douglas and Jacqueline. Just one sentence from you. Douglas, one sentence.
Basically, be proud. It's exactly what my mother said. Never forget.
Jacqueline.
Yes, same. Always be proud of who you are. And I just want to say my grandmother is amazing. Thank you for telling your story.
Well, I would like to thank you, the entire Botner family present with us tonight. We would like to thank you all very much for joining us and for taking the time you share with your family's history with us. To Ellen, Douglas, and Jacqueline, we're deeply grateful to have had this time with you. With that, we'll turn to some of the video messages from local leaders to speak about the importance of remembering the Holocaust and preserving that memory into the future.
I'm United States Senator James Lankford from the great state of Oklahoma. It's an honor to be able to stand with you here today in observance of Yom HaShoah. This is a day of remembrance. It's a reminder, and it's a day of encouragement for all of us to be able to take practical steps that each of us can do to make sure the 6 million innocent lives that were taken during the Holocaust are never forgotten. It was the promise of the world after World War II, never again. But it should be the promise for each of us each day to make sure that individuals are remembered in this process as well. We all stand together against multiple entities around the world that continue to be able to push back with anti-Semitic hate, for individuals that choose to be able to deny the Holocaust and for whatever bizarre reason decide to be able to push back on the basic facts of history. We choose to be able to speak out in compassion, in love, strength, and facts, to be able to say we will never allow their memories to be wiped away from the earth. We will always allow the next generation to hear the stories of what's happened in the past. We'll continue to be able to stand with families that still bear the scars and the pain for their immediate family members, and also some of them still that are around that continue to tell the story. Senator Jackie Rosen and I, we helped found the U.S. Senate Bipartisan Task Force Combating Anti-Semitism. When we worked together to be able to pull this group together, we started with one Republican, one Democrat. And now it is half the Senate body that has joined that, equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats. We speak out on acts of anti-Semitism that we see of violence here in the country, like the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh or Beth Israel in Texas. We also speak out on issues around the world, in areas where we've seen countries like Hungary or Poland or others, where there are actions that are taken, whether public or private, that we can speak out on and provide clarity for the United States Senate. We also continue to be able to challenge our own community, even in Washington, D.C., when we see things like swastikas painted on Union Station. We should continue to be able to speak out. Sometimes it's individuals in ignorance that are young and have no idea what they're actually representing. Sometimes it's people that are fully aware. But in either case, we should continue to challenge with grace and truth. I encourage folks to continue to be able to help us as we walk this journey, to be able to share a basic definition of what it means to have anti-Semitism. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition that now so many other countries have adopted, our own State Department uses, and we even see foreign football teams and others that have adopted this definition. We continue to be able to push to be able to have that definition in all of our entities here in the United States government as well, so that when we speak of anti-Semitism, everyone knows clearly what we're speaking of and knows all the definitions and illustrations of that. Those examples are important to us so that we can set before others as they're learning what it means to be able to push back and combat anti-Semitism and what it means in its essence as we discuss that topic. Thank you for what you continue to do, not only to be able to stand with Israel, as many of us have joined forces to be able to work together to speak out for the Abraham Accords and continue to find ways to be able to bless those 5 nations that have joined in those accords that lock arms together to say, how can we set aside anti-Semitism and hatred of the past to be able to work towards a cooperative future together? Thanks for the way that you continue to be able to engage in so many ways, in pragmatic ways, to be able to help the next generation know. My simple challenge to us, find one practical way today and in this week to be able to help people remember, to be able to educate the next generation, and to be able to encourage people to walk towards love, not towards the hatred of the past. We can do this. We must do this because we have said never again, and we should mean it. God bless you and thank you for being a part of this dialogue today and for allowing me to be a part of this journey with you as we observe together.
Thank you, Senator Lankford, for your role in building relationships across political lines to stop anti-Semitism in the US and around the world. Next, we are honored to have with us Congressman Josh Gottheimer, the representative of the 5th District of New Jersey. As a Jewish member of Congress and brother of the Alpha Epsilon Pi IAP Pi fraternity, Congressman Gottheimer has been proudly able to provide a voice for the American Jewish community on Capitol Hill. In addition to serving in the House of Representatives, the congressman is also a lawyer and public policy advisor. We will now hear from Congressman Gottheimer via video message.
Hi, everyone. It's Josh Gottheimer, Congressman from Northern New Jersey. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I want to, of course, acknowledge your great Chief Executive Officer, Sasha Roitman-Dradwa, for excellent work in the combating anti-Semitism movement. It's good to be back with all of you and a privilege to have been part of the summit, Combating Anti-Semitism Summit, and amazing to see what you all have done since we last spoke. Let me begin by saying that what CAM is doing is just phenomenal, and doing it in a nonpartisan way is so important. And as someone who co-chairs an effort in Congress that focuses on bipartisan governing, I think issues like these, of course, are always best and enduring when we take the partisanship out of them and actually focus on what the effort's about, combating the roots of anti-Semitism wherever we see it rear its ugly head. Bringing together members of the last generation of Holocaust survivors directly into people's living rooms around the world for personal conversations on the Holocaust is an incredible way to ensure the lessons of the Holocaust are carried on from generation to generation. As you all know, Yom HaShoah is a solemn remembrance day. We remember the 6 million Jews killed by the Nazis during the Holocaust. My wife's grandparents lost most of their families in the Shoah, and I just remember so well spending time with her grandparents and talking to them in a very painful way about all they saw and all they lost, and how it deeply affected their lives as they built a life in the United States of America. Our family carries the lessons of the Holocaust close to our hearts, and we're reminded through their horrific loss the importance of the words, never again. As Tom Lantos, the only Holocaust survivor to have served the United States Congress, warned us that a veneer of civilization is paper thin. We are its guardians, and we can never rest. We know the knowledge about the Holocaust is beginning to fade, and we know that it's more important than ever for educators to memorialize the Holocaust and discuss and learn from its history. That's why we fought for legislation like the bipartisan Never Again Education Act to create a new grant program for the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to ensure schools and teachers have the resources and tools they need to teach about the Holocaust. It's why I'm dedicated to keeping that memory alive and doing my part to ensure that never again is not just a phrase, but a reality. It is our responsibility to make sure we address hate and intolerance and the impact it can have on our society. We must always stand strong against anti-Semitism and hate in all forms. In my family, we stress the importance of Tikkulam, to repair the world, or put another way, to perfect our union. That's something I aspire to every day in my job. And it's a philosophy that seems more necessary and more important than ever before. To close, thank you to Cam for everything you're doing to stand up to anti-Semitism. I'm very, very grateful. And thank you for everything you're doing today to honor Yom HaShoah. What you do is so important. I want to thank all of you for being involved, for the energy you're putting into this, and know that it's having a very, very big impact around the world. May God bless all of you. God bless the Holocaust survivors joining us today, virtually, and of course, may God continue to bless and watch over the United States of America and all of our families. Good night.
Thank you very much, Congressman, for your personal insights in preserving Holocaust memory in the United States. For our next guest from the U.S. Congress, we would like to welcome the representative of New York's 12th District, Congresswoman Caroline B. Maloney, who is joining us via a video message.
Good morning, and thank you all for your help in defending our communities from hate. On this Yom HaShoah, we remember the 6 million Jews who were murdered during the Holocaust. We remember the heroism of those who stood up against this hate, and we reaffirm our commitment to never again allow hate and bigotry to consume an individual group. I have always believed hatred and bigotry stems from a lack of education. No one is born into hatred, they learn it. There are still many communities and nations that lack a firm education on the Holocaust, and we must continue to do more to ensure all know the truth. That is why I worked hard to author and pass my Never Again Holocaust Education Bill last Congress, which ensures that the lessons of the Holocaust are taught to American children, and that the accounts of survivors can be easily incorporated into lessons from the United States Holocaust Museum. The need for easily accessible resources has resonance today in the United States as growing numbers of Jews continue to experience anti-Semitism. In the district that I have the pleasure to represent, there have been numerous attacks on the Jewish community. In the past year alone, Jewish and Jewish-friendly institutions have been defaced with swastikas and other anti-Semitic graffiti, including my own office. Thankfully, President Biden's nominee for Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, Deborah Lipsack, was unanimously confirmed by the Senate earlier this month. With her leadership, the administration and Congress has an effective and knowledgeable opponent of anti-Semitism to help protect our Jewish friends and neighbors. Congress has also directly helped to protect Jewish and Jewish-friendly institutions by ensuring there is robust funding for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, which provides resources to institutions like synagogues that are at increased risk for targeting by terrorists or hate crimes. I am proud to support this funding, having called for doubling its previous allocation. In closing, while Yom HaShoah is certainly a time to remember and reaffirm, I believe we must continue to act against hate. I am privileged to be joining you in acting against hate, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Maloney, for those timely and inspiring words. For our final member of Congress that we will hear from tonight, I am pleased to welcome Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart. Congressman Diaz-Balart served as the representative of Florida's 25th Congressional District and has been a congressman for nearly 2 decades. We are happy to have you participate in our program via pre-recorded message.
Thank you for letting me speak to members of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement on the solemn occasion of Holocaust Remembrance Day. I am truly touched and honored. The increase of anti-Semitism globally, it's alarming, and it's in places as in the Middle East, Europe, and even the United States. We must speak out against these hate-motivated crimes. and work to ensure that the American people are well educated and informed on the history of anti-Semitism and its horrific, its painful consequences. In Congress, I'm a proud co-founder of the Interparliamentary Task Force on Online Anti-Semitism, and also co-chair the Latino Jewish Congressional Caucus. I believe that it is crucial that we fund effective democracy programs, that we support democratic allies that value free expression and civil society, and help programs that encourage respect for human rights and freedoms in places where, frankly, they are suppressed. And we must also refuse to fund organizations and also states that espouse anti-Semitism. On this solemn day, we must stand together against hate, against anti-Semitism, and commit to never letting future generations forget the atrocities that have been suffered when hatred is allowed to take root. So again, thank you. Thank you for the work on this noble cause, for reminding us all of our shared responsibility, for holding us all accountable, and for allowing me to speak to you today and to spend this time with you. Thank you very much.
Oh, we thank you very much, Congressman Diaz-Balart, for those words. Now we go to Canada to hear from another distinguished guest, the Honorable Irwin Cotler. Mr. Cotler is Emeritus Professor of Law at McGill University, founder and international chair of the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and a Combat Anti-Semitism Movement Advisory Board member. He currently serves as Canada's Special Envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism, a post he has held since 2020. Professor Cotler, welcome. We are so pleased to have you with us today.
By commending Combat Anti-Semitism Movement and its partner Zikaron Basalon for organizing this timely, indeed memorable, global digital gathering, bringing together Holocaust survivors for witness testimony and personal conversation, the whole, in effect, in a virtual, global living room for Yom HaShoah. Indeed, we meet at an important moment of remembrance and reminder, of bearing witness and learning and acting upon the universal lessons of the Holocaust, lessons that have been bequeathed to us by Holocaust survivors themselves. As Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Laureate Professor Elie Wiesel would remind us, the Holocaust was a war against the Jews in which not all victims were Jews, but all Jews were targeted victims of the demonization and dehumanization of the Jew as prologue and justification for their mass murder. Of the mass murder of 6 million Jews, 1.5 million of whom were children, not just as a matter of abstract statistics, but as we say at such moments of remembrance, unto each person there is a name. Each person is an identity. Each person is a universe, reminding us of the teachings Hametzil Adam Echad Kilu Hitzil Olam Kulo, that if you save a single person, it is as if you have saved an entire universe. And so the overriding first emergent lesson, that we are each, wherever we are, the guarantors of each other's destiny, which leads us inexorably to the second lesson, the danger, indeed the existential threat of anti-Semitism, of the death camp Auschwitz, the most brutal extermination camp of the 20th century, as message and metaphor of this existential danger. 1.3 million people were deported to the death camp Auschwitz. 1.1 million of them were Jews. Let there be no mistake about it. Jews were murdered at Auschwitz because of anti-Semitism. But anti-Semitism itself did not die at Auschwitz. It remains the bloodied canary in the mineshaft of global evil today, toxic to democracies, a threat to our common humanity. And as we've learned only too painfully and too well, while it begins with Jews, it doesn't end with Jews. May I close with some words for the Holocaust survivors amongst us. For you have endured the worst of inhumanity, yet you somehow found in the resources of your own humanity the courage to go on, to build a family, to build a future, to make an enduring contribution to each of the global communities in which you reside, where we have all been your beneficiaries. And so may this Yom HaShoah V'Gvura, may this Holocaust Remembrance Day and Day of Courage and Resilience be not only an act of remembrance, which it is, but may it also be a remembrance to act on behalf of our Moreshet Yehudit, on behalf of our Jewish heritage, our Jewish peoplehood, our common humanity, our universal values. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kotler, for your long-time leadership in promoting Holocaust memory and fighting anti-Semitism. Next, we go to Canada. We would like to welcome the Mayor of Vaughan, Ontario, Maurizio Bevilacqua. Originally from Italy and having immigrated to Canada during his youth, Major Bevilacqua has been involved in civic service since 1998 and has served as the Mayor of Vaughan since 2010. We will now hear from Major Bevilacqua via this video message.
I'm pleased to join the Combat Anti-Semitism movement and Zikaron Basilon to observe Yom HaShoah. On International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we remember the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust and pay tribute to the survivors and their families. In 2020, I introduced a motion to proclaim International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of Vaughan. This was supported unanimously by my council colleagues. As home of one of the largest Jewish communities outside of Israel, honoring Jewish history and identity is fundamental to our city. We observe this solemn day by using our voice to raise awareness and deepen our collective understanding of the significant lessons learned from the Holocaust. Holocaust denials and other forms of anti-Semitic demonstrations continue to threaten communities and undermine democracy. We have a shared responsibility to stop anti-Semitism in all its forms and manifestations through education and public consciousness. As the years pass, there are fewer survivors to share their stories, and yet the first-hand accounts of the horrors of the Holocaust are the strongest and most powerful. Max Eisen is a Holocaust survivor and dedicated educator who has maintained a lifelong commitment to teaching and inspiring others through his personal experiences. I traveled with Mr. Eisen to Poland and Israel with the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies. Together, we toured the concentration camps in Auschwitz, where Mr. Eisen had been detained. In 2019, I was honored to present Mr. Eisen with a key to the city of Vaughan for his extraordinary contributions to our community and the world. He is also a recipient of the Order of Vaughan and the Order of Canada. Thank you for coming together today to listen to the stories of survivors and reflect on how such tragedies occurred so that they may never happen again.
Thank you very much, Major Bevilacqua, for your commitment to your constituents and to fight hate. Following the horrors of the Holocaust in 1945, the Republic of Albania became the only European country with a larger Jewish population after the World War II than before the war broke. Committed to advocating for and engaging with younger members of society, the Mayor of Tirana, Albania, Mr. Erion Veliaj, prior to becoming the Mayor of Tirana, Mr. Veliaj worked with a number of humanitarian organizations around the world and served as Albania's Secretary for Youth and Immigration. Thank you for joining us, Major Veliaj. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. This is Erion Veliaj, Mayor of Tirana, Albania, which this year is European Youth Capital 2022. I'm delighted to be part of this digital gathering for Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Remembrance Day. It is extremely important that those words that we've said since our generation of the grandparents, never again, be reminded. We are to be reminded that never again is not a hollow promise, but it's a commitment to living lives where we respect the dignity of each other, we respect the diversity, and we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. And apparently this is not enough, because although we've said never again after the Holocaust, we are seeing atrocities across Ukraine, and we're seeing conflicts in other parts of the world that are not dignified for our generation. So I really think that this digital gathering, I really think that these witnesses that we are getting from the last generation of the survivals is extremely important. And I think their words and their testimonies are as valuable today as they were the day after the liberation from the Nazis and after the concentration camps and after what the world discovered as one of the main tragedies of humankind, which was the Holocaust. So my friends, I urge you to pay attention to the words of Elie Wiesel, who used to say that silence only helps the oppressor. I've chosen not to be silent in my city, Tirana, and I really hope that each one of you chooses not to be silent when they see injustice, when they see crimes being perpetrated, and when they see discrimination based on a certain race or on a certain color. I'm also proud to be the mayor of Tirana, a city that at the end of the war had 10 times more Jewish population than before the war. That it shows that emancipation, embracing of the other, protecting those in need is not an issue of being rich or being a big country, it's an issue of mentality. And I think fixing these 10 centimeters where our values, where our beliefs, where our acceptance lies is extremely important. This battle for mentality and for people to be remembering not only the Holocaust, but all these experiences that truly should speak volumes to the phrase, never again. I am glad that so many of you are in this digital gathering, and I definitely want to thank all of our friends at the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, my good friends Sasha and Zikaron, who've put this event together and who are committed to a Europe and to a world without hate, to a world that knows how to remember and learns from the lessons of the Holocaust. I really hope you have a fruitful event, and I can't wait to welcome you to Tirana physically, not only this year as we're European Youth Capital, but in the years to come as we embrace each other as being different, but also being stronger when we are together. Thank you, Shalom, Toda Rabah.
Thank you very much, Major Veliaj, for your remarks and for standing with the Jewish community against anti-Semitism. In addition to local leaders and dignitaries, we are happy to introduce our first musician of the night, Itamar Borochov, who sent us a recording of himself playing in honor of Holocaust victims and survivors. A native of Jaffa in Israel, Itamar became interested in Sephardic music by attending his childhood synagogue, which inspired him to learn how to play the trumpet and enter into the world of jazz music. Since his childhood, he has performed in countries and cities around the world, including at the Lincoln Center and the Kennedy Center. Currently based in New York, Itamar continues to perform and produce music. We now turn to Itamar's pre-recorded message and song.
Bam. Hi everybody, my name is Itamar Borochov, and my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. She survived Bergen-Belsen. She was born in Hungary. She just passed away, age 99. So this is dedicated to her and all the living Holocaust survivors. Joining me is the wonderful Rob Clearfield on piano. and this is a composition of mine entitled Dirge.
Thank you, Itamar, for telling us about your familial connection to the Holocaust and playing that moving song for our audience. Next, we will hear video messages from Combat Anti-Semitism movement partners, and then we'll be back for more from Australia to New York, bringing Holocaust survivors to living grounds around the world. Stay with us.
Shalom. I'm Kale White, a 3G New York board member and grandchild of Sala and of Avrum Kurtz, Zatzal, two survivors from Radom, Poland, and I am so proud to be here to commemorate Yom HaShoah on behalf of 3G New York, grandchildren of Holocaust survivors. We are honored to be partnering with Combat Anti-Semitism and their global coalition of organizations and esteemed dignitaries on this global event. 3GNY is an educational nonprofit for grandchildren of survivors and our supporters. As a living link, we preserve the legacies and the lessons of the Holocaust. Our mission is to educate diverse communities about the perils of intolerance and to provide a supportive forum for the descendants of survivors. 3GNY is most proud of our flagship educational program, We Do, which is short for We Educate. This initiative empowers grandchildren of survivors to learn and compellingly share their families' Holocaust experiences in school classrooms and with community groups. Since We Do started in 2010, we've trained more than 250 speakers, visited 400 classrooms in 110 different schools, and we have reached more than 29,000 students. 3GNY is volunteer run, and we have so much more to do, and we're making it happen however we can. For more information about how to bring 3GNY speakers to your community or to support our critical work, please visit us at 3gny.org. What does Yom HaShoah mean to a grandchild of survivors? For those of us who grew up knowing our grandparents and being immersed in their stories, it is a day filled with enormous sorrow. Our grandparents were often the sole survivors in their families. Some were hidden children themselves, so we don't typically have family reunions or heirlooms. Most of our relatives don't even have graves to show that they existed. We have almost nothing to prove that they came from somewhere. We almost feel sometimes like we fell from the sky. The memories that our grandparents shared with us are almost all that there is to prove the existence of a vanished world. But they did exist. 6 million unique individuals with hopes and dreams who loved and who were loved. Brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, grandparents, and among them 1.5 million pure and innocent children. May their blood be avenged. Like my great-grandmother, Chanamundel Goldberg, Aleha Shalom, who sacrificed her life so that the next generation could live with grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren whom she would never meet, but who all know her name and carry her good humor and joyous nature. This day is also one of awe and gratitude, because my grandparents witnessed miracles. Not only did the Nazis not succeed in their plan to murder the entire Jewish people and wipe out Judaism, the survivors went on to build thriving communities all over the world. The current world Jewish population is now approaching pre-war levels, and Jews of all backgrounds live together, celebrating our common heritage, and our children enjoy freedoms our ancestors once dreamed of. My grandparents also lived to see another miracle, the establishment of the modern state of Israel, an enormous source of pride for them that gave them the assurance that the Shoah or anything on the scale of the Shoah could not happen again because Jews could now defend themselves. My movie once told me that she thought that when people learned the truth of what took place in the Shoah, that anti-Semitism would cease to exist because they would be so ashamed and so apologetic. This unfortunately is not the case, especially today. On college campuses, on the streets of New York City, Paris, and Tel Aviv, Jews are still being targeted simply because they are Jewish, and we will not stand for this. We will weaponize our love and compassion against their hatred and intolerance to spread a message of light and hope and build a better future. Thank you. Am Yisrael Chai.
Today, Yom HaShoah, or Holocaust Remembrance Day, we come together as a Jewish community around the world. Jews of all ages, colors, linguistic, cultural, and denominational backgrounds, to remember the murder of 6 million Jews in ghettos, labor camps, killing fields, and extermination centers by the German Nazis and their collaborators. As Judaism and Jewish life in the third decade of the 21st century is still lived in the shadow of the Holocaust, as Holocaust survivors are passing, leaving us with fewer and fewer representatives of the generation that bore witness to the evil plan of Adolf Hitler and his henchmen to wipe European Jewry from the face of the earth. We come together every year with a renewed pledge to never forget and never let that happen again. For many of us, Jews and non-Jews alike, the Holocaust marks the nadir, the lowest point in the moral degradation of Western civilization, a genocide that is unique and unprecedented, an extermination process that never happened before or after in the annals of humankind. Scholars who have studied the subject for decades are still baffled by the most basic questions. How could one of the most refined and sophisticated nations, the nation which produced so many scientific and artistic talents, how could it come under the rule of the worst criminal in the history of humankind? Even more puzzling is how that process happened through democratic elections, with millions of ordinary Germans giving their vote to the Nazis, and later, either directly or indirectly, passively or actively, lending their support to the execution of the final solution plan. The Holocaust will no doubt continue to engage, to puzzle, and demand more answers from every generation. We will continue to study it and demonstrate our commitment to teaching its lessons. These lessons, for sure, are many, and they vary from the call to combat anti-Semitism in its diverse manifestations, to combat Holocaust deniers and those who deny the Jewish state's right to exist, to combating hate, racism, the rise of fascism, and the call to confront genocide. The latter, after all, is what we were all hoping would disappear from the face of the earth in 1945, though we know it didn't. And while the lessons of the Holocaust should and will engage us as educators all year round, we are obligated to continue to learn about the Holocaust and understand the way it connects to our lives every day of the year. What is unique to Yom HaShoah is the call to come together, to remember the individuals and communities who perished, the heroes of the ghetto uprising, the heroes of the clandestine schools and yeshivot, those engaging in Torah study, in prayer, in running choirs, symphonies, or Hebrew or Yiddish literature classes, those documenting the Nazi crimes, those operating rescue networks, and those who had done neither of that, but only struggled to survive, and to do so in the most dignified manner possible. We're here today to reflect on the 6 million and also remember what this number represents. Not an enormous amorphous figure, but rather one Jew 6 million times. Today, I remember my deceased survivor grandparents, Fruma Chazanovsky, as well as Anshel and Sarah Pilnik, who inspired me to become a Holocaust educator. By extension, today I also remember their parents, siblings, uncle and aunts who were killed during the Holocaust. I wanted to profusely thank the Combat Anti-Semitism movement for organizing today's program and for inviting me to join you today, and to thank you all for your participation in this Yom Shoah commemoration.
Good evening. My name is Mirta Glassman, and I am a board member of the Center for Holocaust, Genocide, and Human Rights Education of North Carolina. I was asked to speak about the importance of Holocaust education and commemoration at a time when we will soon live without survivors to testify to the horrors of the Holocaust. Although the Holocaust took place about 80 years ago, it is often treated as ancient history by our younger generations. The Shoah must be kept relevant and meaningful in today's world. The Holocaust was not an accident in history, nor was it inevitable. It happened because individuals, groups, and governments made choices to allow prejudice, discrimination, anti-Semitism, hatred, injustice, and violence to occur. Holocaust education helps students gain understanding of all these concepts. When students reflect on the role and responsibilities of individuals, groups, and nations confronting human rights violation, they hopefully become more sensitized to inhumanity and suffering whenever it occurs. Most importantly, they become aware that silence and indifference regarding the victimization of any person or group encourages the efforts of the perpetrator. As Elie Wiesel said, we must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Personalizing the Holocaust through survivor testimonies provides a unique dimension to the study of the Holocaust. Staggering numbers are difficult for us to comprehend. A personal perspective can powerfully depict the horrors of genocide. Eyewitness testimonies demonstrate how survivors of genocide found the strength to heal and move forward after their ordeals. Soon, we will be living without survivors to share their stories. For this reason, the words of the second-generation survivors, 2Gs, and third-generation survivors, 3Gs, become the powerful expressions of survivors. These descendants offer the unique perspective of having lived with and learned from their parents and grandparents. The trauma sustained during the Shoah has been proven to be transmitted down through generations. Members of the Holocaust Speakers Bureau, a part of the Center for Holocaust, Genocide, and Human Rights Education of North Carolina, are committed to Holocaust education and commemoration. We are fortunate to be able to make the stories of the Shoah come alive.
Thank you to the leadership of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement for including Sigma Alpha Mu in today's Yom HaShoah event. Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity was founded in 1909 at the College of the City of New York as a fraternity of Jewish men and has been open to all men of good moral character since 1953. Sigma Alpha Mu encourages everyone to bear witness, remembering those 6 million innocent Jewish lives lost during the Holocaust, including 1.5 million children. We honor their lives by remembering so we do not repeat the past. In the Holocaust Knowledge and Awareness Study, commissioned by the Claims Conference, the survey, touted as the first 50-state survey of Holocaust knowledge among millennials and Generation Z, showed that many students were unclear about the basic facts of the genocide. 63% of those surveyed did not know that 6 million Jews were murdered in the Holocaust, and over half of those thought the death toll was fewer than 2 million. Over 40,000 concentration camps and ghettos were established during World War II, but nearly half of the US respondents could not name a single one. This is why, as we work with college students on some 50 campuses, we are proud to continue sharing the story of Sigma Alpha Mu's refugee program that was adopted by our fraternity's 1935 convention. Ultimately, these programs saved the lives of Jewish refugees. There were 29 men that were supported by Sigma Alpha Mu, and many joined our fraternity, including the late Congressman Tom Lantos. To learn more, you can visit sam.org/refugee project about how Sigma Alpha Mu's refugee project helped save Jewish lives. In 2017, Sigma Alpha Mu has partnered with Alpha Epsilon Phi sorority, Sigma Delta Tau sorority, and Zeta Beta Tau fraternity to create the award-winning Summit Against Hate program, where we engage campus professionals, volunteers, and students in working to end all forms of hate on campus, including anti-Semitism. Our students have learned from Holocaust survivor Max Globin, father of our past Supreme Prior Phil Globin. Max has served as a facilitator for our Developing Leaders Initiative. His message encourages us to continue being upstanders, someone who stands up for other people and their rights and decides to combat injustice and inequality. We also take pride in the local efforts made to remember the Holocaust by our students. In one example, the Sigma Omicron chapter at Nebraska completes cleanup work at the Nebraska Holocaust Memorial multiple times throughout the year. Gage Peterson, one of the student leaders, shared that we use this time to introduce our new members to our traditions of paying respect. This includes placing a rock on top of the steps of the memorial after reading the names listed. 2 members return to the memorial once a week throughout the academic year to do maintenance and ensure it is in good condition. This is a community service project partnership with the Memorial Committee and an alumnus, Gary Hill, who happens to be a member of Sigma Alpha Mu. We strongly believe that history of the Holocaust should be included in curriculum of our public education system. It encourages students to promote social justice, human rights, and genocide awareness. It supports the effective examination of basic moral issues. It provides reflections on the dangers of remaining silent, apathetic, and indifferent to the oppression of others. Holocaust education provides understanding about the responsibilities of citizens in any society and provides students the opportunity to develop an expanded view of humanity. Just as we say at the end of our creed, to inculcate among its sons such ideals as will result in actions worthy of the highest precepts of true manhood, democracy, and humanity.
Hi, my name is Serene Hudson. I'm the Vice President of Education and Advocacy at Passages. Holocaust education is crucial for teaching each generation to fight against anti-Semitism. At Passages, we are focused on the next generation of Christian leaders, and we take Christian college students to Israel to learn about the Holocaust. When I was a college student, my life was changed by Holocaust history. It was in a Holocaust class that I learned for the first time the history of Christian anti-Semitism and the incitement that caused the suffering of generations of Jews living in Christian Europe. I was appalled that these strains of anti-Semitism helped pave the pathway to genocide. As a result, I decided to take action and fight against anti-Semitism and teach others to do the same. That is why I am so thankful for the work of Passages. We are teaching thousands of Christian students Holocaust history by taking them to Yad Vashem in our Passages Israel program. I was recently at Yad Vashem with a group of students from the University of Georgia, and I was moved as I observed them interacting with the stories and the artifacts of the Holocaust. For many, it was the first time to go that deeply into the suffering of millions of Jewish men, women, and children, and the apathy of the nations as they went to their deaths. In addition to Israel trips, we are also teaching students on a solidarity mission to Pittsburgh. This is a weekend of commemorating the 11 lives lost at the Tree of Life Synagogue shooting, as well as speaking with Jewish and Christian leaders who went through that crisis and worked together to restore their community. In Pittsburgh, Passages students also meet with a Holocaust survivor who survived the Tree of Life shooting, Judah Samet. Seeing the world through Judah's eyes and personally connecting to his story, these students are making Holocaust history as well as the survival of a recent anti-Semitic attack a part of their own. We are also developing a Holocaust course that will include interviews with Mr. Samet so that there are more students who can learn from him through Passages online education. As the generation of Holocaust survivors passes, it is imperative for us to transmit their stories so that their experiences can be the memory of the living. Their eyewitness accounts confirm the atrocities documented. In this age of social media, the viral spreading of misinformation, falsehoods, and distortions must be counteracted. Survivor stories directly challenge Holocaust denial in all its forms, and at Passages, we're working hard to connect Christian college students to those stories. Through all of our programs, we are calling upon Passages students to accept the moral responsibility to fight anti-Semitism as Christians. Passages' unique contribution to Holocaust education and response is that we are training young Christians to speak out and for the Jewish people because we owe it to the Jewish people through our spiritual heritage. It is the right thing to do. Looking back at my own journey, I know firsthand the impact that Holocaust remembrance can have on youth and young adults. Those of us who have learned and have been willing to face ourselves in Holocaust history come away changed and ready to take action. Passages is committed to doing this work so that the next generations of Christians can be a force for good in the world and can say with the rest of us in this fight, never again. Thank you.
Well, the International Christian Embassy Jerusalem has been educating about anti-Semitism and Holocaust issues for decades. We have a partnership with Yad Vashem in Jerusalem to bring Holocaust education to the Christian world. As the United States director, I will say I feel a special responsibility and urgency to be educating on these issues now to the Christian community here. You know, many Christians attending our churches have no idea that there was even a history of Christian anti-Semitism. And they, even pastors, are not being taught this in seminary as a part of Christian history. So we have a responsibility to educate our community about that history so that we can learn the important lessons from it and apply them to today. But also, the Christian community in America is the key demographic with the moral and the political strength to stand in solidarity with the Jewish people and to push back against anti-Semitism. And I say that we must educate them, and we cannot leave the Jewish community to fend for themselves. Thirdly, as the daughter of a liberator in World War II, I'm very aware that our liberators and our Holocaust survivors are not going to be with us much longer. And so the next generation has the responsibility to make sure that this world never forgets the sacrifice that so many paid with their lives, with their futures, with their health, with their well-being. And we must carry that torch into the next generation. And we at the ICEJ are committed to do that.
Hello, I'm Dr. Katrina Lantos-Sweat, President of the Lantos Foundation for Human Rights and Justice. And I want to thank the Combating Anti-Semitism movement for organizing this important event in commemoration of Yom HaShoah. As many of you may know, my late father, Congressman Tom Lantos, was the only survivor of the Holocaust ever to serve in the United States Congress. And he will remain so, because as we all understand, that generation is now beginning to pass from the scene. I feel incredibly blessed and really quite privileged that my mother, Annette Lantos, herself a Holocaust survivor, lives with me in my home. And so, in some ways on a daily basis, I am reminded of the lessons of that time, of the incredible courage and resilience and determination of the survivors who came out of that unspeakable hell and went on to build remarkable lives, lives of service and family and education. I think as we understand that this generation begins to pass from the scene, in a way it is as though this torch or this duty of responsibility has passed to us. We cannot let the lessons of the Holocaust, the stories of the Holocaust, and the warnings of the Holocaust fade into the past, become part of our remote history. It is up to us, this generation and those much younger than us, to make sure that knowledge of this darkest period in human history remains front and center in the awareness of the rising generation. I know that there has been tremendous progress at both the national level and state by state in efforts and initiatives to ensure that Holocaust education is part of the curriculum in schools across this country. In New Hampshire, my own home state, we worked closely with leading figures in the legislature to pass legislation to ensure that our school kids will have that opportunity to get this vital education. At this time, we thank those who bravely and courageously are still here with us today to share their testimonies, to share their lives, and to remind us of the great legacy that we have to live up to. And I think this is an opportunity for each one of us to recommit, not only to never forget the lessons of the past, but to carry on and to take up the responsibility for the future of making sure that the stories, the lessons, the warnings of the Holocaust are with us always. Thank you so much.
The need for Holocaust education is immense. Claims conference surveys reveal a disturbing lack of knowledge about many basic Holocaust facts. In fact, Facebook acknowledged that its decision to take action against Holocaust denial and distortion on its platforms was motivated in part by our finding that nearly 1/4 of young adults in the US believe the Holocaust is a myth and did not happen, has been greatly exaggerated, or were unsure. We have seen the trivialization of the Holocaust through flawed comparisons and the misuse of Holocaust language and symbols in discourse, at protests, political discussions, and in the press. We also continue to see minimization and distortion of this history as countries continue to try to shape and mold their national narratives. Teaching and learning about the Holocaust equips learners to evaluate representations of this event and thereby lessen and identify the misuse of the Holocaust. An educated public can recognize when the Holocaust is being exploited to further cultural and political agendas. As Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, stated, in Europe, the United States, and elsewhere, white supremacists are organizing and recruiting across borders, flaunting the symbols and tropes of the Nazis and their murderous ambitions. Unfortunately, this rise is not limited to white supremacists, and we must do what we can to combat this trend. Teaching and learning about anti-Semitism in the context of the Holocaust can illuminate the pernicious consequences of prejudice, xenophobia, and racism. Anti-Semitism was integral to the implementation of the Holocaust. Studying this critical history, including the various modalities that were used to promote anti-Semitism, can help the public to understand the mechanisms that facilitated the Holocaust and continue to endanger Jews around the world today. As the need for education is increasing, the number of survivors among us is decreasing. We are fortunate to have living survivors who serve as testimony to the reality of the Holocaust and whose presence challenges Holocaust distortion and minimization. The most effective Holocaust education efforts are those that deploy survivors themselves in classrooms, public venues, and through their testimonies. The Claims Conference has launched a number of social media campaigns which highlight survivors giving their testimony. The digital campaign, No Denying It, offered daily videos of Holocaust survivors appealing directly to Facebook, asking for the removal of Holocaust denial and distortion posts. More recently, many survivors took part in our initiative to highlight the importance of Holocaust education. In the campaign, It Started with Words. Each survivor gave testimony describing how the Holocaust began with hate speech. To fight misinformation and distortion about the Holocaust, educational efforts must target youth. The Claims Conference, through its grants program, supports several initiatives to reach this critical population, which foster feelings of personal connectedness to their experiences. Teacher training is significant because of the multiplier effect, where one well-trained teacher can reach hundreds of students. It is also essential to rescue, preserve, and make accessible evidence to advance Holocaust research. Training scholars in archival accessibility projects are two means to advance this goal. Learning about the Holocaust provides a glimpse into the rich and vibrant Jewish world that existed before the Holocaust and the strength and resilience of the survivors. We also support films which have the power to reach large audiences globally, such as the Academy Award winner Son of Saul and the widely seen Who Will Write Our History. We are beginning to fund social media projects geared to the platforms where young people increasingly spend their time. While the need for education is great, the Claims Conference surveys revealed some hopeful news. In all the countries we surveyed, there is consensus that Holocaust education is important. On this Yom HaShoah, we are honored to participate in this unique digital gathering of survivors and to pledge our continued support to honor both the survivors and to preserve the memory of those who perished.
We're living in an age of tremendous potentiality. The potential for good has never been greater, for discoveries to improve our lives and the lives of people around the planet has never been greater. Sadly, so too is the potential harm and devastation. We're living in a time of historic rise in attacks on Jews, on Jewish institutions, on Judaism itself, in the West and in America and wherever Jewish communities have found. The Holocaust unveiled with unremitting ferocity the violent hatred which so many of us thought was a thing of the past. Surely, we thought in the 1930s, surely the world has moved on. It has matured beyond blaming Jews and Judaism for whatever is most repugnant in the world or whatever they find most hateful. We were wrong. We say the Holocaust if it's one thing, but the Holocaust, it's over a decade. The Holocaust happened. There's perpetrators and collaborators on 6 continents, touching every nation state. Men and women, people of every ethnic group and every nationality committed atrocious acts against their Jewish population. The Holocaust reminds us that we can't simply take a Manichaean approach to the world where some group of people are inherently good and some are inherently evil. And our job is simply to separate them out and defeat the evil ones. Rather, the wisdom of the Holocaust, if we can say that, the lesson of the Holocaust, is the lesson that Alexander Solzhenitsyn learned at a different time. And it's so apt for us today. Solzhenitsyn writes, "Gradually it was disclosed to me that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, nor between classes, nor between political parties either, but right through every human heart and through all human hearts." This is one of the key lessons of the Holocaust, in response to which we in the Jewish world say, never again, never again, never again. Yet there are 2 diametrically opposite ways of reading this phrase. On the one hand, never again can mean, never again may we, ought we, can we allow such a horror to be perpetrated against any other people, against any group on the planet. And on the other hand, never again. Never again will we allow ourselves to be murdered in mass. Never again will we refuse to stand up for ourselves. These 2 never agains, both are correct. We must hold the wisdom of both of these insights of never again. In the rabbinic tradition, we teach that every human being is created with 2 yetzers, Yetzer hara and Yetzer hatov, the inclination to do evil and the inclination to do good. Every one of us. The Holocaust requires us on an individual level to work through what Jung calls our shadow self, what our tradition calls the Yetzer hara. We have to work through our own propensity for evil, at the same time that we put into place the mechanisms that create a never again and a never again, that create and empower us to make sure that the Jewish people will never again be murdered in mass. And on the other hand, to make sure that never again will any people be this subject to be the object of a genocide. This work is so critical right now in the Jewish communities across the world, and certainly on our college campuses and here at Oregon Hillel. It's imperative for our Jewish students, for their own sake. We know from recent surveys that 65% of Jewish students on North American campuses have felt the need to hide their Judaism. They have to hide the fact they're being Jewish, of their identity, in an age when we're elevating so many identities. We're leaving behind our Jewish students. The Holocaust reminds us that it's important that all identities and all people and all loves are cherished. So this is something that has to be addressed on our campuses and something we're addressing at Oregon Hillel. Finally, I'll leave you with the last thought, something that's so critical for our students today, for all of us today. Our students will be the last generation to hear from, to speak with, to learn from survivors in the first person. By the time their children come around, God forbid, there won't be survivors in the first person to be able to hear from, to listen to ask questions of, to see their faces, and to hear their stories. This is why Holocaust Memorial is so important this year, is so important on our campuses, and why Holocaust education is at the heart of fighting anti-Semitism, which, once again, is all too real a part of our American Jewish and our global Jewish reality.
My name is Brad Pomerantz. I work for Jewish Life Television. I want to thank the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement for inviting me to speak today, Holocaust Remembrance Day. I am the great-nephew of Rizla Burel Polonetsky. Sadly, I never met Rizla, her husband, or 3 sons. They stayed in Poland when my grandmother immigrated to America. They lived in a shtetl about 1 hour west of Krakow. They went into hiding and they were captured, uncovered, and killed on the spot. We received a letter written by Rizla that was sent out by the town's priest after the Holocaust, and we were aware that they perished. I never want the world to forget Rizla, her husband, and her 3 sons, and the other 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust. But I'm concerned that the world may forget about them, about the 6 million. Surveys show that only 63% of Americans are aware that 6 million Jews were slaughtered during the Holocaust. And those numbers drop as individuals get younger. The younger you are, the less you know about the Holocaust. I'm heartened by the fact that 20 states require Holocaust education. I'm disappointed by the fact that 30 states do not. And I call on every American state to mandate Holocaust education in K-12 schools. The Shoah was one of the most horrific events in human history. And yet, after the Shoah, we see continued genocide into the 20th and 21st centuries. We believe that maybe 300,000 Holocaust survivors are still alive today, but every single day we lose Holocaust survivors. I have been so lucky and fortunate as a host here at JLTV to interview Holocaust survivors, to hear their stories. I have traveled to Auschwitz and walked with Holocaust survivors through these concentration camps. But I don't know that my children, my future grandchildren, and their children, I know they will not have that opportunity because Holocaust survivors will no longer be with us. And that's why it is so critically important that we in the Jewish community and those outside of the Jewish community advocate for and demand that we have Holocaust education at all levels, K-12, college, and beyond. And it's not just Jews that need to know about the Holocaust, it's everyone that needs to know about the Holocaust. when we think about that we have seen future genocides or actual genocides occur after the Holocaust in Southeast Asia, in the Balkans, maybe even today in the Ukraine, we know that never again is not never again, has not been never again, but we can do something about it. So I salute the Combat Anti-Semitism movement for advocating and inviting all institutions of goodwill, be it public or private, to continue to promote Holocaust education, to welcome those individuals of goodwill to learn about the Holocaust, so that never again really does mean never again. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I commemorate the 6 million who we lost during the Shoah.
Buenas noches, gracias por su invitación. Mi nombre es Alberto Javiles, director ejecutivo de la Comisión Antidifamatoria de Benevolent Panamá. La Shoah es la culminación de un periodo de siglos de odio instigado hacia el pueblo judío, un odio irracional que conllevó al exterminio de nuestros hermanos hace 80 años atrás por el Estado alemán y sus aliados. El día de hoy no podemos matar o no podemos permitir que se asesine por segunda vez a los sobrevivientes de la Shoah, y es nuestra obligación perpetuar el legado enseñando a las nuevas generaciones judías y no judías de lo acontecido 8 décadas atrás y de los factores que conllevaron a este genocidio. Nuestro trabajo tiene mucho que ver con la divulgación, con la concientización, con impedir que la Shoah sea banalizada y con el respeto profundo hacia nuestros mártires, hacia sus descendientes, hacia las nuevas generaciones que van a nacer. El pueblo judío vive y perpetuará por encima de todas las circunstancias adversas que hemos vivido en el transcurso de nuestra historia, y es nuestra obligación, nuestra responsabilidad y nuestro legado que eventos como los vividos no vuelvan a acontecer ni con nosotros ni con ningún grupo humano. Am Israel Chai.
Buenas tardes y gracias por la oportunidad de participar en este solemne evento. Mi nombre es Daniel Chamá, soy presidente de la Comisión Antidifamación de Benevolent de Panamá. Y para mí la importancia de enseñar y transmitir los mensajes de la Shoah es hacer entender a todas las generaciones lo que sucedió en Europa hace unos años atrás. Es importante saber que las personas que no estuvieron vinculadas a algún familiar en el Holocausto también sufrieron la pérdida de personas anexas a ellos. 6 millones de judíos fueron asesinados solamente por el hecho de ser judíos. Yo soy nieto y bisnieto de sobreviviente. El certificado de nacimiento de mi abuelo tiene la suástica impuesta. Cada vez que yo lo veo entiendo el mensaje que tengo que transmitirle a mis hijos, a mis nietos y a todas las futuras generaciones a las cuales pueda yo transmitir ese mensaje. Señores, el Holocausto fue un hecho terrible que marcó la historia del pueblo judío. Pero no solamente marcó la historia porque mataron a más de 6 millones de hermanos. Marcó la historia porque es recordarnos todos los días que nosotros somos un pueblo sobreviviente. Y ese es el mensaje que nosotros debemos transmitir a nuestros hijos y a todas nuestras comunidades y a todas las generaciones que vienen en las escuelas, en la comunidad, en nuestros países, para que este terrible evento jamás vuelva a repetirse. Muchas gracias.
My name is Jakub Nowakowski. I'm director of the Galicia Jewish Museum in Kraków, Poland. During the Yom HaShoah, we are remembering the victims of the Holocaust, Jews killed by the Germans and their helpers just 80 years ago, here in Europe. Today, here in Europe, we are witnessing a new conflict, a bloody war where this time Russian oppressors, without any remorse, are attacking and killing civilians, not by accident, but with a steady and terrifying precision. For the people of Ukraine, this is an everyday tragedy. For us, living under the very same sky, but very different reality, this should be a lesson that the history happens whether we like it or not. The lesson, or actually a reminder of where does it end? Where does it end when there is not enough empathy, not enough education, not enough democracy, not enough of civil society? This is why it's so important to learn about the Holocaust, about the processes which led to this biggest crime ever committed, to learn about the victims, but also about the perpetrators, to keep reminding ourselves of what we as human beings are capable of doing. This is especially important now when the last survivors are passing away. Soon, very soon, there will be no one who will be able to say, I was there, I have seen it all, I survived. We need to use these last moments as much as we can to take the burden of their stories, their pain on our shoulders. Soon enough, we will be the only bridge which will be able to connect future generations, those who are born right now, with the stories of those amazing people who were born before the outbreak of the World War II. And with when some of us had a privilege and honor to meet. We mustn't waste time. At the Galicia Jewish Museum in Krakow, we understand that in 2019, before pandemic outbreak, we hosted over 500 meetings with Holocaust survivors and righteous among the nations. We are very excited that those programs are now being restarted, and we can once again invite groups to the museum for those incredible encounters. At the same time, we are increasingly interested in looking at how the Holocaust memory and narratives are transmitted through the generations, and how the children and grandchildren of survivors engage with contemporary Poland. This is something that we explore in our current temporary exhibition called Sweet Home Sweet, Story of Survival, Memory and Returns. And perhaps all of this gives us some hope that the survivors will not be gone entirely. Their stories, their memories, their emotions will stay with us and in us. We just need to be ready to carry this legacy onward into the future.
Hello everyone, greetings from JC in Warsaw. My name is Marta Saracyn and I'm a Program and Communications Director here. First of all, I would like to thank you, Combating Anti-Semitism Movement, for inviting us to take part in this important event. And thank you all for tuning in from all around the world to meet today. I would like to share some light onto what we do at the JC in Warsaw and how important the Holocaust education and commemoration is within our activity. The three pillars of our activity are community building, culture, and experiential education. And we serve a population of around 1,200 people. Not all of them are Jewish, however, all of them are interested in doing Jewish things. And it basically means that we run different programs and events for all different age groups, starting from babies all the way through to seniors from our community. And like I said, even though Holocaust education and commemoration is not there set in stone as the principal topic of what we do, it is very important, because even if you don't necessarily consciously want to educate about the Holocaust, there is no way around it. This is the history of our community. This is what happened to our people, and it's not only history, it's still we still have the honor to actually have Holocaust survivors among our members. And even though we don't want to overuse them as witnesses and people who have gone through the terrible experience of the Shoah, we do make sure to incorporate their voices into what we do, and especially within the intergenerational programming within the intergenerational conversations. So, for example, we do make sure to connect our teens with sometimes the generation of their great-grandparents, so that they can actually use them as resource, but also to connect with them, because we find it to be very important, that intergenerational connection and all sorts of connections within the community. And it's a one way to actually express what we do. This is one of the aspects of communal life, creating these connections. And the way I see it, without these connections and without the commemoration of the Shoah, and without talking about it and teaching about it, there is no possibility for our community to thrive. There is no possibility for our community to develop. And this is what we do. This is what we want to achieve with what we do at the JCC in Warsaw. So I wholeheartedly invite you to visit us, be it in person or online, if you would like to get to know more, or if you happen to be in Warsaw. And again, thank you for having us, and I hope to see you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Liz Arifir, and I'm founder and director of Voices Salam. And Voices Salam, along with lots of other CAM partners and organisations across the globe, this year is going to be marking Yom HaShoah, commemorating the Holocaust and the 6 million Jews that lost their lives. With the number of survivors sadly leaving us in this world, the ever-increasing rates of anti-Semitism in the UK, across Europe, in the US and all over the world, it's critically important that we engage in Holocaust education. And in fact, a lot of researchers found out recently, in the last couple of years, that a lot of knowledge on the Holocaust is really lacking. In fact, research over in the US found that almost half of the young people who'd been asked believed that the Holocaust was a myth, had been exaggerated, or they weren't sure about it. 1 out of 8 respondents didn't know or thought they didn't know about the Holocaust. And this was looking at Generation X adults aged 18 to 35. Over in the UK, we've had similar polls conducted, one recently by the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust that revealed that 5% of adults in the UK believe that the Holocaust did not take place. And in fact, 1 in 12 believed that the scale of the Shoah had been exaggerated. So, not so many years after we marked the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau a few years ago, we're really facing a crucial point where Holocaust education knowledge is lacking amongst young people and older people. Survivors are getting older and older, and it's really important, therefore, as important as ever, to remind everybody that never again must mean never again, how important Holocaust education is, and fighting anti-Semitism with part of that. Looking at Holocaust denial, not comparing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to the Shoah. And here at Voices Salam, part of our work is engaging with the public, with non-Jewish audiences, raising awareness about anti-Semitism, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. As I said, not engaging in Holocaust denial, comparisons between the conflict overseas and with the Holocaust, and also sharing stories of allyship during the Holocaust itself. For example, the Albanian Muslims who saved the lives of their Jewish brothers and sisters. So sharing stories of allyship, educating on what Holocaust denial and what anti-Semitism is, and really just raising more awareness of the Holocaust, how it happened, and why we need to actively work to fight this hatred, to fight misinformation, to fight ignorance, to help keep Jewish communities and everybody else safer. Because when one community is at risk, everybody's at risk. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest form of hatred, and this Yom HaShoah we pay tribute to all of those who so brutally lost their lives, all of the families affected and further generations. We pay tribute to the survivors who bravely share their stories, and to everybody worldwide who's doing their best to fight anti-Semitism and keep Holocaust education running. So this Yom HaShoah, join the global campaign, raise awareness, speak out against anti-Semitism, educate yourself and others, and be part of the movement. We must never, ever, ever forget. For those who have lost their lives and to keep future generations safe. Thank you.
Hello, Toronto Mayor John Tory here, and it's my distinct pleasure to bring greetings on the occasion of Holocaust Remembrance Day from the City of Toronto. We know that it is vital that we prioritize Holocaust education as one of the most important means of fighting anti-Semitism, modern anti-Semitism. In recounting the horrors of history, we say, never again, but we must understand those horrors of history first. I want to thank you for coming together to do just that, to understand the history so that we can say together, never again. And I want you to know that here as mayor, but also the entire city of Toronto, you have in all of us an ally and a champion. We must stand up together against anti-Semitism. There is no place for it in our society or in our cities, period, full stop. That means doing everything we possibly can to counter the powerful mistruths and the damaging narratives that are out there as part of modern day anti-Semitism. In our own case, we're working closely with the school board to make sure that there is better education taking place in the schools. We're working closely with the police service by doubling the amount of money made available to the hate crimes unit, because that is one of the most prevalent incidences of hate crimes in our city is anti-Semitic acts and anti-Semitic incidents that take place. And later this year, the city itself is going to unveil a powerful campaign of education, public education, about anti-Semitism. And I think that will help us as well to educate the public and to make them aware of what is still going on and how it is based so much on powerful mistruths and damaging narratives. And so it does come back in the end to education, and that's why what you're doing, getting together and listening to and benefiting from and learning from the stories of survivors and using that as a means to champion this work around cities and countries and around the world for that matter, is so important. And so I thank you for that, for gathering to try and continue to move this forward and to join in the fight that I am a powerful ally. I am with you, I stand shoulder to shoulder with you and will going forward. Thank you very much.
Today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. Wir alle haben den Holocaust überlebt. אנחנו כאן. להיות כולם שישה מיליוני יהודים שנרצחו בשואה. Мы являемся напоминанием о том, что необузданная ненависть может повлечь за собой действие. А действие геноцид. Just over 75 years ago, 1/3 of the world's Jews were systematically murdered. Parmi plus d'1,5 million d'enfants ont été tués. In Namen von Gleichgültigkeit, Intoleranz und Hass. Hass auf das, was sie fürchteten. Ненависть. Ненависть к тому, что было другим. אנו חייבים לזכור את העבר כדי שלא יחזור בעתיד שלנו. On Holocaust Remembrance Day, we asked the world to stand with us and remember. And remember. 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 Remember.
Bienvenidos a los que acaban de unirse a nosotros esta noche, bienvenidos de nuevo a los que todavía están con nosotros desde el testimonio que nos diera Ellen. Me gustaría recordar a nuestra audiencia que invitamos y alentamos a todos nuestros espectadores de todo el mundo, no solo a escuchar activamente, sino también a hacer preguntas en este espacio, enviándolas a través de la opción de Zoom. Es posible que varios de ustedes hayan tenido anteriormente la oportunidad de hablar con un sobreviviente del Holocausto, pero es posible que algunos de ustedes no la hayan tenido. Le damos la bienvenida a nuestra transmisión y a la sala de nuestro estudio para hacer preguntas respetuosas y usar este tiempo para aprender sobre la realidad del Holocausto y la vida que siguió. Y ahora me gustaría presentar a Shai Salomon, director del Departamento Hispano de CAM, el Movimiento de Lucha contra el Antisemitismo, y embajador de la Paz de Guatemala. Shai, que estás en Montevideo, bienvenido a nuestra emisión.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos, acá de Punta del Este, mejor dicho. Buenas noches a toda la audiencia que nos acompaña en este día tan especial. Estoy honrado y emocionado de ser parte de este noble evento. En primer lugar, como judío, cual gran parte de su familia, hermanos y hermanas de mis abuelos, formaron parte de la incomprensible estadística en la que 2 de cada 3 judíos europeos fueron asesinados por la maquinaria de exterminio nazi. Segundo, como israelí, único hijo nacido en el Estado judío de padres que decidieron emigrar y hacer aliyá al Estado de Israel por sentimientos y valores sionistas. Y tercero, como uruguayo, que ahora estoy transmitiendo acá desde Cipemu, la comunidad judía de Punta del Este, que día a día, como otras pequeñas comunidades judías en la diáspora, mantiene la llama encendida y educan a la próxima generación. Como niño, adolescente, soldado en Israel, tuve la oportunidad de escuchar más de una vez los testimonios de sobrevivientes del Holocausto, como tenemos en esta ocasión única esta noche. Las terríficas historias se escuchan, pero realmente ninguno de nosotros tiene la capacidad de entenderlas. Amos Oz, un escritor israelí, escribió sobre el mal que es real, tangible. Como lo demostró el siglo XX, tiene una cara, personalidad e identidad distinguida. Por momentos luce una apariencia ilustrada, seductora, graciosa, pero al final despliega un hedor inconfundible. La generación de hoy pronto no tendrá la oportunidad de escuchar evidencia viva de la manifestación de este mal. Un mal que se ha apoderado de toda buena parte de Europa continental y más allá. Tenemos la obligación moral de hacer todo lo posible para seguir escuchando y seguir difundiendo estos testimonios. Debemos hacer frente a cualquier factor que nos divida de la existencia de la intolerancia y de la propagación del odio al nivel global. Esto es parte de la esencia de CAM y continuaremos manteniéndola junto con nuestros socios en todo el mundo. Muchas gracias, Carlos.
Shai, muchísimas gracias por tu introducción y por el mensaje que acabas de dar. Vamos a tener una serie de invitados para comentar y tengo entonces el honor de invitar a nuestro primer orador en esta sala de Latinoamérica, el viceministro Gerardo Amarilla, viceministro de Ambiente de la República Oriental del Uruguay. Señor Amarilla, adelante, por favor.
Estamos en el Monumento al Holocausto del Pueblo Judío, aquí en la ciudad de Montevideo, República Oriental de Uruguay, y queremos especialmente recordar en esta fecha esa tragedia, que no fue una tragedia para el pueblo judío o para Europa, fue una tragedia para la humanidad. En estas épocas donde hay gente que niega, o que desconoce, o que ignora esa situación que vivimos como humanidad, creo que es importante recordar especialmente y hacer mucho énfasis en la memoria, en el recuerdo, pero sobre todo en la educación de las nuevas generaciones para que esa tragedia que vivimos como humanidad no se vuelva a repetir.
Gracias, viceministro, por su discurso desde ese lugar emblemático en Montevideo, la capital de Uruguay, por su constante apoyo en iniciativas de esta índole. Y quiero recordarle a nuestra audiencia que dentro de muy poquito tendremos el testimonio de un sobreviviente del Holocausto que está en México.
En este momento tengo el honor de presentarle a la diputada Shirley Rivera, que es el presidente del Congreso de la República de Guatemala. La diputada Rivera fue integrante de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos durante el periodo de 2020 y 2021. Entre otras propuestas de ley, ha presentado la iniciativa que dispone a aprobar Ley de Libertad de Religión y Creencia, de Culto y de Conciencia. Por favor, diputada, un gusto tenerla, la escuchamos.
Le saluda a la diputada Shirley Rivera, presidente del Congreso de la República de Guatemala. Los guatemaltecos somos un pueblo de fe, paz y amamos a Israel, motivo por el cual recordamos y repudiamos uno de los crímenes más siniestros de la historia, el asesinato de hombres, mujeres y niños en el Holocausto. No lo podremos olvidar nunca, porque somos amigos y nos consideramos hermanos de Israel. Hoy nos unimos a honrar sus memorias, defendiendo el derecho de todas las personas a vivir con dignidad en un mundo justo y pacífico. Hace 77 años, la liberación de los campos de exterminio puso fin a la masacre, pero horrorizó al mundo al dejar en evidencia tan aberrante crimen. En los últimos años hemos visto cómo ha resurgido el odio, la intolerancia y el extremismo violento hasta el punto de realizar ataques a lugares de culto. Esto demuestra que en muchos lugares del mundo el antisemitismo, el racismo y los prejuicios religiosos siguen estando muy presentes entre nosotros. Vemos también cómo persisten los esfuerzos por restar importancia al Holocausto y negar o minimizar la responsabilidad de los culpables. Es por ello que, como humanidad, debemos ser responsables de educar a nuestros niños y niñas, para que no se olvide y para que se recuerde, y sobre todo, para luchar porque no se vuelva a repetir, y que mientras persista el odio, también lo sea nuestra determinación por combatirlo. Por el vínculo histórico y espiritual que nos une a los guatemaltecos con el pueblo de Israel, me permito como presidenta del Congreso de la República de Guatemala honrar a las víctimas del Holocausto. Nuestra memoria no es tan corta como para olvidar o minimizar la verdad de esta crueldad. Con determinación, claridad y el recuerdo de lo ocurrido, siempre me uniré a la idea de ir construyendo la paz y la justicia en todo el mundo. Que Dios bendiga a Guatemala, que Dios bendiga a Israel.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente Rivera, por sus palabras y compromiso con el pueblo judío y el Estado de Israel. Desde acá nos dirigimos a la Argentina. Claudio Appelman es el director ejecutivo del Congreso Judío Latinoamericano, rama regional del Congreso Judío Mundial. En su calidad de director ejecutivo, Appelman representa a las comunidades judías de la región en diversas reuniones con jefes de Estado y ante de los organismos internacionales como ONU, OEA, OCE, SEGIB y el Foro Económico Mundial, entre otros. Entendiendo la importancia que el Internet y las redes sociales tienen en nuestros días, Appelman impulsó la creación de herramientas que monitorean y denuncian el antisemitismo y toda forma de discriminación, la cual se encuentra en la web. Señor Appelman, por favor, sus palabras.
Estamos próximos a conmemorar un nuevo aniversario del levantamiento del gueto de Varsovia, un hecho absolutamente angular en la historia judía. Hoy tenemos el inmenso privilegio de poder contar con el testimonio de sobrevivientes del Holocausto, aquellas personas que sufrieron en sus propios cuerpos y en sus propias almas, en sus propias familias, lo que significó la persecución del nazismo. Su relato, si verdaderamente es sensibilizador y educador, debe generar en nosotros esa capacidad de poder tener el deseo de decir que no queremos más antisemitismo, no podemos seguir viviendo en un mundo que está lleno y sesgado por el odio. Tenemos que ser conscientes de la experiencia que vivieron ellos para poder aprender, poder comprometernos y poder trabajar en construir un mundo con más convivencia, con más respeto por quienes piensan y son distintos, y que no tengamos que perder esa capacidad de estar todos juntos, llenos en la diversidad. Ojalá seamos capaces como humanidad de aprender esta lección de lo que significó la Segunda Guerra Mundial, de lo que significó el levantamiento heroico del gueto de Varsovia y de todos los otros focos de resistencia que hubo durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial, para que hechos como estos verdaderamente no sucedan nunca más y nunca más tengamos que ver imágenes como las que estamos viendo hoy nuevamente de guerra, de destrucción, de devastación y de muerte como la hay en Europa. Ojalá como humanidad aprendamos. Eso demanda de nuestro compromiso y de nuestro involucramiento para alcanzar un mundo sin odio.
El señor Eppelman es copresidente del Foro Global de Lucha contra el Antisemitismo en Latinoamérica. Pronto será el próximo foro, cual CAM, como otras organizaciones representadas acá, estarán participando. Te agradezco, Claudio, por su discurso y nos vemos pronto. Muchas gracias.
Y ahora pasaremos a Costa Rica, donde tendremos el gusto de saludar y escuchar las palabras de la diputada Shirley Díaz Mejía. Su trabajo profesional ha sido enfocado en la necesidad de cambiar condiciones sociales estratégicas en beneficio de las mujeres. Fue miembro de la Comisión Interamericana de la Mujer, capítulo Costa Rica, ante la OEA, y la diputada pertenece y activa en la Liga de Amistad Costa Rica-Israel. Diputada, un gusto. Adelante, por favor.
En el marco de la conmemoración del Holocausto y como representante popular a través del Parlamento costarricense, quiero extender mis muestras de cariño y solidaridad con el pueblo israelita en la conmemoración de un evento tan lamentable que trajo como resultado la muerte de inocentes a nivel mundial. Quiero también rescatar los lazos de amistad que han caracterizado la relación entre nuestra República y la República de Israel, bendiciendo su pueblo y deseándoles que estos lazos cada vez se estrechen más y podamos llevar adelante relaciones comerciales, relaciones humanas, relaciones culturales todavía más fuertes de las que nos han unido desde 1966, fecha en la que se abre la primera embajada de Israel en suelo costarricense. Quiero agradecer la cooperación que ha tenido el pueblo de Israel a través de su gobierno en el campo de la educación, en el campo de proyectos productivos, por supuesto, rescatando la participación económica de los israelitas en la economía costarricense y pidiéndole a Dios que nunca más volvamos a ser testigos de un holocausto como el que presenciamos en los años 40. Quiero pedirle también al pueblo de Israel que de la mano con Costa Rica llevemos adelante relaciones más cercanas de las que ya hemos tenido hasta ahora y que logremos encontrar un espacio de paz y de amistad. Muchas gracias por la posibilidad de participar en este evento tan importante y les damos nuestra más sincera muestra de cariño y estima.
Muchas gracias, diputada, por sus palabras y su llamado a fortalecer los vínculos y generar un espacio de paz y amistad. Y me gustaría agradecerle por sus esfuerzos para que Costa Rica esté presente en el Foro Centroamericano que se llevó a cabo en Guatemala.
Hablando de Guatemala, nos dirigimos ahora al Parlacén, el Parlamento Centroamericano en la ciudad de Guatemala, para escuchar al diputado Warren Beitia, secretario de la Junta Directiva del Parlacén. El diputado participó en estos días junto al presidente Guillermo Daniel Ortega Reyes en un encuentro a favor de la paz y el desarrollo sostenible con participación de autoridades nacionales, regionales e internacionales, donde se habló, entre otros, de la importancia de los derechos humanos y la libertad de culto. Diputado, por favor.
Buenas, saludos. Mi nombre es Warren Beitia, diputado del Parlamento Centroamericano por el Estado de Panamá. Quiero agradecer la invitación a los amigos del movimiento de lucha contra el antisemitismo en el mundo. Sabemos y todos conocemos la historia que vivió el mundo entre 1933 a 1945, donde se dio la desaparición física de millones de personas, donde se dio el holocausto contra el pueblo judío, contra razas, contra personalidades del mundo. Hoy en este evento sabemos que van a participar algunos sobrevivientes de esto, de este holocausto, que con mucha tristeza siempre recordamos para esta fecha. Para nosotros es memorable estar acá porque siempre recordamos estos momentos. En este momento el mundo está viviendo guerras en diferentes partes del mundo, situaciones que deben de cambiar, que nosotros como hermanos tenemos que ser más tolerantes, integrarnos y trabajar juntos para que el desarrollo de nuestros pueblos siga adelante, que podamos vivir en una hermandad y poder tolerar las diferencias, poder tolerar las religiones, y nosotros desde acá, desde este estrado, seguiremos trabajando para respetar los derechos humanos de todas las personas, las libertades que merecen los pobladores del mundo, los pobladores de Centroamérica. Nosotros estamos acá llamados para seguir trabajando por esa integración entre todos y que podamos salir adelante en este mundo cambiante. Aprovechar también y que le llegue este mensaje a los jóvenes para que no olviden esta triste fecha que se conmemora cada año para este mes de abril. Así es que desde el Parlamento Centroamericano, mis saludos a los organizadores y muchas gracias por su invitación.
Le agradecemos profundamente, diputado, por sus cálidas palabras y reiteramos nuestro agradecimiento también por el acompañamiento que nos dio en el primer Foro Centroamericano por Israel, que pronto esperemos verlo nuevamente, ya que lo estamos planificando a replicar en su país natal, Panamá. Muchas gracias.
Shai, nosotros hemos dedicado esta noche al tema del Holocausto, y el Holocausto no hubiera sido posible si no hubiera sido por criminales nazis que cometieron el asesinato de 6 millones de judíos. Y para nuestra audiencia latinoamericana es importante mencionar que muchos de estos nazis que escaparon de Europa llegaron, entre otros lugares, a Sudamérica. Y quisiera hacer referencia a tres historias en particular, que no son las más conocidas. Todo el mundo conoce la historia de Eichmann, sobre la que se han hecho películas, se han escrito libros, infinidad de temas, y aparte el famoso juicio que se hizo en el año 1961 y que la mayor parte de la gente recuerda. Pero, ¿vos sabías que en Uruguay fue encontrado muerto un nazi en Montevideo?
Mirá que esta historia no la conocía.
Resulta ser que Herbert Kukurs se lo conocía como el carnicero de Riga, fue comandante de un campo de concentración y escapó de Europa y llegó a Brasil, donde con el paso del tiempo consiguió instalar una pequeña empresa de hidroaviones que daba servicios entre las islas que había entre Río de Janeiro y San Pablo. Y el Mossad intentó atraparlo, y para eso enviaron a un representante haciéndose pasar por un hombre de negocios que lo convenció a abrir una sucursal en Uruguay. Y la intención que tenían los miembros del Mossad era sacarlo por el Río de la Plata y traerlo a Israel, como hicieron con Eichmann, para que sea juzgado. Pero resulta ser que Kukurs era un hombre de grandes proporciones, pesaba cerca de 90 kilos, y al momento de reducirlo ofreció resistencia, y entonces los agentes del Mossad lamentablemente no tuvieron mayor opción que neutralizarlo y eliminarlo. Pero no se lo pudieron llevar y lo dejaron en un arcón en Montevideo, en el barrio de Carrasco. Ahora, obviamente, Kukurs, que vivía en Brasil, no volvió y su familia estaba un poco preocupada. Dieron aviso a la policía. La policía en Brasil no sabía mucho qué hacer Y pasaron varios días hasta que, como nadie preguntaba por él, al jefe de la policía de Alemania le llega un cable, en aquellos días, estamos hablando de los años 60, le llega un cable diciendo, mire, vaya a tal calle en tal barrio en Montevideo, que ahí va a encontrar algo que hemos dejado para usted. Y es así que una delegación de la policía de Montevideo va al barrio de Carrasco y cuando ingresan a la vivienda encuentran un arcón y cuando lo abren encuentran el cuerpo de Kukurs y un mensaje. Y el mensaje es los que no olvidan. O sea, en Uruguay hubo un nazi que fue encontrado muerto y que había escapado y vivido muy tranquilo y siendo un empresario exitoso en Brasil. Y en Brasil también hubo otro nazi muy importante, poco conocido, Franz Stangl, que fue comandante de 2 campos de concentración, de Treblinka y de Sobibor, y fue el responsable de la muerte de casi 700.000 judíos, que consiguió escapar gracias a la ayuda del Vaticano y que fue enviado, al principio no a Sudamérica, fue enviado a Damasco, llegó a Siria, pero 3 años en Siria con su familia, rubios, arios, se ve que no se acostumbraron y nuevamente pidiéndole favores al Vaticano consiguieron ser enviados a San Pablo, donde llegaron en el año 1951. Y entonces, con el paso del tiempo, el señor Stangl se fue acomodando hasta que la Volkswagen alemana abrió su primera filial fuera de Alemania en San Pablo. Y Stangl consiguió trabajo como operario allí. Él vivía muy feliz con su mujer y sus 3 hijas, hasta que un día alguien le sopla a Simon Wiesenthal que en San Pablo se encuentra este criminal nazi. Y la historia dice que Wiesenthal fue a Bruselas, al Congreso Judío Mundial de 1966, en el mes de agosto, y le llevó una carpeta al senador Steinbruch, que era un senador judío que estaba en Brasil, y le dice, mire, este nazi está ahí en su país. Y el senador Steinbruch mira la carpeta y dice, con lo que hay acá no alcanza. El senador Steinbruch vino a Israel para la inauguración del nuevo edificio de la Knesset, del Parlamento, y entonces Wiesenthal trabajó varios meses juntando material y se lo envió a principios de enero de 1967, y esto convenció a Steinbruch de que se podía actuar. Steinbruch convenció a todo el aparato político y legal de Brasil de que Stangl sea detenido y extraditado para ser juzgado. Y es un caso poco conocido que el Tribunal Superior de Justicia de Brasil, una vez que Stangl fue atrapado, en una votación histórica de 13 a favor, 0 en contra, decidieron extraditar a Stangl, que fue juzgado en Alemania, en Düsseldorf, y donde terminó su vida en la cárcel, pagando por los crímenes que había cometido. Las pruebas fueron solamente por 400.000 judíos, lo que igual ameritaba su castigo. Y finalmente, de todas estas historias, hay otro personaje nefasto que se llama Walter Rauff, que luego de escapar de Europa llegó a Ecuador. Durante 10 años vivió y trabajó para una empresa alemana allí hasta que se dieron cuenta quién era y lo reconocieron. Y entonces escapó al sur de Chile, a Punta Arenas, donde allí adquirió con el dinero que tenía una fábrica de centollas. Y vivía muy tranquilo hasta que también ahí lo descubrieron y ocurrió algo muy interesante. Fue juzgado y el Tribunal Superior de Chile decidió por su extradición. Pero luego la apelación de su abogado, pasado varios años, determinaron que ya no era posible extraditarlo y Walter Rauff murió y fue enterrado en Santiago de Chile mientras sus compañeros de armas le hacían la venia militar, la mano alzada hitleriana. 3 historias de 3 nazis que dieron vueltas por Sudamérica y que además de Eichmann, que fue el que ingresó a la Argentina con el nombre de Roberto Clement, para que nadie lo pueda descubrir, vivieron muchos años, disfrutaron de la vida, mientras atrás habían dejado a una Europa arrasada y al pueblo judío devastado.
Qué interesante, Carlos. Mirá, historias que no ha conocido. Algo de eso, de esta información sí escuché, pero así en detalle no. Y de verdad que es un gusto poder escuchar también estos testimonios hoy, pero también conocer que el pueblo judío del Estado de Israel hizo a posteriori a esta horrífica historia, tomando en cuenta que este ejemplo, como el ejemplo de Eichmann, tenía también un factor psicológico muy importante en lo que es el desarrollo del Estado de Israel. Así que de acá vamos a viajar a Panamá para escuchar el actor, cantante Arian Abadi. Arian es un artista de renombre mundial, tanto en la industria de la música como en la actuación, y es un apasionado en general de relacionarse con personas en todo el mundo, sin importar su origen. Estamos agradecidos y dando la bienvenida a nuestro invitado especial, Arian Abadi, que se une a nosotros a través de un mensaje de video. Por favor.
Hello, my name is Arian Abadi. I am a singer and actor from Panama in Central America. My last few years traveling as an artist, I've come across that intolerance is still a big part of the structure of our society. And no one should be rejected for being born something. So I want to sing a song. It is in Spanish, and it's called Nobody Wants to Say Goodbye. If we can think for a minute how many people we know, and how many stories that people that we know. There are thousands of stories of people that we hear every day. Imagine all of those stories were wiped during the Holocaust and are still being wiped under the name of intolerance. We should keep every story alive because everybody is forever alive. Vivir la magia del momento, pensar que nunca va a acabar, revivir todos los recuerdos, aunque sea por un segundo más. El tiempo se va y no sé qué decir. La vida aquí está y no me quiero ir. Nadie quiere decir adiós. Nadie quiere decir adiós. Nadie quiere decir adiós. Nobody wants to say goodbye. No one should say goodbye when it's based on hate. So should our stories live forever and we keep our Jewish identity alive forever. So I send you a big hug from Panama. Chao, nos vemos aquí en Panamá. Un abrazo.
Gracias, Arian, por estas palabras y de verdad esta hermosa canción. Lamentablemente tenemos que decir adiós, que seguimos con este plan, este programa, que tenemos muchos oradores todavía que quieren compartir su mensaje para el día de hoy. Y con eso nos vamos a ir a ISEG, a la Embajada Internacional Cristiana en Jerusalén. Tuvimos en la primera parte el gusto de escuchar la palabra de la señora Susa Micaeli y esta vez con la coordinadora de habla hispana, la señora Claudia Fiero, cual tiene un compromiso constante al nivel continental para poder seguir trabajando al desarrollo y al futuro del pueblo judío en su estado, el Estado de Israel. Así que, Claudia, buenas noches y gracias por acompañarnos.
Me honra poder compartir con ustedes este momento en representación de la Embajada Cristiana Internacional en Jerusalén, una organización que representa a millones de cristianos nacidos de nuevo en todo el mundo. Hace pocos años tuve la oportunidad de ser invitada a una casa en Jerusalén donde amigos judíos conocidos se reunieron en una reunión pequeña, íntima, para escuchar el testimonio de una sobreviviente del Holocausto. Ella contó su testimonio de vida, cómo sobrevivió, sus sufrimientos, y salieron a colación muchos datos, mucha información que normalmente no se da a conocer en todos los videos, porque eran preguntas que podíamos hacer libremente todos los que estábamos presentes. Estar ahí como única invitada no judía me dio una perspectiva diferente de las cosas y me di cuenta de la importancia de recordar. Este tipo de eventos permite que se interactúe con los sobrevivientes y esto nos permite ponerle un rostro a las víctimas. Tal vez sabíamos que había un holocausto, pero saber que estas personas eran familias, eran personas como nosotros, con sueños similares, con planes similares, con problemas y vidas similares a las nuestras, nos hace ver las cosas de una manera totalmente distinta. Y también es muy importante el saber, el reconocer, y para muchos cristianos incluso es enterarse por primera vez del desafortunado rol o el papel que jugó el cristianismo durante el genocidio nazi. Pero esto, aunque sea incluso vergonzoso, doloroso y difícil de asimilar, es necesario recordarlo para evitar que vuelva a suceder. Aprender del pasado nos permite poder tomar decisiones para que no se vuelva a repetir. Hoy hay violencia en todo el mundo, discriminación, pero como cristianos debemos ser especialmente sensibles al odio que hay en contra de los judíos. ¿Por qué? Porque las situaciones, las condiciones sociales, políticas, económicas que se dieron antes del Holocausto y que dieron lugar al Holocausto hace unos 80 años se están repitiendo. Y si no tenemos cuidado, si no tomamos la responsabilidad que debemos tomar, esto se va a volver a repetir. Y tenemos nosotros, como creyentes, que dar cuentas ante un Dios que todo lo ve y que además es el Dios de Israel, el mismo Dios de la Biblia, de los cristianos. Así que yo les invito a que tomemos esta responsabilidad que nos corresponde, que nos enteremos del pasado. Y son solamente 3 puntos que tenemos que tomar en cuenta. El primero es recordar, el segundo es reconocer y el tercero es actuar. Nosotros podemos pensar, bueno, ¿y yo qué puedo hacer si no soy una persona que tenga un poder político, que tenga recursos económicos o que tenga una influencia grande? Pero sabe, todos podemos poner nuestro granito de arena y dejemos que nuestra luz brille. Porque un poquito de luz, por muy pequeño que sea, es capaz de disipar las tinieblas. Así que tomamos responsabilidad en lo que nos corresponde. Recordemos, reconozcamos, actuemos. Que Dios les bendiga.
Gracias por seguir con nosotros. Están viendo una emisión especial de CAM. Y más tarde tendremos al sobreviviente Luis Opatovsky, que está en México, para que nos cuente acerca de su experiencia y de su vida y nos dé testimonio de lo que ha pasado y de lo que ha vivido. Shai, adelante.
Gracias, Carlos. Tengo de verdad el gusto de presentar un amigo, el pastor Eduardo Gómez. El pastor es un líder evangélico iberoamericano que en 2021 recibió de la OSM el premio Jerusalén, por primera vez otorgado a un cristiano, a un pastor, por su destacado trabajo con jefes de Estado, por el tema también del traslado de las embajadas de Tel Aviv a Jerusalén y en general su compromiso con el pueblo judío y el Estado de Israel. En enero de este año tuvimos el gusto de trabajar juntos en un conferencia que se hizo en la ciudad de Bogotá, con lema de luchar contra el antisemitismo. Pastor Eduardo Gómez, un gusto tenerte con nosotros, por favor.
Soy el pastor Eduardo Gómez y desde Bogotá, Colombia, envío un saludo muy especial al señor embajador Chay Salomón, a CAN y a todo el movimiento que combate el antisemitismo y que juntos celebramos como Iglesia Evangélica el Día de la Shoah. Un día que nos recuerda los horrores de la guerra, de la discriminación y del odio. Un día que nos une para decir que tan tremenda tragedia que enlutó la humanidad jamás debe suceder. Por eso, incluso en este año 2022, a comienzos del mismo, nos reunimos aquí en la capital de la República de Colombia, Bogotá, con diferentes amigos como Chay Salomón, el expresidente Jimmy Morales, el doctor Mario Brami, entre otros, destacadas personalidades del mundo judío nos enviaron sus saludos, como lo es la Organización Mundial Sionista, la Agencia Nacional Judía, la Unión Maccabi desde Jerusalén, al igual que Keren Kayeme. Y digo, nos unimos para estar de continuo en esta labor que es rechazar permanentemente la discriminación y el odio hacia el pueblo judío y hacia el Estado de Israel. Por esa razón, incluso estamos esperando posiblemente una gran reunión, un magno evento a finales de este año en la eterna, en la indivisible capital del Estado de Israel, la ciudad de Jerusalén. Y por eso, cuando llegamos a tan importante día como es la conmemoración del Shoah, queremos decirle como Iglesia Evangélica que nosotros amamos a Israel, oramos por Israel y respaldamos a Israel y a la comunidad judía. Bendiciones.
Muchísimas gracias, Pastor Gómez. Espero poder encontrarlos juntos en Jerusalén o acá en nuestro continente. Y de acá otro amigo, tenemos con nosotros a Leopoldo Martínez, que es el director de Latinoamérica de IAF, Israel Allies Foundation, que acaban de hacer una reunión muy importante en Israel, reuniendo líderes parlamentarios de diferentes países a nivel global, entre ellos también representantes de Latinoamérica. En este marco también CAM pudo tener un espacio donde se trabajó el tema de la lucha contra el antisemitismo y se empezó a trabajar y desarrollar el próximo Foro Centroamericano por Israel. Leopoldo, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Por favor, sus palabras.
Muy buenas tardes, mucho gusto en saludarlos. Mi nombre es Leopoldo Martínez, soy director para América Latina de la Fundación Aliados de Israel. Queremos saludarlos este día 28 de abril, Día de la Memoria del Holocausto, y queremos agradecer a las organizaciones Yom HaShoah, el Movimiento de la Lucha contra el Semitismo y el Zikaron Bashalom por esta invitación para poderlos acompañar hoy. El rol fundamental de Israel Allies Foundation es educar legisladores sobre Israel y estamos más que claros que para combatir el antisemitismo hay que trabajar en dos cosas. Lo primero es educación y lo segundo es legislación. Y desde la Fundación Aliados de Israel, sobre todo desde el programa de América Latina, estamos enfocados en esta tarea y estamos a la orden para trabajar con ustedes y para poder seguir avanzando en distintos países de la región atacando este problema, y cuenten con nosotros y con los nuevos, queremos invitarlos a los nuevos eventos que tendremos en los próximos meses, luchando contra el antisemitismo, y queremos poder ser parte de esta campaña y les agradecemos muchísimo su invitación y estar con nosotros en este momento tan importante. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Leopoldo, y nos vemos la semana que viene para festejar juntos el Día de Independencia de Israel, un festejo que haremos en la ciudad de Washington, D.C. Y de acá, también en Estados Unidos, vamos a Sami Eppel. Sami Eppel es el director de Interfaith Relations dentro de Atzad Hasheni. Sami tiene una trayectoria muy importante en lo que es Hasbara en el mundo judío y en el mundo cristiano. Trabaja muchos años en ese ámbito y trae también de su experiencia de vivencia en Venezuela como en Israel. Sami, qué gusto tenerte con nosotros. Por favor, tus palabras.
A month ago, many in the world celebrated Israel Apartheid Week. It was a planet-wide hate fest. In the US, more than 100 events took place, most of them in university campus. There were very few complaints from academia, the general public, and the media. 1 week later, crowds gathered in many places to celebrate the murder of Jews in terrorist attacks. Again, few complaints from academia, the general public, and the media. Even a federal investigation that has uncovered $18 billion in unreported funds received by American universities, some of which comes from anti-Semitic sources. Again, nobody seemed to care. Now, part of the narrative and talking points of the groups and organizations that sponsor such hate is that the Holocaust didn't happen, or that it was grossly exaggerated. This poison has already inoculated hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Most of us will say that such falsehoods and lies flies in the face of overwhelming facts. But that doesn't deter our enemies that realize that people have short or selective memory. So we counter with our own collective memory, establishing memorials like Yad Vashem and the many Holocaust museums all over the world. But education has to be followed by action, which is exactly what organizations like CAM and Zikaron Basalom are doing. May they be successful. Otherwise, in one generation, the words "never again" will be forgotten, and the results again will be predictable. Thank you.
Ya importantísimas las palabras del señor Eppel. Y así como te comentaba antes de nazis que escaparon y se refugiaron en Sudamérica, hay que decir que también hubo otros actores que durante el Holocausto tuvieron una fundamental importancia en salvar vidas. Y en este caso, el cónsul general de Perú en Ginebra consiguió extender la visa a 23 peruanos que estaban en Europa y que consiguieron salvar sus vidas. Y lo interesante es que en Perú, en Lima, hace muy poco tiempo han inaugurado un monumento muy importante para una de las sobrevivientes que contó su historia de cómo este cónsul, que fue reconocido como justo entre las naciones por el centro Yad Vashem en Jerusalén, hacía lo imposible para extender visas cuando en el mundo las puertas a los judíos se cerraban. Todos conocen muy bien la historia del barco St. Louis, que salió de Europa y llegó a las costas de América y no permitían a ningún judío bajar del barco. Recorrió Centroamérica, llegó incluso a las costas de América y los judíos del St. Louis no podían bajar, regresaron a Europa. ¿Y cuál fue el destino de estos judíos a los que se les cerró las puertas? Todos, absolutamente, los que estaban en el St. Louis murieron en el Holocausto. Y esto demuestra el valor que tuvieron no solamente un cónsul peruano, sino otros miembros de la diplomacia, tanto como de El Salvador, que extendían visas arriesgando no solo su carrera diplomática, y muchas veces a contramarcha de lo que sus propios países le indicaban, porque entendían que lo que estaba ocurriendo en Europa no era algo que se pudiera mirar para otro lado. Y si ellos, desde la función que tenían, podían salvar una vida, hacer lo posible para que una familia salga de Europa, lo hicieron y es justo y meritorio que hoy haya muchos reconocidos justos entre las naciones que están en el Museo de Yad Vashem, que es el que tiene la posibilidad de darles este reconocimiento, aunque sea a sus familiares, a quienes son sus descendientes, porque es importantísimo que el mundo sepa que no todos cerraron los ojos, no todos miraron para otro lado. Hubo quienes arriesgaron sus vidas para poder salvar, aunque más no fuese, una sola vida de un judío en Europa. Y estas situaciones que se han dado son recurrentes. También en España hubo quienes, desde el punto de vista diplomático, arriesgaron su vida y ofrecieron visas para que los judíos pudiesen salir. Y otra cosa que es muy importante, en el Museo de Yad Vashem se exhiben infinidad de muestras acerca de la historia del nacimiento del nazismo. Pero hay algo que debe ser informado y relatado a nuestra audiencia latinoamericana. Luego de la guerra, miles de criminales nazis consiguieron salir de Europa, ya sea con su verdadero nombre. Hay que entender que estamos hablando de una época en donde no había internet, no había WhatsApp. En Latinoamérica no se les conocía ni la cara ni los nombres a estos criminales, y que se hacían pasar por refugiados, como que ellos eran o fueron víctimas de los nazis, y cuando ellos llegaban a Latinoamérica conseguían pasar desapercibidos. Muchos fueron cooptados por los gobiernos y algunos, lamentablemente, llegaron a tener posiciones de poder. Estas historias deben ser reveladas para que las nuevas generaciones sepan qué es lo que pasó y cuál fue el destino de los judíos durante el Holocausto.
Carlos, qué interesante todo lo que nos estás compartiendo el día de hoy. Me parece que vamos a tener que organizar una gira tuya por Latinoamérica pronto para que puedas compartir también parte de todo ese conocimiento, porque de verdad que es muy importante para la educación de las futuras generaciones. Y ahora volvemos a Miami, a la señora Gloria Garces. Gloria es presidente de Nonagon Global, es activista cristiana pro-Israel durante muchos años. Quiero destacar que Gloria y su familia fueron muy importantes en la intervención y el apoyo al presidente Jimmy Morales en su decisión de mover la embajada de Tel Aviv a Jerusalén. También Gloria lo acompañó a este mismo acto. Y así sigue trabajando día a día para el pueblo de Israel, para el derecho de autodeterminación del pueblo en su estado, como así también en programas luchando el antisemitismo en todo Estados Unidos para la comunidad cristiana y la comunidad general. Así que de verdad es un gran gusto tener a Gloria también con nosotros esta noche. Gloria, por favor, sus palabras.
Hola a todos, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Gloria Garcés y quiero agradecerles por participar de este evento el día de hoy y también felicitar a Combat Antisemitism por montar este magno evento y a todas las organizaciones que se están uniendo a este esfuerzo para crear conciencia sobre un tema tan y tan importante. Para aquellos de ustedes que no me conocen, yo he sido una activista a favor de Israel y combatiendo el antisemitismo desde hace muchos años. Soy cristiana y desde los 12 años empezó ese amor y fervor por defender a Israel, por aprender más acerca de la situación geopolítica. Y durante la universidad hasta llegué a crear una organización con todos mis amigos que se graduaban de la universidad para crear conciencia de los actos antisemitas que estaban ocurriendo por toda Latinoamérica. No sabía que iba a ser un trabajo tan duro, tan arduo por tantos años. Pero en todos estos años que he estado trabajando en contra de este mal, les quiero decir que he encontrado algo que es clave y es extremadamente importante, y es el crear conciencia, es el educar. De lo que yo he visto de estar involucrada en la comunidad, porque yo estoy muy involucrada en la comunidad judía y con todas las organizaciones que hacen obras hermosas a favor de Israel y del pueblo judío en general, Les puedo decir que he visto que la comunidad se mantiene muy informada, están al tanto de todas las cosas que pasan, los actos antisemitas, lo que ocurre en este lado del mundo, en el otro lado del mundo. Pero se nos es difícil a veces cruzar la calle y transmitir esa información a grupos que no son nuestros grupos de todos los días. Y yo lo que quiero el día de hoy, un día tan importante, es instarlos a que ustedes piensen cómo usted puede cruzar la calle, cómo usted puede hacer un amigo que no es judío y poderle transmitir esta información, o cómo usted puede encontrar vínculos con organizaciones que no son de la comunidad para poder crear conciencia. A principios de este año, a mí se me ocurrió agarrar un libro que se llama And Every Single One Was Someone. Cada uno de ellos era alguien. Y es un libro que para mí es como una obra de arte ambulante, y es un libro que tiene escrito 6 millones de veces la palabra judío. Se pueden imaginar que son 1,200 y pico de páginas. Cada página tiene como 24,000 veces o algo así, la palabra judío escrito así chiquitito. Yo lo llevé a la oficina de un cliente que tiene más de 500 empleados y fui poco a poco con una lupa hablándole a las personas, ¿usted sabe lo que es esto? Mire, y le hacía que se vieran con la lupa, que vieran eso. Dice, ay, dice judío, ¿y qué es eso? Dije, esto es representativo de 6 millones de personas que murieron durante el Holocausto. Y muchos de ellos se quedaban boquiabiertos, muchos era como que si la mente por primera vez podía dimensionar lo que son 6 millones de personas. Y yo vi esa transición que ocurrió, algo muy didáctico, fue algo que no era atacante, no era difícil de digerir, pero que yo creo que creó muchísima conciencia y más que nada que creó oportunidades para poder dialogar, para poder educar. Entonces, a veces es muy fácil simplemente encontrar maneras creativas para poder realmente crear conciencia, abrir esa puerta de la mente para poder crear esos vínculos y luego educar. Y luego después de educar, entonces activamos a las personas para que nos ayuden a combatir, que se paren con nosotros a favor de nuestros valores y de lo que nosotros estamos defendiendo. Yo creo que juntos realmente podemos crear un impacto necesario, podemos combatir este gran mal, porque este odio es algo demasiado fuerte y solo lo podemos combatir si trabajamos juntos. Así que hoy les pongo ese desafío y les pido, por favor, que busquen maneras de cruzar esa calle, que busquen maneras de crear esos puentes, esas maneras para crear esos vínculos y que juntos podamos realmente crear un frente unido en contra de este mal. Les saluda de nuevo Gloria Garcés, les mando un abrazo y felicito de nuevo a todos los que están participando de este evento en este día. Hasta luego.
Muchas gracias, Gloria. La verdad que tan lindo ese ejemplo que nos compartiste el día de hoy. El generar conciencia es un tema tan importante en lo que estamos haciendo y es un desafío grande dentro de la rama de educación. Y sin duda, tú, como muchos de nuestros participantes hoy, muestran ese interés de trabajar en conjunto, de poder mostrar la unión, porque sabemos que juntos podemos combatir la oscuridad y traer más luz. Así que muchas gracias, Gloria, por estar con nosotros y nos vemos pronto en alguna actividad que estaremos haciendo con CAM en Estados Unidos.
Gabriel, realmente es realmente impactante el relato de Gloria sobre este libro. Yo no lo conocía y me interesaría poder conseguirlo porque realmente creo que es un ejemplo digno de cómo se puede mostrar y educar y dar conciencia a la gente. Y ahora quisiera presentar a nuestro próximo invitado, que es Gabriel Bentasgal, que es encargado de Relaciones Públicas de la ONG Atzad Asheni.
Buenas noches a todos desde Israel. Recordar el Holocausto es una forma importante para poder luchar contra el fenómeno que está detrás de la matanza sistemática de judíos ocurrida durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Y el fenómeno que está detrás es el antisemitismo, que es un fenómeno que tiene por lo menos 2000 años de historia. La manifestación más terrible ha sido sí durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial, pero recordemos que en el siglo XVII fueron asesinados varios miles de judíos en Ucrania por uno de los genocidas más terribles que tuvo la historia, que fue Bogdan Khmelnytsky, que justamente es uno de los líderes nacionales de la Ucrania moderna. Es considerado como un padre de la patria. Y durante las cruzadas, miles de judíos fueron asesinados en nombre de la cruz, mientras que se marchaba hacia Tierra Santa para conquistarla de manos de musulmanes, eran asesinados judíos. O sea que el antisemitismo es un fenómeno antiguo, que tiene dos bases teológicas que lo sustentan. El primero es la acusación que los judíos asesinaron a Dios, el deicidio. Y esa misma acusación la pueden ustedes incluso ver en un film claramente antisemita, como fue La Pasión de Jesús, hecho por Mel Gibson, que pertenece a una iglesia claramente antisemita. Y la segunda base, el segundo sustento del fenómeno del antisemitismo es la teoría del supersesionismo o de la sustitución, que dice que Dios firmó un nuevo pacto con los cristianos, y para demostrar que el pacto es superior al pacto anterior, que es el pacto contra los judíos, entonces hay que eliminar el pacto anterior. El supersesionismo fue eliminado y es eliminado por las doctrinas actuales de la Iglesia. Entonces, no podemos decir que porque se asesinó a judíos en nombre de la cruz en la Edad Media, hoy en día también es algo parecido, o algo parecido está ocurriendo en el mundo. Yo creo que el mundo cristiano ha hecho grandes reformas y grandes replanteos para realmente sopesar hasta qué punto las doctrinas que se enseñaban en ciertas iglesias se tradujeron durante el siglo XX en asesinatos de judíos en cámaras de gas. Sin embargo, el antisemitismo, como fenómeno en la actualidad, sigue manifestándose y se manifiesta en tres formas de hablar clásicas de una persona que es antisemita. Y las tres formas es, una, negar el holocausto, o sea, decir que el holocausto no existió, o que fue algo que no afectó a los judíos esencialmente, o que llamar a cosas que no se acercan al holocausto como que si fueran realmente nazismo. La segunda forma de hablar de un antisemita es acusar a los judíos de dominar el mundo y estar detrás de todas las desgracias de la humanidad. Está basado en un texto escrito en Rusia en el año 1905 que se llama Los Protocolos de los Sabios de Sion. En países como Chile, como Argentina, incluso senadores han dicho en los parlamentos que los judíos quieren dominar el mundo y quieren construir un Estado judío en la Patagonia en base a un texto nefasto llamado el Plan Andinia. O sea que una persona antisemita actualmente cita, aunque no lo sepa, los Protocolos de los Sabios de Sion. Y lo tercero que hace una persona antisemita moderna hoy es negar la existencia del único Estado judío en el mundo. Y ese Estado es el Estado de Israel. Por tanto, el antisemitismo moderno tiene tres facetas. No es el antisemitismo chabacano y burdo que veíamos guiado por los nazis o otras personas durante el siglo XX, la primera parte del siglo XX. Hoy se ha refinado, ha mutado, y es protocolo de Sabios de Sion, negación del holocausto y negación del derecho a existir del Estado de Israel. Por tanto, luchar contra el antisemitismo hoy es, además de recordar el holocausto como un hecho trágico en la historia de la humanidad, es también luchar contra el antisemitismo moderno. Muchas gracias.
Gabriel, muchísimas gracias por tu análisis tan profundo y tan interesante. Y es importantísimo tener presente esto que vos mencionás para que estemos alertas cuando se presentan estas facetas que vos decís y que nos deben llamar la atención cuando alguien se expresa de esa manera. Shai, adelante.
Muchas gracias, y también quiero agradecerle a Gabriel que tantos años de trabajo por el tema de Asbará, de poder realmente traer cursos y capacitaciones a todo el mundo en general acerca de la legitimidad del Estado de Israel, y más que nada poder dar herramientas a nuestros aliados en todo el mundo en momentos difíciles. De verdad, Gabriel es un buen embajador en los medios, en momentos de crisis y también en el día a día, así que agradecido que podemos escuchar un poco de lo que él hace el día de hoy. Y de acá vamos a pasar desde Israel a Ecuador, que vamos a tener a Master Melanie Price, que es directora de la Red Gobierno con Valores, adscrita al CCPLC de Washington. Melanie ha trabajado mucho también con la Iglesia Cristiana, pero también tiene su experiencia vivencial en Israel, dado que está casada con con un israelí, así que es una persona del mundo.
Cuba
Sería muy
Keilah.
interesante escuchar hoy al día las palabras de Melanie. Muchas gracias, Melanie, por estar con nosotros.
Mucho gusto, mi nombre es Mileni Price, directora de la Red Gobierno con Valores. En esta ocasión quiero agradecer la invitación que nos hace CAM para este evento internacional en memoria del Holocausto. Creemos que es importante reafirmar el valor de la vida. Por eso el Holocausto nunca más puede suceder. Y nosotros concebimos al Holocausto justamente como lo concibe la IRA, que por sus siglas en inglés tiene que ver con la Alianza Internacional para el Recuerdo del Holocausto. El concepto de antisemitismo sería la percepción que se tiene de los judíos y que puede expresarse como el odio a los judíos. Las manifestaciones físicas y retóricas del antisemitismo se dirigen a las personas judías o no judías, a sus bienes, a sus instituciones, comunidades o a sus lugares de culto. Esta expresión de odio hace que el mundo entre otra vez en un llamado de atención, ya que cualquier expresión de odio lesiona y no solamente provoca crímenes a lesa humanidad como sucedió en el Holocausto, sino que no permite que el desarrollo de los pueblos tenga una vida como la que aspiramos los líderes del mundo que conformamos Red Gobierno con Valores, que son con valores de solidaridad, con valores de respeto y con valores donde la vida y la supremacía de la vida es el bien más preciado y el valor que debemos cuidar todos. Es por eso que queremos convocar a todos aquellos que tienen una voz y que están en una posición de autoridad, que son líderes y que pueden generar la voz como una opinión pública para que podamos iniciar procesos de educación, ya que cuando los pueblos olvidan la memoria tienden a cometer los mismos errores. Por eso les agradecemos este espacio y esta invitación en este foro internacional donde decimos Holocausto nunca más. En memoria de lo que fue el Holocausto, creemos que es importante levantar la voz de los que ya silenciaron su voz y fueron millones de personas que murieron y por eso nosotros decimos Holocausto nunca más. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Melanie. Sin duda el tema de nunca más es un lema muy importante en el día de hoy y es lo que estamos todos comprometidos de seguir diciendo y pasando a las nuevas generaciones. Y en esa oportunidad quiero felicitar a Melanie en nombre de CAM por su nombramiento como consejera comercial de Ecuador con sede diplomática en Israel. Qué bueno, Melanie, que vas a tener esta función en la tierra de Israel y realmente aguardamos el mejor de los éxitos y bendiciones en su nuevo cargo. Así que muchas gracias, Melanie, y nos vemos pronto en Israel.
Ahí conocés la frase que dice una imagen vale más que 1000 palabras, ¿no es cierto? Bueno, yo quisiera hablar ahora de dos personas que compartieron tiempo y espacio simultáneos. Uno se llamaba Mendel Grossman, un judío del gueto de Lodz, que de profesión era fotógrafo. Y cuando los nazis crean el gueto, le encargan a su casa de fotografía sacar las fotos para hacer los documentos con los que se podía seguir a los judíos y de esa manera ir deportándolos. El administrador del gueto Lodz se llamaba Walter Genewing, un alemán que había sido administrador de una empresa que importaba café a Alemania y lo mandaron a administrar el gueto y era fotógrafo amateur. Y este aquí que ambos sacaron fotos que han quedado en la historia documentada de la vida del gueto Lodz. Pero este aquí que lo que cada uno veía era muy diferente. Las imágenes que conseguía obtener Mendel Grossman eran las de la vida judía, una vida en deterioro, una vida que los judíos sufrían, el hambre y las enfermedades. Y el señor Genewin sacaba fotos en colores donde se veía gente feliz en el gueto, de compras. No había un solo soldado en sus fotografías. Y es increíble yo lo llamaría las fotografías mentirosas que de esa manera le vendían al mundo. Qué bueno y qué lindo que era vivir bajo la dominación de los nazis. Y por otro lado, hay que reconocer que Mendel Grossman, con su valentía, porque si hubieran descubierto lo que él hacía, lo hubieran ejecutado en el momento, sobrevivió en el gueto Lodz hasta que fue deportado y luego murió en una de las tantas largas marchas de la muerte en donde hacían caminar a los judíos a lo largo del invierno europeo, y murió congelado con su cámara Leica en la mano. Y ahora quisiéramos dar la bienvenida a Luis Opatowski, nuestro segundo sobreviviente del Holocausto de esta noche, quien nos acompaña desde la Ciudad de México. Luis, buenas noches para usted. Un gusto tenerlo con nosotros en esta emisión. Y para nuestra audiencia que nos viene siguiendo y que ha escuchado otros testimonios, quisiéramos que nos cuente el suyo. Sabemos que usted es nacido en Bélgica y actualmente está en México, pero ¿cómo fue su historia? Cuéntenos desde el comienzo. Lo escuchamos.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias y muchos saludos a todos. Primero quiero dar esa indicación que siempre antes de mi plática, todos los sobrevivientes deseamos poder transmitir por escrito y en viva voz lo que fue el Holocausto. Desde muchos años, por motivos que considero un deber y responsabilidad, tengo la suerte de poder dedicarme una parte de mi tiempo y salud en acudir en escuelas y universidades para transmitir mi testimonio sobre el Holocausto, narrando lo que pasó por ser judío. Mi nombre es Luis Opatowski Goldberg. Mis padres originarios de Polonia, pero yo nací en Bruselas, Bélgica, el 13 de mayo de 1936. Soy sobreviviente del Holocausto. Hace más de 75 años, siendo solamente un niño, fui humillado, insultado, golpeado y discriminado por la única razón de ser judío. Para mí es muy triste y doloroso hablar del Holocausto, pero es necesario que todos comprendan y sepan cómo nos trataron a los judíos en esta época. El mundo en Bélgica cambió totalmente el día 10 de mayo de 1940 a las 5:30 de la mañana, cuando el ejército alemán nazi invadió Bélgica, Francia y Holanda. Una vez se decretó la ocupación del país, inmediatamente pusieron leyes antijudías. Primeramente fui expulsado del colegio. Mis compañeros y amigos tenían prohibido hablar conmigo y yo no podía jugar con ellos. No podía ir al parque, no podía ir al cine, no podía ir a los museos, no podía subir ni siquiera al transporte público. Y todo el tiempo, de manera obligatoria, tenía que llevar la famosa estrella amarilla en la ropa, con el único propósito de ser señalado. Había escasez de alimento y por ello lo único con lo que nos podíamos alimentar era con sobras de comida en lugar únicamente para judíos. Tuvimos que escondernos, lo cual se hizo con ayuda de comités judíos y antifascistas. Estuvimos en casas, en sótanos, en áticos, en bosque. Hay muchas anécdotas, pero milagrosamente pudimos sobrevivir un tiempo, hasta que finalmente fuimos denunciados y fuimos atrapados por la temible policía nazi, la Gestapo. Inmediatamente fuimos llevados a una prisión durante varios días con otras personas, miles o cientos de personas en un patio. No sabíamos qué había pasado, hasta que de repente un día, al cabo de 2 días o 3 días, nos subieron todos en trenes con destino desconocido, pero vagones para animales, prácticamente herméticos y sin la mínima posibilidad de conseguir alimento, sin baño, únicamente una cubeta para más de 70, 80 personas en ese vagón, sin asiento, sin ventanas, todos apretados, sin saber dónde nos llevaban, con niños, jóvenes, adultos, abuelos, hermanos, primos, tíos. Ese viaje nos tardó 2 días terribles para llegar a nuestro destino. Campo de concentración Nesveles-Tutrow, en Alemania. Nadie está preparado para lo que nuestros ojos iban a observar al bajar. Llegamos a un lugar totalmente desconocido, en donde fuimos recibidos con golpes e insultos y donde nos separaron de las personas que más amamos en ese mundo, nuestra familia. Son solo pequeños matices de los que nos esperaba en ese infierno. Nos quitaron nuestro equipaje, nuestra Torá, nuestros libros, todo lo quemaron. Nos obligaron a ponernos una pijama con rayas como si fuéramos prisioneros y culpables de un crimen. Nos llevaron a unas barracas completamente saturadas, en donde teníamos que dormir sobre tablas, sin cobija alguno, más que el calor de los cuerpos de nuestro alrededor. Prácticamente dormíamos unos juntos a los otros. No había una cobija con que calmar el frío, y nuestra almohada era un trapo lleno de chinches. Pero el cansancio y el agotamiento sufrido, donde cada día era enorme, lo único que uno quería era dormir, aunque sea por unas pocas horas. Había un olor horrible por falta total de higiene de las letrinas, las cuales eran terribles. Todos los días nos despertaban a las 5:30 de la mañana, adultos y niños. Estábamos totalmente separados de los adultos. Caminamos, de ahí nos sacaron de las barracas y había que caminar a través del frío de la madrugada hacia el patio para pasar lista, sintiendo el aire como miles de cuchillos enterrándose en el cuerpo. Como alimento solo nos daban una especie de líquido desagradable, negro, similar al café, y un pedazo de pan duro, casi como una piedra.
Estimado Luis, tengo una pregunta para hacerle. Nosotros estamos a punto de cerrar esta emisión y quisiera que nos dé en un resumen un mensaje para la generación joven acerca de su experiencia. Un mensaje corto para que los jóvenes de hoy en día lo entiendan.
Perfecto, ya lo voy a decir porque aquí vamos.
Del corazón, dígamelo del corazón, sin leer, dígame de su corazón un mensaje que usted le daría hoy a la generación joven.
¿Qué deben hacer? Deben los jóvenes prometer y recordar que nunca serán indiferentes ante la incitación del odio. Nunca más toleraremos el racismo y el antisemitismo, que nunca serán indiferentes frente a la enorme atrocidad y la impunidad. Actuarán contra el odio. Jóvenes, deben ustedes de cuidarse del fanatismo fundamental radical, que no respeta la vida humana. Todos los días vemos lo que sucede en Irak, en Siria, en Ucrania actualmente, masacres enteras de hombres, niños y jóvenes con una ideología radical. No creen que estos lugares están lejos de ustedes. El odio se propaga como una bacteria en una epidemia. Escenarios como la matanza de París, Bruselas, Niza, Madrid, etcétera, terrorismo son crímenes de odio, crímenes de una ideología intolerante al prójimo. Debemos utilizar todos los herramientas para combatir los prejuicios y la intolerancia que emanan la falta de educación y desinformación e ignorancia. En la educación se encuentran las bases para concientizar y distinguir entre lo bueno y lo malo. El odio conduce al genocidio, es producto del miedo y la ignorancia. Ambos deben combatirse por medio de la educación. Es la herramienta más eficiente con la que contamos.
Estimado Luis, su mensaje de que la educación para la generación joven es una herramienta fundamental, es quizás el mensaje más importante que tenemos para cerrar esta noche en donde hemos dedicado a escuchar sobrevivientes, a contar acerca del Holocausto. Le queremos agradecer enormemente por haber participado en esta emisión especial de CAM, y el mensaje que usted nos deja nos llena de orgullo y nos alienta para seguir adelante. Muchas gracias, Luis, lo mejor para usted.
Muchas gracias por la entrevista y shalom a todos.
Shalom. Shai,
Shalom.
Llegó la hora de cerrar nuestra emisión. Como resumen, creo que podemos decir que hemos tenido una gama increíble de personalidades que han participado a lo largo de toda esta noche con sus aportes, con sus análisis, con sus comentarios. Y quisiera darte la posibilidad para que hagas un cierre desde el punto de vista de CAM acerca de este evento y de la importancia que tiene transmitir la continuidad del mensaje del Holocausto.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Lástima que no tuvimos o no tenemos más tiempo de escucharlo a Luis. La verdad que yo tuve la oportunidad de escuchar algunas de sus historias, incluyendo su bar mitzvah que hizo a los 83 años en el Kotel, o sea, con 70 años hizo su bar mitzvah y tuvo más de 400 invitados. La verdad que cuando me contó eso me hizo reflexionar y pensar mucho de qué ha sucedido y cómo de verdad no podemos entender esta historia tan dolorosa de la humanidad. Y me parece que tenemos que tomar en cuenta hoy que estamos solamente 80 años, un poco más después de 80 años desde que terminó la Segunda Guerra Mundial, desde que empezó, la Segunda Guerra Mundial, y el pueblo judío todavía no se recuperó en su número desde antes de la guerra. E igual teniendo estos testimonios, teniendo personas como Luis, vemos que el antisemitismo cada vez está más fuerte. Cuando 1 de cada 4 judíos en Estados Unidos fueron un blanco o fueron expuestos de alguna forma a algún ataque de antisemitismo, cuando vimos tanta banalización y trivialización del Holocausto, más que nunca se puede decir durante la pandemia del COVID-19, cuando en una encuesta del Ministerio de la Diáspora se muestra que más de casi 60% de los israelíes cuando están fuera de su país, fuera de Israel, tienen que ocultar su identidad y tratan de no ir, por ejemplo, con su Maguen David o con su kipá, por un miedo real que los ataquen en las calles fuera de su estado, muestra que parece que no aprendimos bastante. Y si no vamos a prestar atención a esto, vamos a encontrarnos con una ola de odio que va a seguir incrementándose. Así que desde acá, me parece que lo que tenemos que salir y decir que necesitamos, lo mismo como hacemos en el Pesaj, contando esta memoria de salir de la esclavitud a la libertad, seguir cada año en este día, en el día del Holocausto, contar esta historia a nosotros mismos y a las futuras generaciones. Muchas gracias y buenas noches a todos.
Shai, gracias a vos por tu participación y por tu comentario tan importante. Y de esta manera, de manera conjunta, damos por finalizada esta parte, la parte latinoamericana de esta emisión especial de CAM sobre el Día del Holocausto. Y en breves instantes va a continuar la emisión, va a estar a cargo de Nurit Ben. Y creo que el mensaje que tenemos para todos es: no olvidemos, 6 millones de judíos fueron asesinados durante el Holocausto. Esta emisión tiene como mensaje fundamental decirles: nosotros no olvidamos y mantendremos el Holocausto vivo para que las generaciones futuras recuerden lo que pasó, para que nunca más se repita. Gracias por haber estado con nosotros.
I'm Nurit Ben, and you're watching a special event commemorating Yom HaShoah, Israel's Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's a first ever global online gathering co-organized by the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement and Zikaron Barcelona. If you don't know it, it's about bringing Holocaust survivor stories in their own words to living rooms around the world. In the wake of the Holocaust, tens of thousands of survivors migrated to Australia, where they rebuilt their lives and helped fuel the rapid growth of the country's Jewish population. I want to now welcome Holocaust survivor Abraham Goldberg, accompanied by his son Charlie, joining us today from the southeastern Australian city of Melbourne. Thank you both so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We are excited to hear your story to help preserve this memory. Before we do that, I just want to invite Cedric Geffen, president of the March of the Living Australia, to say a few words about Abraham. Cedric, thanks so much for being with us. I'll turn it over to you for a moment.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello, everyone, and shalom. My name is Cedric Geffen, and I'm honored to be the president of March of the Living Australia, a role that I've filled for the last 11 years. I've been privileged to be involved with this life-changing and utterly inspiring organization for 16 years, during which time I've been on and led the program to Poland and Israel 7 times. Every time is another opportunity to educate myself and those participants I've led about the horrors and tragedies of the Holocaust, but also about the immense resilience, perseverance, strength, and sheer determination of the survivors and their legacies. In 2011, I led the delegation where we had the privilege of being accompanied by an extraordinary survivor, a man to his strength of character, commitment to his family and community, and to ensuring that the story of his survival never be taken for granted, and that those who were less fortunate and did not survive would never be forgotten. He shone through every single fiber of his being. He was accompanied on this March of the Living delegation by his son and his grandson. This dear and greatly loved gentleman, Abram, is with us here today as our special guest, together with his son, Charlie. Abram, as you will hear shortly, has dedicated most of his life to Holocaust education and community affairs. And as part of this, he has accompanied not one, but 3 March of the Living delegations. Abram is still, at the tender age of 98, an active member of the board of the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, and together with his incredible and greatly loved wife, Cheshire, also a survivor, have a wonderful and thriving family comprising his son Charlie, daughter Helen, 3 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. It gives me utter pride and joy to introduce and hand you over to Abram Goldberg, an inspirational survivor, educator, community leader, and mensch, joined by the apple that didn't fall far from the tree, his son Charlie, who together with the moderator will help guide the conversation and testimony we're about to hear from Abram. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Cedric, and thanks again to Abraham and Charlie for taking the time to be with us today. And after that beautiful introduction and a reminder of what a beautiful tradition March of the Living is every year, that march from Auschwitz to Birkenau, I want, Abraham, if you can sort of take us back to the very beginning. You grew up the youngest of 4 siblings, I believe, in Poland. Tell us a little bit about what your childhood was like before everything changed.
Well, at the outbreak of the war, 1939, on the 1st of September, I was 1 month short of my 15th birthday. The world turned upside down on the 1st of September when Nazi Germany attacked Poland and the first bombs fell on the railway lines in the city of Lodz. Well, it was early morning. We were fast asleep. And then suddenly we woke up with the thunder of falling bombs. Well, 8 days later, on the 8th of September, the Nazis marched in. And from this moment on, well, it's more than I can describe. Everything changed overnight.
Abraham?
Well, a curfew. A curfew.
Go ahead.
Well, a curfew was imposed from 6 in the evening till next morning at 8 o'clock. Well, I had a very interesting childhood. I hail from a political family. My father was a revolutionary in the beginning of the 20th century, at the age of 30. Of course, my father, the background is a religious one. My grandfather was a Melamed, and he had a Cheder. And at the age of 3, well, he wanted me to attend it. Well, I wanted better to play with the children outside than to go to Cheder from 9 to 2. But they persuaded me, and I went to Cheder, to my Cheder. And then I went on for the next 3 years. Well, I went because I was bright by my Zayda in Buba. When I came, my Zayda was very proud that his grandson is coming to his Cheder. Well, when it's finished 2 o'clock, he escorted me to the door, and then it pushed me 5 groschen into my hand. Buy yourself a chocolate, an ice cream. Well, But don't tell Bubba, don't tell Bubba. Of course, I wouldn't. Even at the age of 3, I learned how to keep my mouth shut. Because it came later on when I needed it very much to realize and do what I've learned from such an early age. When my Bubba took over at the door, and when she dropped me at my home, she pushed me again 5 groschen in my hand, not to tell to Zaida. Well, I didn't tell anybody, even my parents, even my sister. So this was the beginning. And at the age of 5, my father was in the Bund organization as a 13-year-old. Well, I was raised in the manner to remember that we Jews have to fight for not only for our freedom, but for the acknowledgement of the Jewish people. Well, and when I went to school, I went to Michalewicz school for the first 2 years in Yiddish Bundesschule. And then when I had 2 older sisters. One was 2 years, the other was 4 years older, and my older sister was 7 years older. So I was the youngest of 4 siblings. And then when I was year 8, 9, I was enrolled firstly in the sport club in Morgenstern, the sport club from the Bund. And after, the next 2-3 years, I was becoming a champion gymnast. And when I was a bit older, I was also participating in ping pong. Today we're calling it table tennis. I was taught by my father always to defend myself against the anti-Semites, the young Polish anti-Semites. And he told me, you should always look when you will be accosted by them, that your back is close to a fence or a wall, so you will not be attacked from the front. This is what I did. I never ran. He said, when you will run, I will catch you, and then you will be exhausted. You have to learn how to defend yourself in your Jewish origin.
Abraham.
Well, I did it. And to this day, I will not take a back step. I've learned this. And and then I went to Skif, to the youth movement. And then when the war broke out, I wasn't prepared what was going to happen, but I was prepared for the worst.
Abraham, I want to ask you for a moment there. You described the Nazi arrival when you were around 15 as a thunderbolt, and especially coming from the family that you describe, of a political family, a family clearly that was aware of anti-Semitism and tried, a father who helped try to prepare you to deal with this in your daily life. Was there any understanding or sense, or could you even imagine what was to come, this thunderbolt?
What I am telling now when I'm talking to students, you see, I'm telling them, and somebody tells me, ask me a question, how can't imagine how you survive? I said, don't even try, because it's impossible for somebody who didn't go through it to understand and imagine actually what was in the reality. And this is what even today, when I spoke already today to a young audience, year 5 and 6 in school, in the Shalom Aleichem school in Melbourne. And so I asked me this question. I told them, listen, darling, It's impossible. When you will grow older, you ask me the same question, and I will try to answer it. So, well, I was prepared, but nobody on earth could imagine what did follow. And and it happened. And I was accosted even just in the beginning, when everything was forbidden. Not in the street where we live, but a few hundred meters away from our home, I went with my father. And from Hitler, because those Volksdeutsche, overnight they were Polish citizens, I became Nazis. And they accosted a Jewish religious men, and I started to beat him. Instinctively, my father and myself went to help. Of course, I and my father didn't manage. They were three young boys. We managed. We gave them a little hiding. Then we realized what actually happened. So we told the religious men, you better run for your life because we're going to run also. And this is what we did. For a few days, we didn't show our face because we realized that we are endangering our family. So we knew that the consequences could be severe. And also, not long after I occupied the city of Lodz, I hanged 3 people on the Balutsky Renek. It was only maybe 150 meters from the house, from the building where we did live. My father witnessed the hanging. And I afterwards, he didn't want me to see it, but I smuggled myself out from home and went to see it. And so I was left hanging, I think, for a few days. This was when we realized the severity of the Nazi rules, what is coming. So well, and then all the leaders of the Bund did have to run. Well, I remember when 3 Bundes were arrested in October, Poznański, Margulis, Dr. Margulis, and Morgenthaler. They were arrested and taken to the first concentration camp, what was the Nazi erected in Lodz, and Radagos. And Radagos became famous afterwards for the deportation from the Jews from the Lodz ghetto. So I can describe this for hours on end. So, well, we knew, but we could not believe and imagine what is to follow. Well, but also what I want to talk. On the 10th of December, 1939, where we live in Baluty, on Zgerska, 48, and the surrounding streets were surrounded by the Nazis at midnight. And we all were commanded to come down. And once I banged at the door, they gave us 25 minutes to take what we can. What can you do? In December, when it's cold, was already snowing. So we got some clothes, some food, not much money. And the main tram was the thoroughfare. And we were put on trams and taken to the first concentration camp in Radagos. I've learned it later that 10,000 Jews on the 10th of December, a few days later, were put on cattle trains and sent 5,000 like us to Krakow and 5,000 to Lublin. And after the war, I met only one family what did return from Lublin. And one of their daughters did live till just over a year ago when she died. You see, and when we were transported in those cattle trains for a few days in 1939, myself, my mother, and my two sisters, because my older sister was 7 years older. She married just before the outbreak of the war to a man, Jakob Lifshitz. Was his brother was a famous film director, Alexander Ford. Well, yes, and so I went to the other side, what was occupied after the pact a week before the outbreak of the war between Ribbentrop and Molotov. We knew about the pact, but we didn't know the details. We've learned it very soon.
Abraham, could you describe for us we're still in 1939, you arrive at the first concentration camp, the first horror story of many throughout the war for you and your family, and of course for millions of others. What was life there like?
Oh, well, we were herded into a big hole because before the war there were factories there. Then the Nazis converted to a concentration camp. Not for Jews, for Poles. And then I located us in a big hole, and after a few days, I put us on those cattle trains, and we were traveling for days and days, so we arrived in Krakow. And then there was a camp on the outskirts of Krakow, where wasn't so well guarded, and my father and I could get out of it. And first I thought was my father had addresses, not addresses, the names of the leaders of the Bund and what he knew in Krakow, the Alexandrovich families. He got the addresses from the Jewish committee in Krakow. So we went to the Alexandrovich, but the husband, who was a doctor, he was drafted in the Polish army, and he was not home. His wife and two children, a girl what was 9 and a boy what was 11 years old. And Sai agreed to keep me, to take me in. My two sisters, because my older sister and her husband was on the other side in the Russian-occupied Poland. So I went to Osatua Bundes. What is her name? He was a farrier. He was, his name was the Schisler family. And my two sisters stayed there. And my father and mother were located somewhere else. And after a few weeks, we didn't have I didn't have money. And work was not available for my father or my sisters to work. We didn't want to be a burden. My father and mother decided to return to Lodz. But then it was already end of January and winter, and Jews were not allowed on public transport. We had to wear a white armband with a Star of David. And somehow, to the Bund, my father was able to contact, they were contacting the PPS, the Polish Socialist Organization, and told this, so I were able to organize. I didn't know at the time because I wasn't taken into the confidence because I learned it later. And so I arranged. So I decided for 5 people, it will be too dangerous to travel when for Jews, no, without any documents. So, well, when I arranged it, that I didn't know this, one evening, we boarded a train. My mother and my two sisters were sitting separately, and I with my father. We had to be silent and pretend to be asleep. And the carriages were dark. So, well, maybe after 20 or 30 kilometers, my father woke us up. We didn't sleep and told us that the next station we getting off. And when we got off, he had a special signal to give. When he gave the signal, well, he approached us, 2 Poles, and took us to a country village, and we were put in the in a bar room, in a barn, and we slept through the night. And then we had to be there all the following day. And then later, when it started to get dark, as I came in, my father went in before and with them and talked to them. And then I put us on sled, horse-driven sled. And during the night, it's a country road where there were no German patrols. And snow was high, so the nights were long. So I took us to the next village or township. So I located it again, and so it was the whole journey till the outskirts of Lodz. And it took us 2 weeks to reach the outskirts of Lodz. Over there, when we arrived, we said goodbye to them, to the last group that took us. And the rest of this journey we were able to do. Well, of course, I don't know how my father did arrange it. I didn't ask many questions. I learned not to ask too many questions. I did ask when we arrived to Lodz, why didn't you tell me about it? He said, my father, listen, Abraham, I couldn't tell you. If we would be called, and you know names and addresses, so I will have to squeeze it out of you with torture. I didn't want to do this. We had to be silent. So when we arrived in Lodz, we went to where we did live. It was by the end of July. When we went up where we lived, this was already occupied by people what were forced to live apart, what were not mean to be in the ghetto destinations. But it was occupied. But our family with 3 kids, we did live in one larger room with a kitchen. But everything, our furniture was there. So I brought in their furniture. And my father couldn't do anything. So we went to our aunties where they were living in Podjetsna Street, out not far where we. So I was squeezed there. And my father, we stayed there a couple of nights, but my father went to the Jewish council, where he knew some people, and so I allocated us a place where Poles did live near the Jewish cemetery in Marashin. And this was where Poles did live, so I had to live, of course. There was only the 4 walls and a stove. No furniture, nothing. So when we came there, then we realized that we need the furniture. My father and myself went back and I agreed to give us some of the furniture what was ours, because we couldn't take all the furniture. And the utensils, we didn't have anything. And with some help of some friends, we were able pulled trolleys on our backs, what we could. And also, my father saw to it that the Wiener families, Bundes, what consisted of the father, two sons, but one son was in the Polish army. We knew that he was taken prisoner. He was in the prisoner, German prisoner of war. He survived in Russia. And his youngest son, his name was Pinchas Wiener. He was a skiff leader in skiff. He was 4.5 years older than myself.
Abraham.
We knew them very well, and I knew them also very well. And he fixed for them one room next to our room. I have to mention it because this is the part of my story in the ghetto. Okay. So once we settled there, my father looked for some work. So again, he was given to be, well, not a caretaker, but sort of it, of 2 houses. And there where Poles that lived, they had gardens, also in trees, and so even fruit trees there. So my father was in charge of it. So, well, this was a great help for us later on.
Abraham, if you'll allow us, I want to jump with you in time because I want to make sure that that this part of your story is told and passed on to those watching around the world, those who cannot imagine or cannot fathom what you lived through. August 1944, when I believe you arrived with your mother in Auschwitz-Birkenau. Could you tell us a bit about what you saw, what that experience was like arriving there, what your mother told you when you got there?
Oh, well, yes, but it's a lot to tell. But also, what I want to mention, that soon will be published my life story. So, well, I'm not making a commercial, so people will be able to read a lot more about my participation in the underground, my participation in before this, because there was deportation from the ghetto like in 1942, but they were first sent straight away to Chelmno, only 40 kilometers from the city of Lod. We didn't have any inclination that at that campus there, we knew that it would be bad. And in 1942, also, then what was called Gesperre. Well, you heard about it. You see what the deportation of the clean out of the hospitals.
Right.
And then it's a Sperre what lasted 10 days, where I lost practically all of my family except my mother. So, but of course, I could talk for hours on end.
Of course.
You see, let me tell you, you want to know when the liquidation of the ghetto. We knew, because we were able to build an illegal radio to an electrical engineer, a friend of Bonowine, and we were working in a metal factory. Bonowine was a foreman in the metal factory, but Khimovich was director of it. And we were able with this engineer to build a receiver, and what took us 18 months to build. Of course, we had to look for in the metal factory what had a smelter also in metal, some metal scraps were sent there. Those metal scraps were sent there. So we were looking always to look for anything what was necessary. So we knew about it. We heard the first time in 1940, by the end of 1942, about Auschwitz or Schwenchen, where Jews were killed, and also of Treblinka. Of course, we couldn't tell the people what we just heard, but we knew that around 900,000, what was mentioned by the Polish radio, broadcast from England and also from the BBC. So let me now tell, when the final liquidation of the ghetto came, It started actually in the beginning of June, when 5,000 Jews were supposed to be sent out every day, factory by factory. And Hans Bibov went from factory to factory to speak, to assure us that nothing is happening. And when D-Day came, we knew it, well, maybe 20, 30 hours afterwards. And there were other listeners. So I was so excited. And that Germans will come out well, that the Jews know. So I arrested those listeners. One only from the Wexler's family. He and his sister, whereas I survived and did live in Israel. So I had a radio. When he heard about it, he ran with his sister home and took the radio with him, and later it was displayed. And after the war, I bought Survive and donated it to the Holocaust in how you say it in Ivrit?
Yad Vashem.
Not Yad Vashem.
Lochamei Aghetto.
Lochamei Aghetto, right? The fighters of the ghetto.
Yes.
You're going to talk about.
And I met them later in Israel, because I was many times in Israel. Now let me go back. We decided that we are not going to hide, because at this time the Russian army stood on the other side of the Vistula, only approximately 130 kilometers from the city of Lod. We were sure that we were going to be liberated. Unfortunately, it took them much longer. And so I was hiding in a attic with my mother for 4 weeks. And my mother, to get up, we had to have a ladder. And there was no wooden getter, even it would be. It was no space where to pull up a ladder, because it was maybe 90 centimeters tall at the highest. So my mother made a ladder out of rope. And I was able to hide out from my mother for 4 weeks. After 4 weeks, my mother and I, she was 15 years of age. She was emaciated, physically weak. She couldn't do it any longer, but we had to go down, up. So she said she's going to present herself. I tried to persuade her to hide out with me, but nothing helped. I couldn't let my mother go on her own. I knew where we were going to be taken, to Auschwitz. And so we presented ourselves with other Bundis also for deportation. I could hide in a bunker, but a friend of mine, of ours, he was a carpenter made in his room, under a stove, who could hide 12 people. He and his wife survived at the Leathernuts. And when we presented ourselves, so I put us right away on the trains in Marishim, not in Radogosh. We passed Radogosh in the train. And we traveled for days on end, night. And when we arrived to Auschwitz-Birkenau, it was early in the morning. When those heavy doors were flung open. When the scream of the SS, everybody out, men one side, women, children the other side. You leave everything behind you. And the prisoners told us, we bring it back to you later. Well, my mother realized that she's not going to get out alive from there. We saw the smoke belching out of the chimneys of the crematoria. We didn't know about crematoria. But my mother realized what I just said. She realized, but she believed that I will be able to survive. I will manage. She told me, Abraham, she told me, Avraham, You should do everything humanly possible to survive. And when you will survive, wherever you will find yourself, you should tell people what actually happened. And I promise on those sacred of Auschwitz, sacred out of Auschwitz, that this is what I will do. I couldn't write down anything in Auschwitz, but I tried to memorize everything what was possible.
Abraham, everything.
Yes.
Well, one of the what I can imagine that every day in Auschwitz could fill a book to really recount and try to convey to somebody who could never really imagine what happened there. And I know that one of those moments was as a young man, really, because I believe you were 20 years old. This is, not even a young boy, standing in front of one of the most horrific figures of the Holocaust, the angel of death, Dr. Mengele. Can you tell us about that day?
Well, you see, when we were a few Bundes, and we realized also, so we knew that now, as I saying, because we had rumors going around about the showers. And when everybody went, we didn't know when we were left. We marched, we didn't know where. And when we came near this, somebody told us we're going to have a shower. Oh wow! It was so. What did we do? What will we have to do? So we said, anyone who goes in before should give us a signal, or it's a shower or it's a real shower. I was one of the first in, and it was a shower. When every hair on our body was cut, of course, we were then smeared with detergent, and we all had some wound. It just was burning like hell. And I told them that I will raise my hand. And I did raise my hand, and somebody saw it, because I knew it's a shower. And when I came out from the other side after the shower, a pair of trousers were thrown at me in a jacket, in a bag. I could only keep my shoes and belt. If you had good shoes, so I took it away. I had excellent shoes, and so I didn't take it away. So I don't know. I was lucky. Those shoes lasted me for the whole war. And when I was allocated, I didn't know that it's called the gypsy camp. Then we were allocated to those accommodations, so-called, where there were no banks, nowhere to lie, on the hard concrete floors. Well, to describe it, and of course I gave us a welcome. And unfortunately, he was Jewish. And he told us, in Mamelush, in Yiddish, and he showed us the bees and told us, you better, if you swallowed and did hide some jewelry, some valuables, you better tell us. If we will find it, but we have got here exercise machines. This is what he told us. Then we had yesterday two on those beams, 2 people, when we discovered. This was our welcome to Auschwitz-Birkenau. When we were allocated to the block number 4, where he was a sadist, he was a Polish block elder. and to describe him, and we didn't work. But yes, I made with us, as I said, we need gymnastic to do some exercises for our fitness. And I choose mostly when were not in the days when it was raining. And so I find also that he had told us to make knee belts and put out our hand and took off our belt. And if the belt will fall off, spread it across our hand. And if this belt will fall off, we will get a beating. And how can our belt not fall off? I did cheat. I knew that our belt will fall off. I did hold it with my thumb together, but he didn't look so far where I was. So I was lucky. This is why I'm calling lucky. And I usually calling 90% of my survival was luck, because I'm saying many others probably did the same thing what I and did not survive. I did. And to this day, I never spent one single day in a hospital. This is why I'm saying again, I'm lucky my survival is 99%. Of course, I did a lot of things. And how the inside of the gypsy camp is well known. To repeat it again and again is undescribable. This I always saying. When I went back with my children in 1996, because with the Morgenthalers, he was murdered by the Nazis, he was arrested, what I said before, the three Bundes. His youngest son was a good friend of mine, his older son also, he is only in the older brother that survived. The Morgenthalers were well known in Canada, because Henry Morgenthaler was a famous doctor who performed abortion in Canada. You probably know about him. I visited them after the war many times. And everything what happened, I memorized to this day. And when I'm talking about it, it's so vividly in front of my eyes. It never left me, and it doesn't pass a single day in my life up to today that I don't remember. And I'm always fulfilling what I promised my mother in this undescribable hell. What was I witnessed also the uprising at the Sonderkommando on the 7th of October in 1944. I didn't witness that. We heard about it because we heard an explosion. We all were driven to the blocks, and then late in the evening we were let out.
Abraham, on that note, you told us about traveling back with your children. I do want to pause for just a moment to hear from your son, Charlie. Charlie, when was the first time that you heard and discovered your father's history, what your father lived through, and how has it impacted your life? Because, of course, this is something that went through generations.
I was probably about 4 years old, and we were living in a northeastern suburb of Melbourne called Hawthorne, and Mum would take me to a local kindergarten, which was in a local church hall, and I turned around one day when I was 4 and I looked at Mum because I'd noticed all the other kids were being picked up by their grandparents. So I just turned around as an innocent 4-year-old and looked at my mum and I asked her, "Where are my grandparents?" And she burst into tears. And that's when I first found out about the Holocaust. And ever since that time, both Mum and Dad have been completely open and told me whatever they could, however they could. But I remember when I was about maybe 10, I turned around to my dad one day and I said, "Dad, do you hate the Germans?" And he got this cross look on his face and his finger came out and I knew I was in trouble. And he said, don't you ever use that word. And I said, what word? And he said, hate. He said, because once you give in to that emotion, what is it that you become? And it's a lesson I've taken through life, and it's a lesson I've passed on to my son. And also another big lesson I have from both of my parents is positivity. It's one of the famous things that my dad always says when he's talking to school classes is, just remember, it might not be a sunny day today, it could be cloudy and raining, but remember, the sun will shine again.
That's incredible to have come out of such a horrific experience with those kinds of gems of perspective and advice to pass on to you guys. And Abraham, we're so honored to play a small role in trying to fulfill your mother's request to do everything possible to preserve the memory of the Holocaust, to tell those stories. I know it's hard to distill it into, one piece of advice or one statement, but is there something that you would like most to convey to today's youth, to people who don't know much, don't know enough about what happened there?
Oh, well, after I finished talking to students, mostly to students, because I spoke to tens and tens of thousands of students. In my message always to them is, you should remember that there is no races. There is only one race. It's a human race. No different of the color of our skin, or the color of our hair, or the shape of our eyes. What hurts one human being hurts also another. But also remember that you probably will grow up, and I hope so. You will become mothers and fathers. And not every day in your life is going to be a sunny day. There will be days what will be overcast. But always remember that after an overcast day, the sun will always shine again. And this is my message to the students. And I also, when I was in America, when I was in the Washington Museum before it was built, when Reagan donated the space for the Holocaust, you see, I was there when it was the gathering of the American survivors. I happened to be in Los Angeles with friends, and we all went to the gathering in Washington. And to this day, I still preserve the box what the two bakers donated. By the end of every chair near the Washington Monument was a box with a small bread, and a little bottle of wine. And those two bakers, one of them I've learned only not long ago, was in the Lodz ghetto. But unfortunately, both died. One died a bit early, and one died a little bit later. So my memories goes back. And I was in Washington Museum. I was invited, and I went to hear how I talking to students. I was standing with my wife, Sasha, and in the back. Probably the guy that realized that we are survivors. She turned to me and said, "Are you a survivor?" I said, "Yes." "Let me have the honor to invite you to speak to the student." Well, I felt a bit not comfortable. I said, "Well, you are the guy. I don't want to take it away from you." She said, "No, I'm insisting." So I spoke to those students. And the questions I did ask me, well, I was glad And then at another time, I was in the Art Museum, what was open, in New York. I was there also, and I was invited to speak also. So my experiences are worldwide. I was invited to speak in Sweden to non-Jewish students. Well, my son can tell about it a bit more than I do, because you will hear it from my son's mouth, because he did film it.
Let me ask Charlie on that. If we're to look ahead now, at the importance of preserving the memory far, far into the future, as the next generation, as the son of a Holocaust survivor who lived through such an unimaginable story, what are you doing to try to help carry your father's memories on, his parents' memories on?
I have for the last nearly 10 years been a volunteer guide at the Jewish Holocaust Museum, talking to students and telling my father's story and my story, because it's important, to make sure that the next generation are aware of what can happen. And we only have to look at what's happening now in Ukraine to see that evil is still about, and we have to be vigilant, and we have to make sure that the world knows about it. So that's a small part that I do. And I also imparted that to my son. And a lesson I was also taught by my parents was to be a mensch, to be able to give to the community, to the Jewish community and to the community in general, and to stand up for what's right. And that's the message. That's the only message we can impart to the next generation, because it's vital that they understand that evil is lurking behind every little corner in every little dark space. And we have to be vigilant and aware and make sure that people know about it.
Yeah, you're right. It's unfortunately as relevant as ever, and it's something that Jews around the world are experiencing also, if we're talking about Jews in terms of anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic acts from the United States to Europe, and certainly what we're seeing in Ukraine is a stark reminder of how history can repeat itself and how important it is to actually learn those lessons and carry them forward. Cedric, I just want to come to you for some closing remarks. As president of March of the Living Australia, you're obviously deeply involved also in preserving memory and honoring the survivors and trying to tell their stories going forward. Give us some of your closing thoughts after hearing, again, parts of Abraham's story.
Absolutely. First of all, it's always a privilege and an honor to listen to Abraham's story and the lessons that can be learned from that, and the beautiful messages of hope and humanity that he expressed. That when you asked him that question, what are those messages? So just from a March of the Living perspective, at the core of what March of the Living is all about, it's not only about the Jewish story, it's about fighting and standing up against all forms of hatred and taking the Holocaust as an example of the cruelty and evil that exists out there, in order to ensure that in future generations this does not occur again. And being able to have survivors accompany us on that journey has been the most enlightening experience. And very sadly, we are preparing for a future where survivors sadly will not be with us, and therefore events like this, where we can give a platform to survivors to tell their story over and over again, and to make sure that it's all documented, that is where the future is going to be, because those survivors are not going to be with us. So therefore it is incumbent on the next generation, not only of the descendants, but also the next generation of leaders, community leaders, whether they be Jewish or non-Jewish, to take on board the messages and the lessons that the survivors have taught us.
If I'm not mistaken, this year's March of the Living has only 8 Holocaust survivors marching, and it's just a stark reminder of exactly what you're saying, that the years are numbered. To hear those stories firsthand, which we all know is so important. So I'm so honored to have heard from both of you, from all of you. Thank you to Cedric Geffen. Thanks, Charlie Goldberg. And of course, thank you so much, Abraham Goldberg, for taking the time to sit with us, for telling what I know is only small pieces of your story, but still so important to be able to hear that, to be able to pass that on. And we look forward also to reading, as you mentioned, your life story that will be on the page soon as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to them. And with that, we'd like to turn to some video messages from local leaders. They also wanted to take part in this day to send their own messages on the importance of remembering the Holocaust, of preserving that memory into the future. First, we'll hear from His Excellency, Mr. Paul Griffiths, Australia's ambassador to the State of Israel. Griffiths is a senior career officer with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. He served everywhere from Washington to Jakarta, Manila, and Seoul. Take a look.
I'm grateful to be given this opportunity to reflect and remember on Yom HaShoah. I'm mindful of the message of Holocaust survivor Eddie Jaku. If we don't learn from the past, we will have no future. With his parents murdered in the gas chambers, Eddie was one of the precious few who survived to describe humanity's darkest period. He was a remarkable Australian who, after years of being unable to speak about the horrors he had experienced, dedicated his life to teach and remind others of the past. Eddie opened his heart so that others could find theirs. He passed away last year, aged 101. It is his message that I'm honoured to share today. As ambassador, I'm fortunate to represent one of the most diverse and multicultural countries in the world, with 26 million people from over 200 countries. 48% of whom were born overseas or have a parent born overseas, speaking over 260 languages. Australia is home to a remarkable Jewish community, some 118,000 people strong, many of them Holocaust survivors and their descendants. Of course, no society is perfect. Holocaust education and remembrance is a means to promote further and greater diversity, acceptance and multiculturalism in our country. For this reason, Australia has committed itself to properly commemorating and teaching the Holocaust. The Holocaust is taught in Australian schools, ensuring our children learn from the past and work for a brighter, more tolerant future. Millions of dollars have been dedicated in Australia to create and expand Jewish community centres, Holocaust museums and education centres throughout our country. Learning the lessons of the past is what Eddie Jaku dedicated his life to. For the last 3 decades, Eddie took school groups on tours of Holocaust exhibitions, bringing the grainy, faded, black and white images to life for thousands of young students. Never forget, never again, he would tell them. Remembering the Holocaust and teaching this history is essential to our pursuit of more tolerant societies. It teaches where prejudice, racism and discrimination can lead. It is a reminder to each of us to withstand divisive voices and hateful ideas. Eddie and many others may have left us, but their memory lives on. For Eddie's sake, and for all those whose lives were tragically lost during the Holocaust, we say, never again.
Thanks to Ambassador Paul Griffiths for that message, for his work also strengthening the relationship between Australia and Israel. And to hear from another Australian leader, we want to welcome the Honorary Scott Farlow. He's a member of the New South Wales Legislative Council. Thanks for joining us today. We'll turn it over to you.
Shalom. I'd like to say a special thanks to the Combat Anti-Semitism movement and to Zikaron Beshalom for organising today's event. Today, I join you as the very proud chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Israel in the New South Wales Parliament, which brings together members from all across the aisle to support the State of Israel. Of course, in supporting the State of Israel, it is fundamental to support the moves against anti-Semitism all across the globe. Your immense courage is a tribute to your character and is an inspiration to all. Connecting Holocaust survivors' memories with the fight against anti-Semitism is critical. And I thank Mr. Goldberg once more for sharing his important story with us all. It's a story which must be heard by more people throughout the world. Holocaust commemoration and remembrance remains something which free and democratic societies need to ensure never happens again. I know for me, in my views on the world and the views on particularly the state of Israel and the need to combat anti-Semitism, they were formed from a very young age, at a time when I had heard the stories from Holocaust survivors themselves in visiting the Sydney Jewish Museum. Of course, we now face the challenge where our Holocaust survivors and their stories need to be remembered for generations to come. They need to be immortalised so that the next generation doesn't lose sight of their horror and doesn't lose sight that this can never ever happen again. We need to hold back the growing tide of bigotry and anti-Semitism that we keep on seeing rearing its very ugly head, and we all need to make sure that we say that it is unacceptable. I personally thank Mr. Abraham Goldberg for his bravery in telling his story. Whilst confronting, as a reminder of the abhorrence of the Nazi regime in Europe, Mr. Goldberg's tale grounds us in the reality of the discrimination which, left unchecked, festers into. When Tell the World What Happened to Your Family and Other Jews, words spoken by Mr. Goldberg's mother, is something that we are gathered here today when we must carry forth with all of us in all forms and means available to us. The Combat Anti-Semitism movement and Zikaron Bashalon have brought us together today, from Australia to Poland to Panama, to share testimony, story and experience, and I again extend my thanks to them in this forum. Gather virtually together from all corners of the globe, I call to attention the critical role of technology and what it will play in going forward in combating anti-Semitism and providing vital education for our communities. Here in New South Wales, we're already seeing how that's working with our Sydney Jewish Museum and the contribution that is being made to immortalising Holocaust survivor stories for future generations so that it can actually be a unique, engaging experience for those to be able to converse with wonderful, inspiring Holocaust survivors like Eddie Jaku. The Beyond Duty photographic exhibition in early 2020 paid tribute to the 34 diplomats who have been recognised as righteous among the nations for saving over 200,000 Jews during the Holocaust. It was the pleasure of the New South Wales Parliamentary Friends of Israel, the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, and of course the Embassy of Israel to collaborate in the organisation of the multimedia event and to commemorate their memory and who went beyond their call of duty. It's the duty of all gathered here to continue the process of commemoration, and I know that it is something that we will all do to continue to broadcast it to the widest audience that we can. I'm proud to be part of a government in New South Wales which will become the first Australian state jurisdiction to adopt the IHRA definition on anti-Semitism, making sure that the federal government's work in adopting it in late 2021 could also be applied here in New South Wales. And we need to work together to ensure that there is a practical implementation of that adoption. There is a clear and profound message from this government and the state of New South Wales that anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in any form, whilst also seeking to educate our community on what anti-Semitism is and how we as united people can stand against it. I call on everyone here gathered today to continue to advocate for the adoption of the IHRA definition on a wholesale level across the world. Evil must be named before it can be combated, and the IHRA definition is one crucial step in this regard. Holocaust Remembrance Day remains a sombre and real reminder of the spectre of anti-Semitism that has plagued our societies for too long a time. Yet it's also a chance to honour the message of hope and unity that survivors such as Mr. Goldberg have given us, and of which we are incumbent to take forth and voice to the future. I have never met a Holocaust survivor who comes with anger and despair. Every Holocaust survivor, although seeing the absolute worst of humanity, has always given the greatest and most inspiring message of hope for the future and how much they cherish and love being alive each day. This is the message we need to take forward to ensure that we can never again repeat the mistakes that we have seen in the past and saw through the Holocaust. But we need to ensure that we fight for our society to never ever return to that point again.
Thanks to Scott Farlow, a reminder that it is all of our responsibility from this point on to carry on those stories. And we just heard exactly what he was talking about, the advice, the words of wisdom from Holocaust survivors like we just heard from Abraham Goldberg, those positive words saying that we should never hate and to avoid that word, and the power of that coming from somebody who lived through the most extreme form of hate that we can ever imagine is only stronger to try to picture how they can come out of that situation with that perspective and our responsibility to carry that on. Well, for our final speaker from Australia, I want to hear from Deputy Leader of the Victorian Liberal Party, is a proud member of one of the largest Jewish communities in Australia, in his electorate of Caulfield, David Southwick.
Hi everyone, my name is David Southwick. I'm a Member of Parliament in the Parliament of Victoria, and I thought on this International Holocaust Remembrance Day, this is a very important day for all of us. A day for us to reflect, to remember the atrocities that we all faced, something that we must ensure that never ever happens again. We're very lucky here in Victoria. We're a place that celebrates multiculturalism. We embrace those people that have come from places all around the world, and no matter what the celebration, no matter what faith, we find an opportunity to celebrate and encourage it. But unfortunately, not everybody shares the same enthusiasm, and we're seeing anti-Semitism continue to rise. There's been numerous reports that show that, unfortunately, particularly during the pandemic, we've seen an increase, particularly in the last year, a 35% increase in anti-Semitism. A recent report by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry reports on the increases of anti-Semitism year in, year out. And what that says is we've got a lot of work to do. Also, combined with that, is we know that some 25%, a quarter of Australians, have little or no knowledge of the Holocaust. So it shows that whether it be anti-Semitism or understanding and learning from the Holocaust, we have a lot of work to do. And the real opportunity ahead is through education. So what are the things that we've been doing? Since I was elected back in 2010 as a Jewish Member of Parliament, I've taken numerous politicians to Israel for their first time to meet members of the community. In fact, before they even go to Israel, we bring them for a familiarisation day in Caulfield. They visit a shul, they visit a school, they visit some of our aged care facilities, and we finish with a mock Shabbat or a Seder, so they get to actually understand and learn about the Jewish community. There's been so many other things that we try and do as well, certainly standing up and speaking out against hatred. One of the things that I've been working on, certainly in the last couple of years now, is to get a universal ban on the Nazi swastika, to have that banned, that evil symbol banned. Now, we will be the first jurisdiction, certainly in Australia, and from many places outside of Europe, that will have an actual ban on that swastika. We're in opposition at the moment, and we're working with the government to have that happen, and we're only around the corner to see that happen. And I look forward to hopefully later this year to see legislation being brought before the Parliament to have the evil Nazi swastika banned. But it's more than that. It's tackling those issues when it happens, and we're in the middle of a federal election right now, and some of my colleagues federally that have Jewish background have had those swastikas painted on their foreheads, on their signs. You know, we're seeing that kind of evil vandalism happen regularly during these times. So it's tackling that and ensuring that those people who do that are held fully accountable and responsible. But as I said earlier, it's about educating as well. Josh Frydenberg, our federal treasurer of Jewish background, one of his passions, again, coming from a family of Holocaust survivors, is ensuring that in every place in Australia, every state, every territory, there is a Holocaust centre. And at the moment, we're in the process of building a new Holocaust centre here in Melbourne. So that is going to be very important. And I know we have literally in Victoria thousands of kids all around the state coming for their first time to learn about the Holocaust. My wife Hayley is one of those guides there. Her family had tragically lost many through the Holocaust, and her way of giving back is to go there and to relive and educate many of those kids through guiding at the Holocaust Centre. teaching kids at schools, ensuring at the very, very early age we've got an opportunity at the moment through the government and through advocacy to ensure that at secondary school there is embedded education in Holocaust studies, which is so important. I want to go further. I want that to happen at primary school level as well. We've seen kids as young as 12 being attacked in the school grounds. You know, one kid was literally asked to kiss a foot of a Muslim boy and pick up money, being attacked in a playground. So, you know, these are not everyday occurrences. You know, again, as I started the conversation by saying, we are a great place, Australia. We celebrate diversity. We encourage inclusion in every single way. But it is those outliers. It is those people that are uninformed and uneducated. And the way forward is to ensure we have education, that we have information, and we ensure that those people that do the wrong thing, that, you know, if that education doesn't work, there are consequences. So on this day, a very, very important day for all of us, it is a time to reflect, it is a time to remember, and ultimately, and more importantly, it is a time to say, never again.
Thanks very much to David Southwick. Coming up in a little while, we're going to be here in Israel to hear from a Holocaust survivor sitting down with us here in Hebrew, telling her story along with her grandson. We'll also hear the siren, 2-minute siren sounding across Israel in honor of Holocaust Remembrance Day. But before that, let's hear some video messages from Combat Anti-Semitism movement partners in support of this crucial work of supporting Holocaust survivors and promoting Holocaust education to fight anti-Semitism right now and into the future.
I'm very honored and deeply moved to participate in the 2022 Holocaust Remembrance Day. As the last survivors of the Holocaust are passing away, I join my voice together with the voice of so many others from all over the world in declaring that we don't forget and we won't forget the terrible crime, the crime of crimes the Holocaust was, the biggest stain on human history. My name is Dimitris Keridis, and I speak to you from my office in downtown Athens, Greece. As the head of the Greek-Israeli Friendship Parliamentary Committee, and as someone who has participated in many projects combating anti-Semitism, I salute the work of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement and this initiative, which is probably more relevant today than ever before. Thank you.
Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Elie Wiesel implored us that to forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time. Yet here we are today, 77 years after the darkest of chapters in human history, and Jew hatred is explosively on the rise, while the number of survivors is dwindling amongst us. Soon, in the blink of an eye, we'll be left with a monumental task of having to combat anti-Semitism and educate about the Holocaust without survivors to testify in person about the unimaginable horrors which they experienced. We must never forget that the Holocaust did not begin in Auschwitz. That is where the road of life ended for so many of our people. Rather, it began with words, with the demonization of one group of people, the Jews, first by indifference, and then ultimately through the Nazi infrastructure of death. Today, as we look at the world around us, Jews are again being assaulted in broad daylight, synagogues are being firebombed, Jewish cemeteries are being desecrated, swastikas are commonplace. While calls to boycott the Jewish people are being replaced with calls to boycott the one and only Jewish state. Meantime, Holocaust denial, distortion and trivialization is proliferating at an alarming pace. I may be forgiven for asking, what, if anything, have we learned from history? There are some for whom the phrase never again is no more than an empty slogan. But remembrance, while imperative and necessary and demanded, is not enough on its own. We must also speak out. We must also act. We can never remain indifferent in the face of hatred, bigotry and anti-Semitism against both the Jewish people and the Jewish nation. Soon there will be no more survivors amongst us. The numbers are dwindling, but we must never let their memories fade. Now more than ever, we must embrace them. We must listen to them. We must learn from them. Elie Wiesel said that whoever listens to a witness becomes a witness. We must all become witnesses. Thank you.
In 1943, the Germans began to implement their plans for the extermination of the Jews of Greece and their deportation to Nazi concentration camps. The Archbishop of Athens and all Greece, Damaskinos, was informed about what was taking place in the northern part of Greece and decided not to remain silent. Damaskinos was at first a monk of our monastery in Pendeli, where I have the blessing to be the abbot for 2 decades and more. So, the churches under Damaskinos' jurisdiction were ordered by him to distribute Christian baptismal certificates to Jews fleeing the Nazis in order to save thousands of Jews in and around Athens. Damaskinos advised his priests to do everything they could to help the Jews and to hide those for whom it was not possible to forge baptismal certificates. Damaskinos first spoke out in favor of the Jews in March 1943, when he published letters addressed to the Greek Prime Minister Konstantinos Logothetopoulos. Part of the letter reads as follows, quotation marks, "Our holy religion does not recognize superior or inferior qualities based on race or religion, as it is stated. There is neither Jew or Greek, and thus condemns any attempt to discriminate or create racial or religious differences. Our common faith, both in days of glory and in periods of national misfortune, forge inseparable bonds between all Greek citizens without exception." Close the quotation. The Archbishop also ordered monasteries and convents in Athens to shelter Jews and urged his priests to ask their congregations to hide the Jews in their homes. As a result, more than 250 Jewish children were hidden by Orthodox clergy alone. For his actions in saving Greek Jews during the Holocaust, he was named Righteous Among the Nations by Yad Vashem. Now, our journey in unfolding the past began in 2016 and goes on for more than 6 years now. Throughout all this time, we wanted to focus on the atrocities that took place in Greece by the Germans during the Nazi occupation and how the Orthodox Christian Greeks tried to save the lives of their fellow citizens, Jewish people who lived in Greece even from the ancient years. Among those who made tremendous efforts were Greek clergymen and hierarchs, whose examples we bring to light as models of solidarity and peaceful coexistence. In such education programs, all-day seminars, workshops, and historical visits, we present how we can teach children about war crimes and the Holocaust. It's a way to manage with a traumatic historical memory through schooling in a responsible way. Moreover, we focus on creating educational scenarios and learning activities, all of which are presented at the end of each school year in a big celebration. The key objectives of the projects that we run here at the Inter-Orthodox Center of the Church of Greece are to deepen and the participants the participants' knowledge about the Jewish community of Greece and the responsible management of the traumatic historical memory for Christians and Jews in order to engage the students to build a society of coexistence and with mutual understanding. Key partners of the Inter-Orthodox Center are the Jewish community of Athens, the Rebbe of Athens, the Jewish Museum of Athens, the local Christian authorities, but also international institutes such as Yad Vashem, Yahad Inunum, and now the Combat Anti-Semitism movement. Thank you.
It is with great pleasure that I join this global gathering on the meaningful Yom HaShoah. From the city of Ioannina in Epirus, Greece, I congratulate CAM and Zikaron Bashalon on this unique initiative. In my capacity as mayor of Ioannina and president of the city Jewish community, I am here to give you the feedback of Holocaust education through the example of Greece and Ioannina. In 2002, the Jewish Museum of Greece introduced Holocaust education programs in our country. In 2004, the Greek Parliament passed law declaring the 27th of January as the National Holocaust Remembrance Day. Since 2005, that Greece became a full member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, our country has made impressive progress in the fields of legislation, training, social awareness, and education. In 2019, Greece adopted the IHRA definitions of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. 2021-22, Greece assumed the presidency of the IHRA. The Central Board of Jewish Communities and the Jewish Museum of Greece are in close and productive cooperation with the Greek Ministry of Education, the General Secretariat for Religious Affairs, and Yad Vashem for the realization of innovative educational initiatives adapted to all levels of education. Jewish studies are also offered at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, boosting research. Training seminars aiming at promoting understanding of anti-Semitic crimes are also offered for law enforcement agencies following cooperation between the Greek Ministry of Education, the Jewish Museum of Greece, and other organizations. My hometown, Ioannina, has its own share of uniqueness and innovative activities. A city with rich Jewish tradition, which is home to the Romanian Jews dating back to Byzantium. A city that lost 92% of its Jewish population during the Holocaust. A city that saw a Jewish cemetery vandalized repeatedly over the past decades, but also a city that stood up against racists and created a human chain to protect it. A city with a handful of Jews that elected the first Jewish mayor of the country. A city that kick-started IHRA commemoration events organized in a different Greek city each year by the IHRA presiding country with the participation of diplomatic representatives of all IHRA country members. Our goals for the future. One of the major projects underway is the foundation of the Holocaust Museum of Greece in Thessaloniki, a project that has the support of the Greek government, the Federal Republic of Germany, and the Niahus Foundation, and the World Jury. It is our firm belief that the Holocaust Museum will foster educational and cultural activities as well as academic research. Dear friends, as the recent challenge of the pandemic indicated, sadly, hate rhetoric and anti-Semitic stereotypes still thrive and spread poison to the society, especially online. Our special attention needs to focus on the task at hand, educate the young generation, offer Holocaust education as a unifying force within society. Thank you.
Hello, my friends. First of all, I would like to thank Sasha Dratva and his team for the invitation to be here with you today. In this Yom HaShoah, I would like to start with the thought that it is amazing that 77 years after the end of World War II, we still have to devote efforts to fight the denial and the distortion of the Holocaust. Who could imagine that there would still be deniers even with the largely documented evidences of the genocide of the Jewish people and other minorities between 1939 and 1945. I believe that the best way to combat it will be a combination of education and legislation. Education, of course, to teach to the new generations what happened during the Second World War. One of the items of our agenda as the OAS Commissioner is to stimulate that countries in the Americas have in their national curricula classes about the Holocaust. Regarding legislation, we'll try to examine briefly the current status of the legislation in some countries and in international organizations in order to evaluate the chances of its adoption. In the first place, it must be clear that the argument according to which rules condemning Holocaust denial would not be in accordance with the European Convention on Human Rights or with the Universal Declaration has already been rejected both by the European Human Rights Commission and the European Court. At least 17 countries already have legislation against Holocaust denial, some of them criminalizing this conduct. In Austria, the country denazification legislation of 1947 was amended in 1992 to forbid the denial or minimization of the Holocaust. In Germany, the law on incitement forbids hate speech against certain groups. It is often applied to cases involving Holocaust denial. The Greek law, as the Brazilian rule does, requires that there is an intention to cause violence, incite hate, or insult a protected group in order to configurate the crime. In countries of the Eastern Europe, such as Poland, Lithuania, and Hungary, legislation uses to punish both the denial of Nazi crimes and those of the communist period. In the European Union, after an agreement between the United Kingdom and the Nordic countries on one side and Germany on the other, an agreement was reached in 1996 establishing that, although the denial of the Holocaust has not been formally forbidden, a penalty of up to 3 years in prison was established to be adopted by member countries that wish to do it, for those who grossly deny or trivialize crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. In the framework of the international system, the United Nations approved at its General Assembly in January of this year a resolution on the denial of the Holocaust. Concluding, I remember that the IHRA, in its definition of anti-Semitism, explains, "It is a certain perception of the Jews, which can be expressed as hate of the Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed at Jewish and non-Jewish individuals and or their properties, Jewish community institutions, and religious facilities." And, as you know, the definition is illustrated with a series of practical examples, such as, and I quote, denied effect, scope, mechanism, for example, gas chambers, or intentionality of the genocide of the Jewish people in the hands of National Socialist Germany and their supporters and accomplices during World War II, the Holocaust. For our part, in the functions that we are playing in the OAS, we have searched to extend the role of countries that adopt this definition. 4 of them already do it, and some are members of this association. In conclusion, I understand that combining the legal with the educational approach may be the proper way for us to address prejudice, discrimination, and anti-Semitism, especially regarding denial and distortion of the Holocaust. After all, as James Schlesinger said, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not to their own fact.
My father-in-law, Rabbi Laszlo Berkowitz, a survivor of Auschwitz and 4 other concentration camps, died 16 months ago. With the death of my friend Ingrid Roskin, a hidden child survivor, my own congregation is now left with only one person who can speak about the horrors of the Holocaust. Gary Moss, who experienced Kristallnacht as a teenager, will turn 100 in less than 3 weeks. What will it mean when there are no Holocaust survivors to serve as first-hand witnesses? We're fortunate to have the memorabilia, written accounts, audio and video recordings of those who were eyewitnesses. As technology changes, I'm confident that we will continue to invest in ensuring that those valuable memories will be preserved in whatever format. My concern is that as the Holocaust fades further in the rearview mirror, we will forget to continually use this material. We cannot simply preserve the past, but we must strive to bring it into the next generation. We need to do so for 2 reasons. First, we must continue to preserve and expose people to the overwhelming evidence of the Holocaust, because the horrible truth is that anti-Semitism continues to rear its ugly head throughout the world. And second, as every generation asks different questions and is faced with its own moral challenges, we need to mine those first-hand accounts for the lessons and answers they bring to those challenges. In the face of shocking ignorance around the basics of the Holocaust, we must redouble our efforts to teach it and its roots in anti-Semitism. We must continue to teach the Holocaust as a unique example of genocide against the Jewish people. Yet, at the same time, to only convey historical facts and figures, or that this was simply a story of Jewish concern, is a colossal loss of the Holocaust as a powerful tool to teach universal lessons. We can redeem the horrible pain of the Holocaust by using it to enlighten the next generation to values such as moral responsibility, strength of diversity, and empathy towards humanity. My final concern is that the Holocaust can never be a political football used by different sides of a cultural war. The exploitation and distortion of the Holocaust in order to advance various political or social agendas cannot be allowed. All those of good conscience must root out and condemn anti-Semitism wherever it is found, particularly on the internet, where the same lies that prompted the Holocaust are being propagated.
Hi, my name is Libby Anderson, and I'm the CEO of Zeta Beta Tau Fraternity.
And my name is Jason Horowitz, and I'm the Director of Heritage Education and Partnerships for Zeta Beta Tau Fraternity.
It is so important that we continue the education of Holocaust and remembering our history. It is our responsibility to make sure that we share those stories and share that education with those that come after us. At the level of education for today's young people, especially Gen Z and millennials, is dissipating, and students are coming to college without basic knowledge and education about the Holocaust. It is our responsibility to educate our brothers, our members, and our community.
And for me, on a personal level, my grandfather served in World War II in Japan and Korea, but I know he talked so much about how he wanted to serve in Europe to fight the Nazis because of what was happening to his family in Austria. So it's important for me to have more Holocaust education to honor his family's memory and the memories of all families lost in the Holocaust.
The importance of remembering the survivors of the Holocaust and honoring their stories of survival and overcoming cannot be overstated. Not only is it imperative for generation after generation of Jewish people to never forget, all people of goodwill, open minds, and open hearts should always remember also. In my decades of study as a multi-generation Black American, there are also memories that are seared into the cultural DNA of my ethnic group. Some of those memories were captured in first-person accounts called slave narratives, stories told by the formerly enslaved in their own words. The most acclaimed example is the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, which between 1845 and 1860 sold 30,000 copies. Douglass was a prominent public speaker and fierce abolitionist against the inhumane practice of buying and selling human beings as property. During the Great Depression, the Federal Writers Project of the WPA employed writers to capture the first-person accounts of formerly enslaved persons. 2,300 interviews were taped from 1936 to 1938. From 2000 to 2001, the Library of Congress digitized these narratives and scanned the originals of 500 photographs. These tales capture not only the horror and the degradation of what Harvard sociologist Orlando Patterson calls social death, but also tales of heroism and escape, betrayal and tragedy, and the hopes and cultures of those fragile yet enduring communities of American Negroes. In like fashion, the stories of the survivors of Nazi racism and brutality can demonstrate not only the continuation of the varieties of anti-Semitism that's been present for several thousand years, but also the perseverance, the faith, the resilience and brilliance, and the fortitude of the Jewish people. In my own life, no group other than my own ethnic tribe has been more supportive and encouraging to me than Jewish Americans. I honor the souls of those lost and the legacy of those who remain. Ancestral memory is a key to unlocking the wisdom wrought by suffering and the fight against bigotry. And as well is a path for us to follow today, so that generations to come will be prepared to work together to protect our cultural memories while demonstrating how the human family can indeed flourish together.
Hello, my name is David Adler. I'm president of the Australian Jewish Association, and I'm pleased that our organisation partners with the Combat Anti-Semitism movement, which does excellent work on behalf of the Jewish people worldwide, and indeed on behalf of humanity. This Yom HaShoah, we are getting very close to being on a cusp where there are less and less first-hand testimonies from survivors because of the age, obviously. So it's more important than ever that we support education at all levels, in schools, in universities, through community organisations. Unfortunately, we're seeing a rise of anti-Semitism worldwide. Australia is no exception, and in part, this may be due to ignorance of history. There was a recent survey done in Australia which showed a shocking ignorance of basic information regarding the Holocaust. I'm pleased to say Australia has recently formally adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. In principle, there's yet to be effective implementation in institutions, which we think is critical. So let us all resolve to take seriously the critical message of never again and continue to work collaboratively with like-minded organisations around the world. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng, representing Queens, New York. First, I would like to thank the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement and Zikaron Beis Salon for giving me the opportunity to speak on such an important but solemn day for the Jewish community, Yom HaShoah, or Holocaust Remembrance Day. To the survivors of the Holocaust who are joining us today, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your willingness to share your stories. I am in awe of your courage and your strength. As a member of Congress that represents such a large and vibrant Jewish community, it is important that we take the time today and every day to remember the more than 6 million Jews that perished during the Holocaust. Part of my role as co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism is to make sure that as members of Congress, we're doing everything in our power to preserve the history of the Holocaust and are taking meaningful action to make sure that these atrocities never happen again. To do so, we must continue to educate our communities and support legislative efforts that aim to combat anti-Semitism and all forms of hate and condemn anti-Semitism any chance we get. Unfortunately, anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise. 2021 was the highest year on record, a 34% increase over 2020 alone. Educating communities on what happened 77 years ago is the bedrock of our efforts to combat anti-Semitism. It is our responsibility to make sure the next generation remembers the liberation of Auschwitz, Dachau, and Bergen-Belsen. We must never forget. I look forward to continuing to work with the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement and Zikaron Beis Salon in support of Holocaust education. Thank you.
Shalom, dear people. My name is Adiel Cohen. I'm a content creator on social media and an activist for Jewish rights and bridging communities. When I first started my activism 2 years ago, one of my main goals was to tell the story of the Jewish people in a way that is accessible to people from outside of our nation. There are a lot of misconceptions about the identity and history of the Jewish people, and I truly believe that it is our responsibility to retell our stories. Growing up in Israel, Yom HaShoah has always been a very meaningful day for me, even though none of my family members have been through the Holocaust. Despite that, and maybe because of that, I felt more compelled to learn more, to understand what happened there as much as I could, to listen to the stories of the horrors and the bravery from people who actually gone through it. Being openly and proudly Jewish on social media is a privilege that young Jews have today, but even today it comes with a price, and oftentimes we encounter terrible anti-Semitism directed at us. About a year ago, a young kid commented on one of my videos saying that he wished that I was burned in the Holocaust. When I first looked at this terrible comment, I didn't really know how to respond. I was honestly shocked. And then I decided to act. I sent the guy a message asking him if he knows what the Holocaust is. And he responded with, "Of course I know." So I asked him, "How come you know what the Holocaust is and you still commented this terrible, terrible thing?" I decided to take the conversation a step forward. I sent him images from the camps and testimonies of survivors. And I asked him, "Do you really understand what happened in the Holocaust?" If anyone can actually understand what happened there. And I guess that the guy's response taught me a huge lesson on our mission as the younger Jewish generation. He responded with, "But you're a Yemenite Jew. Why do you care so much? Your grandparents weren't there." I thought for a few seconds, and then I told him, "Well, that didn't stop you from saying this horrible thing." When this guy left me this terrible comment, he didn't care that my grandparents spent the diaspora in Yemen. He left this comment because I was Jewish. And the main thing that I took from this conversation is that it doesn't matter where your family spent the diaspora, where you live now, where you're from. Anti-Semitism targets all Jews. And it is our responsibility and our mission to unite as a nation and fight anti-Semitism together. The responsibility to make sure that never again is not just a catchphrase that people say, but an actual standard is on us. The responsibility to tell the stories of the victims, of the survivors, of the heroes of the Holocaust, of the entire Jewish nation is on us. Because if we don't step up and tell this story, not only to ourselves, but to the world, no one will do it for us. I'm standing here in Jerusalem, the heart and soul of the Jewish people, on mounds of Jewish history, and millions of Jews who came before me and fought to keep the fire burning. And Be'ezrat Hashem, the Jewish nation will continue to prosper and thrive. Am Yisrael Chai.
I'm Joe Lieberman, and I'm very proud to join this global digital observance of Holocaust Remembrance Day, Yom HaShoah. I'm proud to join as a member of the board of CAM, the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, and I join it with a certain urgency this year because of the rise of anti-Semitism, shockingly, in our time. I thought I would start with a quote that I read recently from Menachem Begin, the former prime minister of Israel. Begin said in a book that he wrote in the 1970s called The Revolt, that out of the ashes and tears and blood came a human creature that had not been seen on earth for almost 2,000 years, and that he called the Fighting Jew. And he pleaded with everyone who was reading his words that they resolved never to let that Jew disappear again. I never would have guessed that in 2022 we would be facing, and in America and in Europe and in other parts of the world, and there is only one response to it. Accommodation doesn't work, silence doesn't work, ducking, hiding doesn't work. We have to fight back. And it's different this time. I want to just speak from a personal point of view. I was honored to be the first Jewish American to run on a national political ticket when Vice President Gore asked me to be his running mate in 2000. And I confronted no anti-Semitism. Now, when I would say that after the election, people would say, but do you think there are no anti-Semites in America? And I said, of course there are anti-Semites. Their numbers are small, but the ethic of our country now is so contrary to that kind of bigotry, not just anti-Semitism, but racism and hatred of all kinds, that they simply stayed under the rocks in their caves. They didn't come out. Our response, and it's certainly the response of CAM, has to be to remember that when Hitler wrote and spoke some of the incredibly anti-Semitic words that he did in the 20s and 30s, people simply discounted them because they were so extreme and ridiculous. But we know that he followed through on them, and the result was a terrible loss of human life, 6 million dying simply because they were Jewish. We've said after the show and never again, and this is the moment that we have to prove we meant it, that we will work together with organizations like CAM. So my call today is that we not just be fighting Jews to protect Jews, that we be fighting human beings to protect everyone from hatreds like anti-Semitism. In America, in the last year or two, there have been vicious acts of violent hatred against Asian Americans simply because they are Asian Americans. The same is true of people of color and people of different ethnic groups, people of different sexual orientation, and increasing anti-immigrant fervor. So when we said never again, and we say it today, we really mean never again will we allow anything like anti-Semitism and other hatreds to grow into the horror that was the Holocaust of World War II. I wish you a wonderful day. And again, thank CAM for sponsoring this day. God bless you all.
ברוכים הבאים לזיכרון בסלון, עכשיו כאן בישראל ומשודר ברחבי העולם. אנחנו מתרגשים לארח כאן היום את גברת חנה גופרית, לספר לנו את סיפור ההישרדות המדהים שלה, מילדה בפולין ועד לסבתא בישראל. איתנו גם מצטרף בן גופרית, הנכד שלה, שמצטרף אלינו בזום מירושלים. תודה רבה לשניכם שאתם פה, תודה חנה שאת יושבת איתנו פה ולוקחת את הזמן לספר את הסיפור שלך, ואני רוצה באמת איתך להתחיל ממש בהתחלה, ילדה קטנה, בביאלה רבסקה בפולין. כשהנאצים עלו לשלטון, אסרו עלייך ללכת לבית הספר, כמו לכל הילדים היהודים, היית צריכה פתאום ללמוד בבית. בתור ילדה כזאת קטנה, מה את זוכרת מזה? הסבירו לך למה זה קורה? הבנת משהו ממה בעצם משתנה בחיים שלך ככה פתאום?
בוא נאמר כך, קודם כל תודה רבה שהזמנת אותי. לכבוד לי. היות ונולדתי בעיירה קטנה, הייתי ילדת טבע בכלל, ולא גרתי באזור שגרו שם היהודים. זה יסביר את ההליכה לבית הספר. והחברות שלי היו מרישה בשה ויאנק, חברים פולנים, שפת האם הייתה פולנית. אני בעצם חשבתי שאני ילדת טבע, כי איש לא אמר לי, את יהודייה, את לא פולניה. חייתי לי באושר. הבת יחידה, מפונקת עד מאוד, עד עצם היום הזה. וההורים נתנו לי הרגשה שהשמיים הם הגבול. אני אגדל, אני אתפתח. מה שרק אני רוצה אני אוכל להשיג. הרי סך הכל אותי ילדו לי חיים טובים ומאושרים. כמו שכל הורה והורה מצפה לגדל את הילד שלו. ובאמת, הגרמנים כבשו את פולין, אבל אני בעיירה שלי ביאלה רבסקה. טוב לי עדיין, עד גיל 6, ואם הייתי רוצה לתאר את ההתרחשויות אחרי גיל 6, ומדוע גיל 6, כפי שאמרת, הייתי מתארת את זה כאיזשהו מגדל קלפים, שבונים מגדל קלפים מפעם בנית ומוציאים קלף אחד, וככה עוד קלף אחד מוציאים, ובסופו של דבר המגדל הזה נופל, וזה מה שקרה. חברותיי, בראשון לספטמבר, רצו לבית הספר, אבל בכדי להגיע לבית הספר, היו צריכים לעבור דרך הבית שלנו, כי אנחנו גרנו באזור הפולני. ואז דפקו בדלת, בבוקר, ואמרו חנצ'קה, זה שם החיבה שלי, כמו חנה, חנצ'קה בואי לבית הספר. ואני כל כך רציתי ללמוד, לקרוא לבד, להיות ילדה עצמאית, איך אומרים, לשתות מכוס החיים שלי למידה. אני מגיעה לשאר בית הספר, עומד שם שומר, הוא מכיר אותי מהכנסייה, כי המטפלת כל יום ראשון לקחה אותי לכנסייה, וטוב שעשתה כך, כי זה בהמשך שירת את חיי. ועומד שומר, ואומר לי דבר שבחיים שלי לא שמעתי עד אז. את יהודייה, וליהודים כאן אסור ללמוד, ואת לא נכנסת. ואני לא מבינה מה זה יהודייה בכלל. מה זה יהודייה? מה זה?
ילדה בת 6, שבסך הכל רוצה ללכת לבית ספר עם החברים שלה.
כן, ואז הפעמון מצלצל, והחצר מתרוקנת, ואני לא כועסת על החברים שלי, כי אני מבינה שכפי שאני רוצה ללמוד, גם הם בטח רוצים ללמוד. כן. ואני נשארת מעבר לגדר, ואני פשוט, עד היום הזה אני חשה את העלבון הזה, ואני אז מחזיקה את הגדר כך מעבר לחצר, ואני חושבת בליבי כך, הוא אמר לי שאני יהודייה. מה זה יהודייה? אז אם הוא אמר לי שאני יהודייה ולא נתן לי להיכנס, אני ילדה יהודייה גאה. ואני לא בוכה, ואני לא אבכה. ואני נשבעת לך.
איזה תובנה, בכזה גיל.
אני נשבעת לך. עברתי כל מיני גלגולים, עד שהמלחמה הסתיימה וחיי ניצלו. זכרתי תמיד שאני ילדה יהודייה גאה צריכה להיות. וחזרתי הביתה.
אז מה באמת את חוזרת הביתה להורים שלך?
סליחה.
להורים שלך שבאמת, כמו שאת אומרת, עד אז אמרו לך שהכל אפשרי.
איפה את היית?
כן.
אז אני אומרת, מה הייתי ליד הנהר? אני ילדה יהודייה גאה, אני אספר שגירשו אותי מבית הספר. ואז אבא שלי אומר, בואי, חנצ'קה. בואי, ואני נכנסת לחדר שלי. פתאום אני רואה את החדר שלי, שינה את הצביון שלו. שולחן.
וואו.
זה עומד לי מול עיניי. כל הספרים שמלמדים בית הספר, כי אני רציתי בלי ילקוט, כי לא היה לי ילקוט, אבל כל כך רציתי ללמוד. ואבא שלי אומר, שלום חנצ'קה, היום פתחנו את כיתה א' שלנו, ואבא שלי היה המורה הראשון שלי. כל בוקר, ב8 בבוקר, היינו מתיישבים ללמוד. כמובן פולנית וחשבון, ומה שצריך. ואבא שלי היה המורה הראשון שלי, כל עוד שהיינו בביתנו אנו.
ומה ההורים שלך סיפרו לך על למה? מה הבנת מלמה את צריכה בעצם ללמוד בבית? כמה זמן זה נמשך?
קשה לי למדוד את הזמן, כי ילדה בת 6 לא יכולה. אבל כבר הגעתי למצב של קריאה, אבל השנים עשו את שלהם. אבא שלי היה סוחר, והוא כבר לא היה יכול לעבוד במקצועו, כי היה צריך להסתובב באזור, ואמא שלי הייתה תופרת, וזה סימן שזה אחר כך משרת אותנו, ולא דובר בכלל. אף פעם לא אמרו לי שאני יהודייה, או שאני אינני יודעת. אני חגגתי חגים עם המשפחה היהודית שלי, ולא קרא לו תינוק בשמו. אני לא ידעתי. מה זה פתאום שלא אוכלים לחם? ופתאום יש מצות. גידלו אותי כילדת טבע, לא דובר, ואני לא סיפרתי. ללמוד, למדתי. אבל הזמן עשה את שלו, 1942, התחילו להקים את הגטאות ברחבי אירופה, וגם לעיירה שלנו, באלסקה, הקימו את הגטו. אבל הייתה בעיה במחוז. האמא שלי הייתה התופרת הטובה ביותר בכל המחוז. כל סמלה מודל. זאת אומרת, הגברות המכובדות שבאו לתפור את הבגדים היפים אצל אמא שלי, לא תפרה סמלה פעמיים אותו הדבר. ככה שבחברה, כל אחד ישב עם הסמלה היפה. ולאט לאט, נשות הקצינים, ומפקד המחוז, אשתו גם הייתה תופרת אצל אמא שלי. וכמובן שגרנו באזור הפולני, אבל אנחנו צריכים להיכנס לגטו, כי אנחנו יהודים, זה ברור. יצא איזשהו חוק, או אינני יודעת, שהתופרת תישאר אצלה בבית, ותתפור את הבגדים, ירצו, ייקחו אותה. ואכן כך היה.
אז בעצם בשלב הזה, זה שאמא שלך הייתה כזאת תופרת מדהימה...
ניצלתי מלהיות בגטו.
בפעם הראשונה, שזה קורה הרבה פעמים בעצם.
כן, וזה בעצם שירת אותנו. היחסים של אמא שלי עם החברה הפולנית, עם הקשרים שלה, בעצם הצילו אותנו לאורך זמן. והגטו, ואנחנו בתוך הבית שלנו, ולאט לאט הגיע הזמן של הטרנספורטים.
זהו, ב-42, נכון?
ב-42,
כולם נשלחים לטרבלינקה.
מתחילים, כן, והעיירה שלי, שמנו בה 4,000 יהודים, מזה 1,000 ילדים, ניצלו אך ורק 35 אנשים מבוגרים ו2 ילדים. אני ועוד ילד אחד. ואת הנושא של העול לשאת על גבי, במשך הזמן אני אספר. 2 ילדים, היו 2 טרנספורטים, פונו ישר לטרבלינקה, והם שם לא חוזרים. זה מקום שלא חוזרים משם. אפילו מאושוויץ היה אפשר להינצל, אבל לא מטרבלינקה. ואנחנו עד הרגע האחרון נשארנו בבית. בסופו של דבר בעיירה השאירו 35 אנשים וילדה, אני.
איזו אחריות בטח לשאר החיים, שאת היחידה משם.
זה הסיפור. ואז יום אחד אבא שלי פגש את האבא של החברה שלי מרישה. והוא אמר לאבא שלי מילה. הרשל זה צפי. ולבן שלי, לאבא של בן, קוראים עופר, על שם של אבא. כי הרשל זה צבי, הבן של צבי, זה עופר, ברור, אבא נספה בשואה. אמרתי, תברח לא טוב. אבא חזר הביתה, ברחנו. כל כך קל להגיד ברחנו. אבל כל העולם נגדנו. כל העולם נגדנו, איך כבר בורחים? מי שנותן מסתור ליהודים, מה קורה לו? ברור.
בעצמו מסכן את החיים כמובן.
ואני לפעמים חושבת בליבי, האם אני הייתי מוכנה לפתוח את ביתי ולסכן את עופר כשלי? לא יודעת. אין לי תשובה ואני לא רוצה. ולא רוצה אפילו לחשוב על תשובות. ואז באחנו על חברה שלי, אמא שלי, שזה היה דלת מול דלת, הסתתרנו מאחורי היה שם איזשהו תנור, ואחרי כמה דקות באו לחפש אותנו הגרמנים, דפקו בדלת של גברת מושאוקובה על שם עניין, וכשהגרמנים, אני אתאר איך הם עושים את החיפוש, כי החיפוש חוזר במשך סיפור חיי. זה ככה, מגיעים עם כלבים, כלבי זאב, מושכים אותם שהכלבים ינבחו, והם צועקים וצרוחים ודופקים בדלתות. סיטואציה של שיתוק. את פשוט נעמדת, לא יכולה לדבר. והם מצלצלים, איפה הרשקוביץ'? זה שם המשפחה שלי שנולדתי בו.
אז הם ידעו גם בדיוק מי הם מחפשים
בדיוק
ביום
הכל היה
הזה.
רשום. היו רשימות מאלף עד תף, מדויק מאוד. היא אמרה, אני מהבוקר לא ראיתי אותם. בגרמנים עוזבים, ואנחנו נשארים אצל החברה של אמא שלי דלת מול דלת, ואין כבר יותר.
זה את ואמא שלך.
ואבא שלי, של שתינו, ואין בית יותר, ואין כלום. ומה שהיה לעולם כבר לא יהיה. את לא יכולה לקחת איתך לחיים איזשהו ספר, שהייתי ילדה קטנה עם איזשהו כתמים שהאוכל.
שום זכר מהחיים לפני.
שום אין. התנור, אמא שלי, אבא שלי ואני, זה מה שיש.
ובעצם זה לא פעם ראשונה שהתחבאתם אצל מישהו, אצל שכן.
ולאט לאט היו צריכים בעצם למצוא לנו מקום מסתור, מפני שאי אפשר לעמוד מאחורי התנור כל החיים. ואכן, כפי הנראה, אמא ואבא מאוד דאגו לי. והיות ואני כל יום ראשון הייתי בכנסייה עם המטפלת שלי, כל המחוז הכיר אותי, את הילדה היהודיה שמסתובבת בכנסייה. ומצאו לי מקום מסתור אצל משפחה פולנית שרצתה לקלוט אותי. ולגדל אותי באהבה כפי הנראה. ואמא אז אמרה לי, תראי חנצ'קה, אין לנו ברירה, אנחנו ניפרד, את תלכי למשפחה.
אנחנו רואים אותם עכשיו, נכון?
לא, אלה חסידי אומות העולם. אלה האנשים שהם חסידי אומות העולם. זה גברת סקוברונק, אם אני מתרגמת זה לעברית, זה דרור חופש, וזה אדון סקוברונק. אלה האנשים
ובבית שלהם?
לא, זה בשלזנה, זה בוורשה. היו כמה...
בשלב מאוחר.
היו כמה, כן, כמה ככה, נפילות קוראים.
כן.
מסרו אותי למשפחה הזאת, ואני נכנסתי שם לדירה וראיתי שולחן, ועל השולחן היו פורסים כל הספרים שאני אוהבת, כל המחברות שאני אוהבת. זאת אומרת, המשפחה רצתה לקלוט אותי באהבה רבה.
והלכת לשם לבד?
לא יודעת, מישהו הוביל אותי. אין לי מושג מי.
אבל היית שם אצלם בבית בלי ההורים שלך, את כבר...
לבד, הביאו אותי. אבל אני עשיתי את השביתה הראשונה בחיי. אני סירבתי להישאר שם. אני כמעט ילדה בת 7, נכנסתי מתחת לשולחן, וישבתי שם כמה ימים, ולא אכלתי ולא שתיתי ולא שום דבר. הייתי בשביתת רעב, רציתי למות. לא הייתי מסוגלת להיפרד מהוריי. שכחתי את הכל, הרי ידעתי מה מתרחש כבר, לא היו צריכים לספר לי. אבל רציתי את אמא ואבא שלי.
כן, אבל בסך הכל צריך לזכור ילדה בת 7, זה מה שהיא רוצה. כן, הגיוני.
ולילה אחד הגיעה אמא שלי. וכשראיתי מרחוק שאמא מגיעה, קפצתי, חיבקתי אותה ואמרתי לה כך, את לעולם שלא תעזבי אותי. ואמא שלי אמרה בסדר, לקחה אותי ביד, יצאנו לדרך, הגענו לאיזשהו יער, בתוך היער איזשהו כפר קטן היה, אין לי מושג היכן זה, אינני יודעת היכן שהייתי שם 3 ימים אצל המשפחה שרצתה לקלוט אותי, ממש לאמץ אותי. בתוך היער עמד אסם, ונכנסנו לאסם, ואמא הזיזה את הזרדים קדימה ואחורה, ונפער פה בור גדול, ואמא אמרה תרדי, יש שם סולם חבלים, תרדי למטה. ירדתי למטה לתוך הבור, ובתוך הבורת מגיליתי את אבא שלי.
וואו.
והייתה שם חזירה, שהמיתה חזירונים קטנים, והיה לי עם מי לשחק, היו לי חברים. ירדתי לבור, והרגשתי שאני ילדה יהודיה גאה. ניצחתי. חזרתי להורים שלי. והייתי בתוך הבור, אינני יודעת כמה זמן. כי יום ולילה זה בדיוק אותו הדבר.
יכלתם לצאת משם, או ממש אפילו לא להרים את הראש?
עם חבל, הכפרייה הייתה מורידה לנו מרק. איזה מרק טעים היה, עם לחם.
את עדיין זוכרת את הטעם בטח של המרק הזה.
כל חיי. אני מנסה לשחזר את זה, לא הולך. לא הולך. ואז, יום אחד, הכפרייה מגיעה, מזיזה את הזרדים קדימה ואחורה, ואומרת, הגרמנים הגיעו. ומה יהיה עם הילדה? כמו שתיארתי, יעשו את הבלגן עם הכלבים, וזה היה הריטואל שלהם.
את זוכרת בתור ילדה בת 7-8 את
הכל.
המשפט הזה, הגרמנים הגיעו, מה זה היה בשבילך בתור ילדה, וגם לראות את ההורים שלך, שיש להם פחד של הורים שמנסים להציל את הילדה שלהם?
סוף עולם. סוף עולם. סוף עולם. מאחורי המשפט הזה לא מסתתר שום דבר, כלום. אין עתיד, אין חיים, אין בית ספר, אין נהר, אין יער, מוכמניות ופטריות, אין כלום. הגרמנים הגיעו. והיא אומרת, מה עושים עם הילדה? היא תצעק, היא תבהל. ואני רוצה לצעוק ממעמקי הבור. אני ילדה יהודיה גאה, אני לא אצעק. אבל מי ישמע אותי? ואז היא אומרת לי, תעלי לי מעלה, ואני עולה על הסולם. ואז מגיע הבן שלה עם שק. ואומרים לי, תיכנסי לי תוך השק, ואני נכנסת לי תוך השק, הוא לוקח אותי על הגב, ובורח למעמקי היער. ואני בתוך השק. ואני כבר הכל יודעת, אני מבינה מה יקרה, אני חושבת בליבי שהגרמנים יעצרו אותו, וישאלו אותו מה יש לך בשק. והוא לא ירצה לפתוח את השק אולי, ואולי יתקרו את השק עם הכידון, לראות מה שיש בתוך השק. ואני חושבת בליבי, מה עושים? מה עושים? מה עושים? מה עושים? אולי לא כדאי להיות ילדה? אולי אני יכולה להפוך את עצמי לתפוח אדמה? כי בשק היה ריח של תפוחי אדמה, תפוח אדמה לא מפחד, אפילו אם דוקרים אותו, לא בוכה. מקלפים, כלום לא קרה, קילפתי תפוחי אדמה. ואני עושה לי את האוטוסגסטיה הראשונה שלי, שהמשכתי אחר כך.
כוח של המחשבה בהישרדות.
אני תפוח אדמה. וכך אני עושה לי את המנטרה, תפוח אדמה, תפוח אדמה, ובחיי נשבעת לך. בכנות הייתי תפוח אדמה. הגרמנים עזבו, אותנו לא מצאו, חזרתי לבור, והפולניה לא רצתה אותנו. ואז החברה של אמא שלי שוב הגיעה. ואז אבא שלי ביקש שתשיג לנו תעודות מזויפות שנוכל לצאת מהבור, כי כרגע כשאומרים תעודות לא מבינים את התהליך הזה. אי אפשר היה לתת פסיעה ברחוב ללא ביקורת. היו פטרולים כל הזמן מסתובבים ובודקים. הרי הם קיבלו פקודה להרוג ולהשמיד. כל יהודי באשר הוא. אז אי אפשר היה לעלות על הרכבת, שום דבר. אז בבקשה, תסדרי לנו 3 תעודות זהות, ואם לא קשה לך תמצאי לנו מקום מסתור. כי לא רוצים אותנו כאן. הגברת משאורקוב הלכה, חזרה, לא יודעת, יום לילה אותו הדבר, והגיעה והיא אמרה לאבא שלי הרשל, יש לה רק 2 תעודות זהות.
וואו.
לאמא שלי ולי, לך לא מצאתי תעודת זהות. ואז אבא אומר, בסדר, מצאת להם מקום מסתור? אז היא אמרה, כן, בוורשה. ברחוב ז'לזנה 64, אצל הקרובים שלי, משפחת סקוברומק, שהם חסידי אומות העולם, אלה חסידי אומות העולם, הם מוכנים ל3 חודשים לקבל את אמא שלי ואותי.
אנחנו רואים אותם שוב.
כן, האהובים שלי.
פרצופים שאי אפשר לשכוח בטח.
האהובים שלי, האהובים, אני חייבת להם את הכל. את
אז
כל הטוב.
איך בעצם זה קורה? אז את ואימא שלך, וזה רגע מכריע בעצם, כי אבא שלך לא קיבל תעודה.
ואבא אומר לי כך, אנחנו ביער, אני אלך ליער לחפש את הפרטיזנים, וחנצ'קה, לא חשוב כמה זמן שיעבור, כשהמלחמה תסתיים, ואנחנו אולי נהיה בקצה העולם. אני בדיוק אומרת מה שאבא אמר לי. אנחנו נגיע לביאברבסקה, נשב בתחנת רכבת, הוא הבין שלבית שלנו כבר אין לנו מה לחזור, נשב בתחנת רכבת ונחכה אחד לשני. אמא ואני חזרנו אחרי שהמלחמה הסתיימה כחודש, כי היינו במחנות עבודה כפולניות בגרמניה. חזרנו לביאברבסקה, אבא לא חיכה, בתחנת רכבת. אני הלכתי לחברה שלי מרישה, ואמא הלכה ליער לחפש, לשאול את הכפרייה, מה קרה לי בעלי, היכן הוא? הגברת אמרה, אני לא יודעת שום דבר ותסתלקי מפה. פשוט תסתלקי מפה. אבל אמא התעקשה ונכנסה לתוך הדירה. ואז הארון היה פתוח, ובארון זיהתה את המגפיים שלי, אבא שלי, ואת המעיל שלו. ואלוהים יודע פתרונות.
זה מה שנשאר.
זה מה שנשאר, ועד עצם היום הזה אני לא יודעת מה קרה. מה, מי ואיפה. בצעירותי, היה לי מאוד קשה לחיות עם המחשבה הזאת.
עם הלא לדעת.
עם הלא לדעת. במשך זמן למדתי שאני במשפחה של ניצולי שואה, וכל אחת יש לו את הנקודה הכואבת שלו, שלא יודע, אבל אני הצלתי עם אימא, וזה נפלא.
אז תספרי לנו איך באמת, אז אתם הלכתם למשפחה הזאת שמוכנה לקבל אתכם.
משפחת סקוברונק, כן.
בוורשה. איך החיים שם בתור ילדה קטנה, אימא שלה, שאסור שיגלו שהיא נמצאת בבית עם הפחד היומיומי שהגרמנים, המשפט הזה שאמרת, שהגרמנים הגיעו.
מגיעים. בהתחלה היו 3 חודשים. הבית הוא מיוחד במינו. מה מיוחד בו? כי פעם הגטו היה מאוד גדול בוורשה. לאט לאט הגטו הלך והצטמצם. אז ישנו דבר, גטו גדול וגטו קטן. הבניין של אסנה 64 היה בגטו הגדול, והוא התפנה. ואז אדון סקוברונק, את שמה לב שאני עוברת מיד להגיד לאדון,
כן.
כי זה תרגום של השפה הפולנית. בפולנית לא אומרים את מי אתה, אומרים אדון, גברת, ככה מדברים. כבוד נותנים לאדם. אפשר גם לרצוח עם הכבוד, אבל זה סיפור אחר. ואז אדון סקוברונק עשה הגרלה, כי זה הבניין היה, חברת חשמל קיבלה אותו, אדון סקוברונק עבד בחברת חשמל, עשה הגרלה, הגריל. קומה שישית ללא מעלית. הבית הוא בצורת ריבוע. הבית בחלקו עוד חי וקיים, והוא מתויר ואהוב עליי ועל המשפחה שלי עד מאוד. הבית נתן לי את החיים. וגם המשלחות שמגיעות לפולין, אחרי שאני מספר את סיפור חיי, מגיעים לז'לזנה 64 למסור לדרישת שלום. ואז אנחנו עולות לקומה השישית, בשקט בשקט בלילה, שאיש לא יראה אותנו, כי אנחנו אנשים שחיים ולא חיים, נמצאים ולא נמצאים, נעלם. אחרי 3 חודשים, המשפחה שגרה במקום אחר, עוברת לי, ז'לזנה 64, 2 חדרים, 4 נפשות, אבא, אמא, בשה, שיותר מבוגרת ממני, אולי הייתה בת 14 אז, וחנקה בת 10, ואני בת 7 וחצי, משהו כזה. אז אמא שלי אומרת, תודה רבה, שנתת לבת שלי חיים של 3 חודשים.
איזה חיים מקבילים לחשוב על זה, אבל בית פולני.
מהבור לדירה, לא לגשת לחלון, לסחול מתחת לחלון, לא לפתוח לעולם את הדלת, לאף אחד.
אבל לדמיין גם מבחוץ, שבעצם אנחנו מדברים על בית שיש בו 2 בנות, פולניות שיכולות לחיות את החיים שלהם, הכל רגיל, ובאותו בית יש ילדה שצריכה להיות בחושך שלא יראו אותה, חיים אחרים לגמרי.
כלום. ואז הגברת סקוברונק אומרת, אני לא יכולה לשחרר אתכם. כי אם אתם יצאו לרחוב, ירצחו אתכם. וזה על המצפון שלי, ואני קתולית. איך אני אלך לכנסייה, ואני יודע שהפקרתי אמא ובת, עוד 3 חודשים. 2.
וואו.
2 הסתתרנו אצל משפחת סקוברונק, לא לגשת לחלון, לסחול למטה. והיו עוד דברים. אני 2 ישבתי ליד הדלת, דלת הכניסה לדירה, כי היה הסכם בין אמא שלי ובין משפחת סקוברונק, והיה ואני אשמע, זו אני, התפקיד של חיים ומוות הוטל עליי. אמא שלי עשתה את זה בחוכמתה, שיהיה לי יותר קל למות. אני צריכה להכריז, אמא אני שומעת שהגרמנים עולים למעלה, ואיך שהם עולים, כמו שאמרתי לך, כבר לא צריך לחזור על המנטרה האיומה הזאת, ואם אני אשמע שמגיעים עד לקומה החמישית, עד הקומה הרביעית בערך, אני אגיד לאמא, אם הגרמנים באו, אנחנו נראית מקומה שישית לקומה חמישית, בשביל לבלבל אותם, ברור, ונקפוץ דרך החלון לחצר.
למוות בעצם.
למוות כמובן, וזה לא כואב. כי אז מתחברים ישר בשמיים. ואז בשמיים הכניסה את כל האנשים שנראה כך היא אוהבת. גם אבא שלי כבר ישב בשמיים. ואחרי 2.
רגע, אבל לפני הסוף 2 האלה, אני חייבת לחזור על זה ולהבין. את ילדה קטנה שהתפקיד שלה זה לשבת ליד הדלת ולהקשיב אם את שומעת שגרמנים מגיעים, ושאת יודעת שאם כן, אם את שומעת משהו, זה אומר שאת ואמא שלך קופצות מהחלון למוות. איך? בשלב הזה ברור שכבר היה לך יכולת הישרדות יוצאת דופן, בין להיות תפוח אדמה בשק או לחיות מתחת לאדמה. אבל איך שורדים מחשבה כזאת? איך שורדים יום-יום כזה, שזה התפקיד שלך בתור ילדה קטנה?
בואי אני אגיד לך, וזה קשה להגיד. אני ילדה יהודיה ואני שווה פחות. ואני לא יכולה עם החיים שלי לסכן את חנקה ואת באשה ואת אדון סקוברונק וגברת סקוברונק. הם לא חטאו שום דבר, הם פשוט נתנו לנו מסתור. אז כל יום שאני חיה זו מתנה. כל יום שאני קמה בבוקר. זה הכוס שעומדת פה, עוד יום ועוד יום, אני ממלאה את הכוס עם החיים שלי. אז עד כמה שאפשר, עד רגע שאפשר, ולהגיד תודה רבה על מה שיש.
איזה יופי.
ויום אחד אני שומעת שהגרמנים מגיעים. דרך אגב, אני ישבתי ליד הדלת, ואני למדתי כל הזמן, כי אמא שלי אמרה, אם את חיה יום אחד, את צריכה ללמוד. ולמדתי כל הזמן כמובן פולנית, ברור.
אז אחרי השנתיים האלה...
חכי.
כן.
הגרמנים הגיעו, ואני שומעת אותם. ואנחנו פותחים את הדלת שכבר כמעט שנה וחצי לא הייתי בחדר מדרגות, ברור לכם. כן. ואנחנו לאט לאט מתחילות לרדת מהקומה השישית לקראת קומה החמישית, ואז הנס קורה. חנקה, הבת הצעירה, הלכה לבית הספר, המורה חלתה. זה מי שצריך להישאר בחיים, יש שרשרת. ואז היא חשבה בליבה למה לשחק בחצר עם חברות. היא תחזור אליי, הביתה היא תשחק איתי. כי כל בוקר שקמתי ואני עוד חיה, אמא שלה הייתה אומרת, שלא תנצחי את חנקה במשחקים, תשחקי טיפשה, תמציאי כל מיני משחקים שמראש הוא למפרע, תדעי שאת הולכת להפסיד, שהיא תנצח. תני לך את ההרגשה של החכמה, מה אכפת לך? עוד יום את חיה. והיא נורא אהבה לשחק איתי, והיא ידעה על הסיפור הזה. חזרה מבית הספר, ראתה שהגרמנים עומדים שם בתוך שהגרמנים הגיעו, מסעית גדולה איתה, מי יודע מה חיפשו. רצה מהר, בחצי הקומה, ילדה בת 10, פרסה את ידיה, ואמרה, אני לא מרשה לכם לקפוץ דרך החלון. ואמא שלי אמרה, בסדר, לא יקפוץ. זאת אומרת, איזה הסכם אפשר לעשות עם אמא על חיי ילדה? למה תעלו למעלה בחזרה, תסתדרו בעליית הגג, הגרמנים ילכו, אני עוד קרא לכם. ואכן כך קרה, וכך חיינו ניצלו.
ואם החולה, המורה שלה לא הייתה חולה, והילדה הזאת בת 10 לא הייתה חוזרת הביתה באותו רגע, ורואה את הגרמנים,
ואם אני לא הייתי מפסידה כל החיים שלי שם, שהייתי במשחקים ומשחקת הטיפשה, אז בעצם הכל נלקח ממני.
כל יום שיטת הישרדות אחרת.
אחרת. וככה היינו ניצלו, ולאט לאט היה מרד בגטו ורשה, אחר כך פרץ המרד הפולני, ובאותו היום שפרץ המרד הפולני, אני אמרתי לגברת סקוברונק, גברת סקוברונק, אפשר לגשת לחלון ולפתוח את החלון ולהסתכל החוצה? פתחתי את החלון והסתכלתי החוצה, ונשמתי את האוויר, והייתי מאושרת. בתקופה קצרה, המרד דוקה בצורה אכזרית וקשה. ורשה נהרסה אבן על אבן, ניצלנו בנס. כי באיזשהו שלב גברת סקוברונק הורידה אותנו למקלט, אחרי 5 דקות נפלה פצצה על החלק שאנחנו גרנו, זה בית בצורת ריבוע, ב3 קומות נהרסו, אבל כך ניצלנו. אבל לפני זה, החשוב ביותר לא סיפרתי לך.
הפרפרים שזה הופך לחלק מרכזי בסיפור שלך היום.
בסיפור היום. עכשיו ככה, הנה ניצלתי, נכון? אבל יחד עם זה יש גם חגים. מה עושים? אם לא מזמינים את המשפחה, מה את חושבת? מה יחשבו הקרובים?
כן.
אולי היא מסתירה יהודי נלשין. אדם לאדם זאב, גם אצל הפולנים, לא רק אצלנו. ואז, מה עושים עם
אמא ובת?
האם הם מסובים לשולחן האוכל? אוכל היה בצנע, מלחמה. מה עושים? ואני תמיד שואלת, נו, יש לכם רעיונות? איפה הייתי צריכה להסתתר עם אמא שלי כשהגיעו האורחים 2 חדרים? יש כל מיני דברים, מציעים לי כל מיני דברים. איפה מסתתרים באמת? מה את חושבת? איפה אפשר להסתתר?
איפה?
איפה?
בארון.
בראבו. כל הכבוד לך. אני שעות על גרבי שעות. בכל החגים, קריסמס, פסחא, ביליתי בארון עם אמא שלי. לי בבית יש חדר ארונות, והדלת תמיד שם פתוחה. ואז אני יושבת מקופלת בארון, ומעבר לארון, החיים מתנהגים כרגיל. אני לא מקנאה, בכלל לא. כי אני יודעת שאני יהודייה ואני שווה פחות. ואם אני יכולה להציל את חיי בישיבה בארון, זה טוב לי. אף אחד לא יראה אותי, להתבודד מהעולם. וזה אני חושבת בליבי נורא קשה ונורא מסוכן, אם אני אתעטש. אם איזשהו בגד ייפול, יגידו מה הרעש, אולי יש לכם עכברים, תפתחו, נראה. ואז אם אני הייתי תפוח אדם, אני לא יכולה להיות פרפר, נו תגידי בעצמך. אז אני הופכת את עצמי לפרפר. ואני מרפרפת לי בעולם, איפה? בעיירה שלי, ביאורבסקה, ואף אחד לא יודע שאני חנצ'קה. אני הולכת לכל המקומות שאני אוהבת. איזה כיף! חגיגה, אני פרפר.
שוב, הכוח של הדמיון בלשרוד.
בלשרוד. ואז, אמא לא הבינה, איך אני כל כך בשקט יושבת, אבל אני לא הייתי שם ממש. וכך עברו הימים, וכך פרץ המרד הפולני, וכך הכל נהרס. ניצלנו מהמרד הפולני בנס, כי הגרמנים הוציאו אותנו מהמקלט, ולא האוקראינים, כי כשהאוקראינים הוציאו את הפולנים בוורשה מהמקלטים, היו רוצחים אותם. מעמידים אותם ליד קיר ויורים בהם. אלינו היו הגרמנים, כי כך צריך היה להיות. לקחו אותנו לאומשלג פלץ, כי כבר לא היו יהודים, אז לקחו עכשיו את הפולנים. אני פולניה, תעודות אין לאף אחד שום דבר, הכל נשרף.
ואת אמרת שאת הרי גדלת עם הרבה זמן בכנסייה, אז בטח ידעת איך להתנהג.
ואז מפרידים גברים ונשים, אותו ריטואל, הגברים נלקחים. אדון סקובונק היה כמעט שנה באושוויץ. אנחנו, עם בת אחת של משפחת סקובונק, כי חנקה צעירה הייתה בחופשה בבית ספר, והייתה אצל הקרובים שלה בעיירה שלי. זאת אומרת, חנה החליפה את חנה, חנה יהודיה נעלמה, חנה פולניה הייתה שם. שולחים אותנו למחנות עבודה בגרמניה. ואני עוד שנה שלמה כמעט, עד סוף מלחמת העולם השנייה, ביליתי במחנה עבודה בגרמניה.
איך היה היום שם? מה זה,
נפלא,
איך זה נראה?
נפלא, חגיגה. ואני אגיד לך גם מדוע. קודם כל לא הייתי סגורה, הייתי חופשייה.
אחרי כל כך הרבה זמן מתחת לאדמה.
אדמה
ובתוך ארון.
חופשייה. אמא הלכה בבוקר לבית החרושת, אחר הצהריים מותר היה לצאת מהמחנה, וזה מחנה של נשים פולניות, הייתה תופרת אצל הגרמניות. אני הייתי מקבלת כל מיני בגדים שאמא תקנה אותם, היה לי מה ללבוש. ואפילו לפעמים הייתי מקבלת גם עוגה. ואולי איזשהו דבר ממתק. ואמא שלי הייתה רק מסתכלת עליי. אז אני הייתי עושה את עצמי שאני נוגסת בעוגה, והייתי מרביעה אותה בכיס, והייתי חוזרת למחנה, כי אמא אמרה, בשה, זאת הבת הגדולה, היא יותר מבוגרת ממך. היא צריכה בכדי לגדול ולהתפתח. את תעשי את עצמך שאת אוכלת, הכל תעביר לי לבשה. וכך, לכל פעם שלח לחמך על פני הבית, אני התחלתי להעביר את כל הממתקים הטובים שקיבלתי מהגרמניות מסביב. והייתה שמה מנהלת מחנה שידעה לדבר פולנית. ויום אחד היא אמרה לי, חנצ'קה, אולי את רוצה קצת ללמוד גרמנית, לקרוא ולכתוב, כי עוד מעט המלחמה תסתיים. אמרתי, נכון, באמת המלחמה עוד מעט תסתיים. וכשהמלחמה תסתיים, אני אשלח אותך. את רואה את אווזים אצל אחותי בכפר. אמרתי, בסדר גמור. למדתי לקרוא ולכתוב גרמנית. שלח לחמך על פני המים. רציתי לו כמו פרפר, מלמדים אותו בגרמניה, הילדים כותבים לי מכתבים.
כן, הספר שלך, ואנחנו נגיע לזה.
ואני כותבת, ואני יודעת לקרוא, לכתוב כבר יותר מדי, אבל לקרוא, לקלוט מה שהילדים חשים, מה שהילדים מרגישים. וכך למדתי את הגרמנית. המלחמה הסתיימה, חזרנו לביאורבסקה, אבא לא היה, ואז נודע לנו במשך הזמן שרק 35 איש ניצלו, ושני ילדים, עוד ילד אחד, שהוא גם נמסר לאימוץ, והוא נשאר וכל המשפחה שלו נספתה. והתחלנו לבנות את החיים מחדש.
יש הרבה שאני רוצה לדבר עליו, על האחרי, אבל היום הזה, את זוכרת איך זה היה לחזור הביתה, אחרי כל הדברים שאת עברת, לחזור לאותו מקום, ולגלות מה שאת אומרת, שרק 35 אנשים שרדו, ואת הילדה היחידה.
קשה מאוד.
איך אפשר לתפוס את זה בכלל?
טרבלינקה שחררה אותי. זאת אומרת, בדיעבד, אחרי שכבר הייתי מאוד מבוססת בשפה העברית שלי בארץ, אמא לי בן, ואני חושבת שאפילו היה לי כבר נכד או שניים, ונסעתי פעם ראשונה במשלחת עם פולין מלווה כאחות, כאשת עדות, והגעתי לטרבלינקה, וראיתי את האתר המחריד הזה, שהוא כולו כמו מטאורים, ופתאום גיליתי אבן מטאור, וכתוב ביאוורבסקה. ושם נשברתי לחלוטין. ביקשתי סליחה שאני חיה, ילדה יחידה, יהודייה, למה אני? ואיך אני יכולה לדרוך על האדמה, שכל העיירה שלי שם פרוסה? מה אני עושה? אבל היות ויש לי תושייה, כפי שאת מבינה,
עם האחריות הזאת, אני חושבת שמצאת תשובה מצוינת בסיפור חייך אחרי למה.
כן, ואז נשבעתי. אמנם אני ילדה יחידה ביאוורבסקה, אתם תהיו האבן המתוארת ביותר. איך אני אעשה? אני עדיין לא יודעת, אבל אני אעשה את זה.
רציתי לשאול אותך בעצם באיזה שלב, ויכול להיות שזה ברגע הזה, החלטת, אם היה כזה רגע, לספר, כי זה כל כך לא מובן מאליו לספר, ואני יודעת שהמון שורדי שואה, המון שנים, עשרות שנים, לא אמרו מילה, הילדים שלהם, הנכדים, לא ידעו בעצם מה הם עברו, לא יכלו לדבר על זה. אז זה בעצם שם שאת הבנת שאת כן צריכה...
זה התפתח לאט. אני עליתי ארצה בגיל 13, בוניית עצמאות. הפירוש העצמאות, את יודעת מה?
כן.
חופש, דרור. עליתי ארצה בגיל 13, ידעתי כבר עברית. אמא הכירה את אבא יוסף, אבא שני שלי, שהוא היה ניצול אושוויץ. לא הייתה אישה ובת שנספו באושוויץ. זאת אומרת שאני קיבלתי אבא שני, הוא קיבל בת שנייה. והקמנו משפחה. ועלינו ארצה בינואר 1949 לתל אביב, ומאז אני תל אביבית. בדרך פתחתי את המגירה בלב שלי, ואת מבינה שאצלי זאת לא בעיה, נכון? כן. הכנסתי את כל הסיפור שסיפרתי בתוך המגירה, נעלתי עם המפתח וזרקתי את המפתח לים. ירדתי מהאונייה, חנה, ילדה שרוצה לחיות.
חיים חדשים.
חיים חדשים, ללמוד, זה ברור מה.
כן.
על יד הדלת למדתי, ללמוד, לחיות. נוער עובד, אחרי חצי שנה מדריכה בנוער עובד, בוחרת במקצוע של לעזור לאנשים. אחות במקצועי אני. והעברתי את זה לבן שלי שהוא רופא, ונכדה יש לי גם רופאה, לעזור לבני אדם. לא ללמוד לימן, כי לימן בני אדם. שנים רבות עבדתי בעיריית תל אביב, 40 שנה. מזה 10 שנים ניהלתי את כל השירות, שזה 200 אחיות בעיר רבתי, עירי האהובה, ואף אחד לא ידע שאני ניצולת שואה. אף אחד. וחייתי בשני מעגלים. אמא שלי, אבא, יוסף, ניצול אושוויץ, ומשפחת סקוברניק. הבאנו אותם ארצה, אני לקחתי לחופש, הבאנו אותם ארצה, ליד ושם, לטקס של חסידי אומות העולם. ועוד דבר אחד, מחקתי את הפולנית מהראש. אבל כמו עם מחק, כמו עם טיפקס, אין. אני לא יודעת לדבר פולנית. אני ישראלית. כמובן שאישי יצחק, יליד תל אביב, היה לו סבא, ופתאום, גם הכרתי חבר שיש לו סבא, מה זה סבא?
כן.
משהו, סבא, נו באמת, נהדר. ואני, חנה גופרית, אגף לרפואה ציבורית, אחות מפקחת ראשית, מי היה מלא בדעתו?
כל ההיסטוריה בצד בארון.
אין.
אז באיזה שלב את אומרת, אני צריכה לפתוח את הקופסה הזאת?
קודם כל הייתי מאוד בטוחה במעמד שלי, בחיים שלי, בכל.
שהצלחת להפוך את החיים שלך לחיים החדשים שרצית בתור ילדה.
בהצלחה מלאה, עברית, תקנית, בלי מבטא פולני, את יודעת, עם הרייש וכל הדברים שמסביב. ואני מקבלת טלפון מעיריית תל אביב, ממינהל החינוך שמשנה את חיי. אם לא הטלפון, לא הייתי פה. ואומרים לי, חנה גופרית, יוצאת משלחת לפולין, והם מאוד מבקשים שתשחררי אחות, כי זה 5-6 אוטובוסים, היינו רוצים שאחות תלווה אותה משלחת. לפולין.
וואו.
ואני חושבת בליבי, זה רגע האמת. אני נוסעת איתכם, אבל יש לי בקשה, אני רוצה לספר את סיפור חיי, הרי אני בסך הכל ניצולת שואה. אמרו לי, חנה גופרית, על שואה לא צוחקים. ככה אני שיחקתי את זה. לא, קטן עליי, הייתי פרפר, הייתי בתפוח אדמה, אז מה, אני לא יכולה לשחק? הייתי פולניה, שיחקתי שנה שלמה והכל בסדר. ואז הנסיעה הזאת פתחה את המגירה, פתאום המפתח הגיע, והמגירה נפתחה, והבנתי שצריכים לסגור מעגלים, ואני לא חטאתי בשום דבר. ועכשיו התפקיד שלי מול המצבה הזאת ביאוורבסקה, אני צריכה משהו לעשות, ומאז הכל יתגלגל.
להיות אישה יהודייה גאה כמו
זאת אני.
עם הקצת זמן שנשאר לנו, אני כן רוצה רגע לעבור לבן, לנכד שלך, שמצטרף אלינו בזום בירושלים, וגם בעניין הזה שכל השאלה של הסיפור, ולהעביר את הסיפור מדור לדור, והרגע המרגש הזה שאת מחליטה בעצם, אוקיי, הגיע הזמן לספר. בן, אתה זוכר מתי נודע לך, מתי הבנת מה הסבתא שלך עברה? איך זה השפיע עליך בחיים?
כן, אני זוכר עוד בבית ספר יסודי, אז אני נורא הייתי גאה בזה שלסבתא שלי יש ספר משלה, שהיא כתבה, ולא, כאילו, את הסיפור של סבתא, אני, בכל מיני שלבים שונים בחיים שלי, אני הבנתי אותו בדרכים אחרות. כאילו, אז בתור ילד אתה ישר הולך לעולם, אתה כאילו עובר את אותו תהליך שסבתא עברה, אתה מאוד נשאב לדימויים, לתפוח אדמה, לפרפרים, זה מה שנשאר לך, ופחות המשמעויות של איפה הסיטואציה שהם נמצאים בה באמת. ויצא לי לשמוע את הסיפור של סבתא בכמה גרסאות בהתאם לגיל שבו אני הייתי. הבאתי אותה בבית ספר יסודי, והיא סיפרה את הסיפור שלה בשביל ילדים, ראיתי את זה מנקודת מבט אחת, ובכמה נקודות יותר מאוחרות, כולל אצל אחי הגדול, בזיכרון בסלון שהוא אירח לפני יומיים בתל אביב, ושם באמת, אני כל פעם שומע את זה בגרסה קצת אחרת, קצת מסתכל על זה בעיניים אחרות. כאילו עכשיו שאני שמעתי את הסיפור, המחשבה שמלווה אותי זה העובדה שבדיעבד כשרואים את זה, אנחנו יודעים שיש לזה סוף. אבל הם לא היה להם מושג כשהם הסתתרו בבור, כשהם הסתתרו אצל הזוג בוורשה, לא היה להם מושג מתי זה ייגמר. כאילו זה רק יום ביומו. שזה בעיניי, אני חושב על זה עכשיו, וזה לא נתפס, כאילו, ההרגשה הזאת.
זה ממש נכון, וגם אני חושבת שלא רק זה לא נתפס, אבל לחשוב אפילו על החיים שלנו בשנתיים האחרונים, בזמן הקורונה, וכל הרעיון הזה של אנשים צריכים להיות בבתים, וכביכול הקושי הזה, ולחשוב מה זה באמת, להסתתר מתחת לאדמה, להסתתר בארון בשנתיים, שלהיות במציאות הזאת, וכמו שאתה אומר, לא לדעת באמת מתי ואם יהיה לזה סוף. חנה, אני רוצה רק שתספרי לנו, אנחנו כמובן דיברנו על מקור הסיפור הזה, על הדמיון שלך שאת אומרת, רציתי לעוף כמו פרפר, אז זה הפך לספר לילדים, ואת כבר נפגשת עם מאות ילדים, את מתכתבת עם ילדים, גם בישראל וברחבי העולם, מספרת את הסיפור. זה לא דבר פשוט כמובן לנסות לספר לילדים קטנים מה זה היה, מה זה השואה, מה זה הסיפור הזה. ספרי לנו טיפה על איך האינטראקציה הזאת עם ילדים, ומה את רוצה להעביר להם, ובעצם לכולם שמסתכלים פה היום. הלאה.
התהליך הוא כזה, שאני מגיעה לכיתות ג', המורים יושבים בילדים, ולומדים את רציתי לעוף כמו פרפר, מפנימים את הסיפור, ומכינים שאלות. ואז אני מגיעה, בצורת פאנל אני עושה את זה, ואני שואלת, ואני מבקשת שישאלו אותי, מה שהיה להם קשה, מה שלא היה להם מובן, ואנחנו מדברים על הרגש, ואנחנו מדברים על כך שהנה אני חיה כאן, וזה המקום ליהודים, כי זאת המדינה שלנו, ועם ישראל חי, ובאמת אני עובדת על הרגש, ועל ההבנה בהתאם לגיל. והילדים מבינים מה זאת מצוקה, ילדים מבינים מה זאת פרידה מבית, מה זאת פרידה מאבא. ואני מקווה שאני מצליחה להעביר את הנושא של כל אדם באשר הוא, צריך לתת את הכבוד שמגיע לו. כולנו נבראנו בצלם אנוש. ובאמת הילדים כל כך אוהבים את הסיפור. אבל היות ולא הסתפקתי בפרפרים, הזדמן לי לעשות זיכרון בסלון הראשון.
כן.
וזאת פריצת דרך שלעולם לא הייתי מעלה בדעתי אז שעליתי עם פיק ברכיים להיפגש עם קבוצה של סטודנטים, ואני עם ילדים הרי נפגשת. שאצליח גם להעביר את המסר הזה לאנשים יותר מבוגרים, והנה, לבנות מין דבר עולמי, לפרוס אותו, וזה הכל למען לזכור ולא לשכוח. והאנדרטה ביאוורבסקה כל הזמן עומדת מול עיניי, ואני שואלת אותה, זה בסדר? יש עוד לאן לשאוף? לחלל כבר הגעתי, עשינו זיכרון בסלון, יש עוד לשאוף, יש עוד מה לספר. וממנה אני מקבלת חיזוקים, והיא מדברת אליי.
זה יופי. אני רוצה לשאול אותך עוד שאלה שאותי באופן אישי מסקרן, אבל זה טיפה לחזור אחורה, אבל לראות היום בדיעבד.
אין בעיה.
את עברת את כל הסיפור שסיפרת לנו יחד עם אמא שלך.
כן.
וראינו את זה מהמבט שלך, ואני שואלת את עצמי שאת הגעת לישראל ובנית חיים, וגדלת, ולמדת, והפכת לאחות, והפכת יום אחד לאמא. האם ראית בצורה שונה, איך ראית בתור אמא בעצמך בישראל את מה שאמא שלך עברה איתך כל השנים האלה? אתה פתאום ממבט אחר אולי.
את שמעת את הנכד שלי שמהרגע הראשון הוא ידע את כל הסיפור שלי בהתאם לגיל שלו. הבן שלי ידע אותו הדבר. ללא, לא יודעת, הפרדה לא, חיים נורמליים. כי שאפתי לחיים הנורמליים. האמא שלי ואני, זו הייתה מין סימביוזה לי כל החיים, כי הרי ניצלנו ביחד, אבל אני אמא רגילה, אין שום בעיות, לא חוסכים, לא מרבים מזון ולא שום דבר. תראי, יש לי בן יחיד, והוא היה רופא עתודאי, כשהוא התגייס לצבא, את יודעת איך הוא שירת?
נכון.
בגבעתי. הוא היה רופא של הטירונים באינתיפאדה הראשונה. אין שום בעיה. אמא רגילה, ההפך, הוא למד רפואה בבאר שבע, כי בחוץ לומדים, בבית מקבלים שירותים. זאת אומרת, העצמאות, השחרור, לא הרגשתי שום מעצורים. מכל אמא רגילה, מחברותיי באשר הן. ואותו דבר עם הנכדים, אלה החיים שלי, אין מה להסתיר.
אז בנקודה הזאת, אני רוצה רק ממש קצר לחזור אליך, בן, לשאול אותך, כמובן שעכשיו האחריות עוברת אלינו, זה עבר לדור השני, לדור השלישי. איך אתה מקווה, איך אתה חושב שאפשר באמת לשמר את הסיפורים של סבתא שלך וכל שאר הניצולים?
קודם כל, אישית אני חושב שאין לי, כאילו, סבתא היא גם, חוץ כאילו, את בטח יכלת להתרשם בעצמך מהעוצמות והכוח שלה, של איך שהיא מספרת את זה, ואיך שאפשר להישאב לסיפור שלה ולטייל איתה, כאילו, לחוות יחד איתה את כל המקומות האלה, ואני לא חושב שיש לאף אחד מאיתנו יכולת להשתוות לכזאת יכולת של לספר את הסיפור. אני חושב שאישית, אני גם מתעסק בטכנולוגיה בחיים שלי, ואני חושב שיש לזה הרבה מאוד מקום של גם לתעד כמה שאנחנו יכולים, ולהקליט, ולתת כמה שיותר מקום ולהקשיב לכל הניצולי שואה, וכן, כאילו, במשך כל השנה, לא רק יום אחד בשנה. וזהו, זה התפקיד שלנו ללא ספק.
לגמרי. טוב, בן גופרית, תודה רבה. אני חושבת שאתה צודק, דיברנו על זה, כבר שמענו על זה, החשיבות של טכנולוגיה, של רשתות חברתיות, כמובן, זה הולך רק להיות יותר ויותר חשוב, ושלא יהיה שם רק שנאה, אבל גם את הזיכרון, וגם לספר את הסיפורים האלה. תודה רבה שהצטרפת אלינו. וחנה גופרית, כמובן, תודה שסיפרת לנו את הסיפור קשה לי לדמיין שזה קל לחזור כל פעם על הסיפור הזה, אבל את כמובן מבינה את החשיבות, אז באמת תודה.
תודה לך.
ואת תישארי איתנו.
תודה רבה שהזמנת אותי.
בשמחה, בשמחה רבה. ואת תישארי איתנו פה, אנחנו מחכים עוד כמה דקות לצפירה. ואנחנו בעצם פה נעבור חזרה לאנגלית. We're going to shift back to English in this program after we heard an incredible life story from Chana Gofrit of her childhood, living through and surviving the Holocaust. She's going to stay with us here ahead of the 2-minute siren that sounds across Israel in honor of this day. And as we await that, we're going to turn to a few messages from local leaders for their view on remembering the Holocaust and how to preserve that memory far into the future. First, we're going to hear from Ruth Dal Cohen. At Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, she directs the Department of Combating Anti-Semitism and Preservation of the Memory of the Holocaust. She served in the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the better part of the past 4 decades, recently as Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel in Poland, in Warsaw. We'll turn it over to her for her message on Holocaust Remembrance Day.
As in every year, we commemorate the Holocaust today in Israel, the Yom HaShoah, right after Pesach and a few days before our Independence Day. We live today in a world where extremism is constantly on the rise. Hate speech of all kinds has become normalized, and Holocaust distortion and manipulation is gaining an increasing part of the common discourse. During our days, when the survivors are parting with us, as life goes, we will soon find ourselves without those who can bear witness to the horrors of the Holocaust. It is on us, our responsibility, to protect the memory of the Holocaust and to pass the story to our children and to future generations. I would like to commend CAM and Zikaron Basalon for their commitment and amazing work all year long in combating anti-Semitism and protecting the memory of the Holocaust, and especially today for this one-of-a-kind campaign around the globe. I wish us all that we will be always prepared and stand by the other in need, because, as in the words of Chana Senesh, a young Jewish woman who perished while trying to save Jews, the only thing which you cannot defend yourself from is indifference. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Ruth Dal Cohen. And joining us now is Deputy Chair of the World Zionist Organization and Chair of the Department for Israel and Holocaust Commemoration Worldwide, Tova Dorfman, originally from Detroit, Michigan. She's lived in Israel since 1984, serving in leadership roles for a number of institutions and organizations, including the Herzl Center, the Forum of Foundations in Israel, the Steinhardt Family Foundation in Israel, and the Museum of the World Zionist Organization. Take a look at her message.
Hi, as Holocaust Remembrance Day approaches, Yom HaShoah, this coming Thursday, I want to encourage everyone to listen to testimonials, to hear from the survivors while they're still here. We are all dreading the day when we wake up one morning and the headline reads, "The last survivor has just passed away." And so it is so important for us to embrace these people in the next few days, particularly in the next few days, but overall during our daily lives, to remember what they went through and to also remind us that we are in a very, very ominous period where anti-Semitism is rising. So therefore, please have as many gatherings as you can, Zikaron Basalon, to have people to listen to their testimonials, to watch them on social media, to listen to their voices, and to spread the word.
Well, here in Israel, it is almost 10 a.m. and Yom HaShoah, known as Holocaust and Heroism Remembrance Day in Israel, in English rather, is one of the most solemn days of the year in Israel. And for those experiencing it inside the country for the first time, it is truly unlike anything you've seen before. At 10 a.m. exactly, a 2-minute siren sounds nationwide. Everybody can hear it everywhere. No matter where they are or what they're doing, Israelis across the country stop and stand in silence to remember and honor the 6 million Jews murdered by Nazi Germany. It's a powerful collective act symbolizing the solidarity of the Jewish people. Chana Gufrit, who just told us her incredible story of survival, is here with us. Chana, briefly, can you just tell us what that is for you, this moment of the siren?
הצפירה מתחלקת לשני חלקים, אחת אישית מאוד, זה רגע שאני מתייחדת עם אבא שלי, זה יום הזיכרון של אבא שלי כי אין לי תאריך אחר. דבר שני, השני זה הכולם, העולם כולו, איתי ביחד, זוכר ולא שוכח.
The remembrance of your father and of everyone. Let's begin. What you just heard was that 2-minute siren sounding across Israel, and you saw some photos, as you do now, of people around the country in the middle of the street in their car on a busy highway. Everybody comes to a halt. People stop their cars. People get out of their cars to stand in silence for 2 minutes. It's truly something that is hard to imagine when you don't see it for your own eyes. A really piercing reminder of the collective trauma, of the collective memory, of the importance of preserving that memory. On a personal note, I think many people here in Israel certainly think of their own families in that time as well. I can think of my own on a personal note of my grandmother, who was lucky to be born in Jerusalem, but her family, who was from Warsaw, who was killed in the Holocaust. So a really touching, a moving moment. Chana Gofri, thank you so much for being with us for that moment that I know means so much to you. Toda rabba.
Toda lech. Toda rabba.
Well, from there, we're going to move on to hear from some more key people really from around the world talking about the importance of this day and what we can all do to preserve the memory. Rabbi Joseph Dweck is the senior rabbi of the S&P Sephardic community of the United Kingdom. He's joining us with a few words to lead us into the El Ma'aleh Rechamim prayer for the victims of the Holocaust.
As we move in time away from the horrors of the Holocaust, we also risk forgetting what it is that occurred at the hands of the Nazis to the Jewish people and to so many others during that dark period of history. It is absolutely essential that we do not allow the dimming of those memories to occur. There are greater voices of denial as to what happened in the Holocaust, and perhaps even more worrying, there is a sea of ignorance among so many, especially young people, as to the events of the Holocaust and what it is that occurred. Genocide is a reality, unfortunately, in this world. It is the dark part of the human heart, and it is absolutely essential that we never allow that to be forgotten and that we do everything that we can so that it should never happen again in this world. Sadly, we are losing the eyewitnesses, the survivors of the Holocaust, and it is essential that we have their testimony, that we have their words, their witness to what it is that happened. We must make sure that we not only remember, but we teach and we educate as to the horrors that occurred during that time. It is our responsibility to learn and to grow from the terrible and horrible atrocities that we have in our history, and to do everything that we can to become a whole and just society. El male rachamim shochen b'mirumim, המצא מנוחה נכונה על כנפי השכינה, במעלות קדושים וטהורים, כזוהר הרקיע מאירים ומזהירים. לנשמות 6 מיליוני אחינו בני ישראל, אנשים, נשים, ילדים וילדות שנהרגו, שנשחטו, שנשרפו, שנחנקו, שנטבעו ושנקברו חיים בידי הנאצים ועוזריהם, יימח שמם. באושוויץ, מיידנק, טרבלינקה, מאוטהאוזן ובשאר מחנות ההשמדה, ומסרו את נפשם על קדושת השם, בעבור שאנו מתפללים לעילוי נשמותיהם. לכן בעל הרחמים יסתירם בסתר כנפיו לעולמים. בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם, בגן עדן תהא מנוחתם. אדוני הוא נחלתם, וינוחו בשלום על משכבם, ונאמר אמן.
Thanks very much to Rabbi Dweck for that moving prayer. And now we'll hear from Dr. Nachman Shai, Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs and a former Knesset member, journalist, and IDF Brigadier General. Minister Shai, welcome.
Shalom from Jerusalem. On Yom HaShoah, we remember the 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust, men, women, and children. We remember that they were murdered as a result of pure, baseless hatred for the Jewish people. A hatred which incited the wholesale murder of our people across Europe. I'm very moved to take part in this special initiative of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement for Yom HaShoah, which is observed in Israel, but is also marked by Jewish communities around the world. Speaking to us today are 5 Holocaust survivors living on 5 different continents. I'm so happy that you are with us today to tell you stories of endurance, courage, and survival. The very fact that you are with us here today is a victory. The very fact that I, whose grandfather, grandmother, and aunt were murdered by the Nazis, am here speaking with you from Jerusalem as a representative of the government of Israel is a victory. Thank you all for being here, Holocaust survivors, community representatives, and members of Jewish communities around the world. Thank you for remembering, thank you for commemorating, thank you for being part of a chain of remembrance which must never be broken. Never forget. Toda miYerushalayim.
Toda, thank you to Dr. Nachman Shai, and we're proud now to welcome one of the women who started it all at Zikaron Basalon, Memory in the Living Room, co-founder and board member Dana Sender-Mala. Dana is passionate about engaging with Jewish youth. She's taken on a number of roles in that space over the years, including founding Tzemach, an Israeli NGO that promotes Zionist ideals among high school and college students, being the Youth Leadership Program Director for One Voice Israel, and serving as Director of the Stand With Us Fellowship. She's also the current Israel Director of the Jewish Women's Renaissance Project. Take a look.
Shalom, everyone. My name is Dana Sender-Mala, and I'm speaking with you from Israel. Zikaron Basalon is an incredible grassroots movement that was established over a decade ago. Young people in Israel were thinking to themselves, how could we commemorate the Holocaust in a way that isn't passive? not just sitting in front of the TV, watching a testimony and reacting only within. How do we make it our own? How do we learn from what had happened and take it to the future? Make it something relevant and meaningful and intimate in our lives today. So 10 years ago, when Zikaron Salon was founded, it started in one salon. The following year in 50. The following year in almost 500 salons. Nowadays, over 1.5 million Israelis are locally commemorating Zikaron Salon, and internationally, over 1.5 million Jews and non-Jews commemorating the Holocaust together. In this group setting, in Zikaron Salon, we really put together 3 elements. One of them is looking into the past, listening to a testimony, whether if it's live or recorded, if it's reading about it. The second piece is being here and now. We usually do that through poem or song. And the third piece, which is essential, is really talking about it, understanding how it resonates with us today and in the future. What can we do to learn from what had happened? How can we, as a Jewish people, take this tikkun olam, repairing the world, and make what happened to us not the story, but who we are in the face of what happened to us, what we choose to do in the future. So now we have this incredible opportunity, 10 years after the establishment of this tiny grassroots initiative, really to go big. And one of the incredible collaborations we're having this year is with the Combat Antisemitism movement. We are going to broadcast during Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, in 5 locations, one after the other, from New York to Israel, Mexico, Ukraine, and Israel. Please join us. We're so excited. Looking forward to seeing you being a part of this movement. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Dana, an incredible initiative that she co-founded that is now really such a part of memory, preserving memory here in Israel, and we hope now around the world. And now we're joined in studio by world-renowned violinist and singer-songwriter Ariella Zeitlin. She'll perform a Hasidic melody. Ariella, thanks so much for being here. Please go ahead.
לראות חוזך וכבודך.
Thank you so much, Ariela Zeitlin. That was so beautiful and so moving. And now music really is such a big part of memory here in Israel during these ceremonies, during Holocaust Remembrance Day, including at the ceremony that's underway as we speak in Yad Vashem in Jerusalem. Thanks very much for being here. Well, this is, after all, a global event about bringing memory around the world, bringing these stories to people around the world. So we want to bring in more voices from around the world. Next, we're going to hear from His Excellency, Ambassador of Austria to Israel, Nikolaus Luterotti. Ambassador Luterotti, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to speak to you on Yom HaShoah as we commemorate the 6 million Jews murdered in the Shoah by the Nazis and their collaborators. Racism and anti-Semitism by the National Socialists did not appear overnight, nor did the extermination camps and their perfidious machinery of persecution, torture, and murder. Anti-Semitism and racism had been very much present in Austrian society before the Anschluss in 1938. Far too many Austrians actively instigated, planned, and participated in the crimes of the Shoah from the very beginning. They did so during the November pogroms, euphemized as Kristallnacht, and subsequently in the systematic persecution and killing of Jews in Austria and throughout Europe. We know about our history, and as much as we would like, we cannot change our history. And still, for a long time, it was part of the national narrative that Austria was the first victim of National Socialism. Today, all the more, Austria acknowledges her historic responsibility, in particular to never forget these unfathomable crimes. Today, we are committed to combating anti-Semitism in all its forms and to protecting and promoting Jewish life, both nationally and internationally. In the past few years, we took important steps to fill these commitments with life. In November 2021, the Shoah Wall of Names was inaugurated in Vienna. The memorial will at last restore to 65,000 Austrian Jews murdered in the Shoah their names and the human dignity of which they had been so ruthlessly robbed in Vienna and across Austria. It is a place of personal remembrance for the survivors, for the descendants of the victims, and for the whole of society that has been missing for far too long. The fight against anti-Semitism is a priority for Austria. In 2017, we adopted the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. During her EU presidency in 2018, Austria initiated the adoption of the first ever declaration of the EU member states against anti-Semitism. And in order to tackle existing and emerging forms of anti-Semitism in our societies, the Austrian government last year presented a comprehensive national strategy against anti-Semitism. The Austrian Parliament last year unanimously passed a law to protect Jewish institutions, preserve and maintain the Austrian Jewish cultural heritage, and foster Jewish community life. And in 2020, the Austrian citizenship law was amended so as to enable descendants of victims of the National Socialist regime to acquire Austrian citizenship without having to renounce their existing one. It has been a gratifying and humbling experience to see so many of these descendants in Israel and around the world reach out to Austria again and apply for Austrian citizenship. As we commemorate today on Yom HaShoah, the 6 million Jews murdered during the Shoah, we are firm in our conviction and duty to fight against anti-Semitism in all its forms and to support and promote Jewish life in Austria. We are reminded of the responsibility to educate future generations about the past, to make sure that never forget and never again are more than words, that they are our moral obligation.
Thanks very much to the Austrian Ambassador Lutterati. And moving to Geneva, it's a pleasure to welcome our next speaker, UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief, Professor Ahmed Shahid. He has served in that role since 2016 and worked in the realm of international human rights for nearly a decade. Professor Shahid has received a number of awards for his leadership and deep commitment to the advancement of human rights. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll turn it over to you.
Good morning and good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for arranging this important Holocaust Remembrance Day event. From Australia to New York, I commend the efforts to bring these conversations with the last generation of Holocaust survivors into the living rooms of a global audience as they share their powerful and harrowing lived experiences in the hope that history is never repeated. 2.5 years ago, I appeared before the UN General Assembly to deliver my report on combating anti-Semitism as a distinct global phenomenon and form of xenophobia and racism. While I welcome the progress made since, I am still deeply concerned at the many challenges that exist and are emerging in regard to violence, discrimination, and hostility motivated by anti-Semitism, which presents a serious obstacle to the exercise and enjoyment of the right to freedom of religion or belief of Jewish individuals and communities worldwide. Globally, numbers of anti-Semitic incidents remain high, and online anti-Semitic hate speech, especially that which denies and distorts the history of the Holocaust, has risen persistently and alarmingly in recent years. During the COVID-19 pandemic, some social media and traditional media outlets have widely spread anti-Semitic rhetoric, encompassing both age-old tropes about Jews and outrageous conspiracy theories that attributed responsibility for the pandemic and its spread to Jews. Hatred, prejudice, and intolerance travel from offline to online environments and vice versa, resulting in physical harassment, vandalism, and violence against Jews, Jewish community centers, and synagogues around the world. As I noted in my report on anti-Semitism, there is not a more graphic example than the Holocaust, in which 6 million Jews, alongside members of other targeted communities, were murdered, a uniquely brutal, systematic, and state-sanctioned campaign of how religious and racial hatred can lead to genocide and the destruction of societies. When left unchecked, distortion and denial of the Holocaust can undermine states' ability to protect and promote human rights. I welcome the UN General Assembly's recent resolution in January condemning denial and distortion of the Holocaust and calling for global action to tackle this phenomenon. I have consistently urged states to invest in education and training for identifying various manifestations of anti-Semitism and encouraged work with society and Jewish communities to develop strategies to support victims of anti-Semitism and promote Holocaust education. Before I end my term as Special Rapporteur in October this year, I will continue to urge relevant stakeholders to come together and adopt a human rights-based approach in tackling the global scourge of anti-Semitism, including Holocaust distortion and denial. Intolerance against one religious or belief community also harms all of society, undermines universal values of equality and human dignity. Let us unite in solidarity to collectively and decisively reject anti-Semitism and other forms of hatred based on religion or belief, in fostering diverse and inclusive societies that uphold human rights, peace, and security for everyone, everywhere, at all times. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Professor Ahmed Shahid. And indeed, that report that he mentioned on global anti-Semitism has gone far into bringing attention to just how urgent of a problem that is still in 2022. Now we have the honor of hearing from somebody else who's on the front line of dealing with those issues. Ombudsman of the Republic of Croatia, Tena Simonovic Einwalter. She's Commissioner of the Croatian Parliament, responsible for the promotion and protection of human rights and freedoms, combating discrimination, and preventing torture. Ms. Simonovic Einwalter also chairs the executive board of the European Network of Equality Bodies and serves as her country's representative at the Council of Europe's European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance.
It is my honor to address you and to participate in marking of Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, a day to remember the horrors of the Holocaust and to commit to keep alive the promise of never again. I want to thank Combat Anti-Semitism Movement and Zikaron Bas-Salon Initiative for their invitation. I'm addressing you today as the Ombudswoman of the Republic of Croatia, a country that will next year take up the chairmanship of the rotating presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, as the Commissioner of the Croatian Parliament for Protection and Promotion of Human Rights, and the head of the National Equality Body, in charge of promoting equality and fighting discrimination. What I would like to particularly address is the importance of Holocaust education in the struggle against contemporary anti-Semitism. According to a survey conducted in the European Union in 2018, 9 in 10 Jewish respondents felt that anti-Semitism had increased in their country in the past 5 years. More than 1 in 4 reported experiencing anti-Semitic harassment at least once in the 12 months prior to being surveyed. I'm coming from a country which knows about the atrocities of the Holocaust, as the regime that ruled during the World War II dehumanized, discriminated, and killed thousands of Jews and others, both in camps in its territory and by deportations to Auschwitz. Unfortunately, one can still see from the graffiti in the streets to the online space messages of support to that regime and hate messages including Nazi symbols. We also see too many young people unaware of history. The presence of anti-Semitism across Europe shows we need more and better educational efforts. Holocaust denial and distortion, as well as stereotypes and prejudices, discrimination of Jewish people, hate speech, hate crimes, and especially worrying amounts of online hate speech used by young people, show we need to seriously step up these educational efforts. Earlier this year, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution that condemns denial and distortion of the Holocaust, which also asks member states to develop programs to educate future generations and urges social media companies to take active measures to combat anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial or distortion. I believe an incredibly worthwhile task is to educate children and young people about the Holocaust, about the suffering caused, about the dangers of propaganda and hate speech that preceded it, the cruelty a human being is capable of perpetrating in the name of ideology. We need to educate on the values of human rights, equality, and solidarity, on the dangers of stereotypes, prejudices, and hate, on political and media literacy. This is also why this event is so special. In the era of fast news and fake news, and faced with instances of historic revisionism, documenting real-life stories of survivors is a way to educate. It is also vital, as this is the last generation of survivors and our last chances to speak to them. Unfortunately, there are many of those whose stories of horrific events and those whose memories of what happened to their loved ones who are no longer with us, whose stories were not recorded. Using technology to capture stories of living survivors is crucial, and we also need to make sure they reach as many people as possible. Conversations with them are even better. They have the power to touch hearts and minds. I therefore wish to express my respect to all Holocaust survivors and gratefulness you're participating in this event. Thank you for sharing your stories. To remember is our duty, but remembrance also needs action. One promising way is through more and better education, and for that we need at least 3 types of action. Quality cooperation between decision makers, educational systems, the Jewish community, civil society organizations, academia, and independent institutions working on human rights and equality. Secondly, organizing systematic and comprehensive education on the Holocaust and on human rights and equality. And thirdly, standing up loudly and consistently to all expressions of anti-Semitism and hatred. Today, we remember the past, but also for the present and the future. Let today also be the day we commit to educate new generations about the Holocaust and the importance of fighting hatred.
Thanks very much for that, and most of all for the important message about the future, about how we all have to preserve that memory and the responsibility that is on all of us to do that. Well, next on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, we go to Dortmund, Germany, to Lord Mayor Thomas Westphal.
Dear all, the Yom HaShoah is really an important day, a Remembrance Day, not only for Israel, not only for Germany, and not only for the Jewish people. I think it is an important day for every single person all over the world, because we have had to remember what happened to the Jewish people in history. And it's our responsibility to keep the memories alive. That's true, of course. But I'm saying it's not enough. It's not enough to say we have to remember, because anti-Semitism is not history. It is real today in our modern society. And anti-Semitism is the oldest one kind of inhumanity we have in our society. It's older than the Hitler fascism is. And that's important to know that, because anti-Semitism is particular a kind of inhumanity and is different to racism or something like this. Because there are two social effectives of anti-Semitism. At first, the effective is to degrade people, to degrade Jewish people, to say they are lower than we are. That's the first effective of that. And the second is to say Jewish people are dangerous because they everything involved in worldwide conspiracy. And that's what I say, that's the reason why anti-Semitism has a hazardous nature. It is a social weapon to create political movements against people. And that is our real situation today, and not only in the history. And that's the reason for me to say, stand up and let us go together and say clear, anti-Semitism stop now. Thank you very much.
Germany, and now we move to Latvia, where we're being joined by Riga Mayor Martins Stakis. Mayor Stakis, welcome. I'll turn it over to you.
Dear friends around the world, I send you warm greetings from Riga. Holocaust remembrance in Latvia developed gradually. World War II was a tremendous horror for Latvians. It meant hundreds of thousands of dead, losing our country and living under the yoke of cruel occupation regimes. Latvians attributed this war mainly to their own suffering. This was one of the reasons why the commemoration of the Holocaust was not very widespread in Latvia, in Riga, in the 90s and in early 2000s. However, the situation has changed rapidly in recent years. There is a growing understanding in Latvia that the tragedy of the Latvian Jews was a tragedy of the entire Latvian nation. Almost 100,000 Jews lived in Latvia before the war. They were Latvian citizens, a significant part of our country. They were our people who perished in the Holocaust. The Jews killed in Riga and throughout Europe were no strangers or aliens. They were an essential part of European civilization, the whole culture that was taken away from us within a few years. Honoring the victims murdered by Nazi occupation regime and its local collaborators, every year more and more people gather by our most sacred monument, the Freedom Monument of Latvia, to create corridors of light with candles. This change of attitude did not happen in one day, and it did not happen by itself. Riga has many historians, researchers of social memory, and public activists have contributed to this. To name a few, this work has been done by our outstanding intellectual and Holocaust survivor, Mārtiņš Vestermans, by the director of the Museum Jews in Latvia, Ilya Lenskis, as well as the director of Janis Lipke Memorial Museum, Lolita Thompson, and many other great people of Riga. Many new studies on the Holocaust are done in Latvian universities. In recent years, Latvia has made several feature films focusing on this tragedy, which are shown to children in our schools. Also, researchers still find and honor families who have been involved in rescuing Jews. We have an obligation not to lose sight of the horrors of the past. In doing so, we will gain moral clarity to also assess today's events. Today, the army of Russia is killing, torturing, and raping innocent Ukrainian civilians. This is happening exactly where the Nazi Germans once waged an unspeakable horrors of the Holocaust. The whole international community, every country, every nation must stand up and oppose these criminal acts. Only in this way we will be able to prove that we have learned from the horrors of the past. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks to the Riga mayor, and of course an important reminder of the context that this particular Yom HaShoah, or Holocaust Remembrance Day, is happening in alongside the horrific events in Ukraine. Hard to separate this reality, the memory of history, from what's happening in present day. Well, next, poet Avigail Winokur, a Yeshiva University student, will present an original work, one that she wrote for this occasion. Let's listen.
77 years ago, my great-grandmother Rachel and my great-grandfather Meir were liberated from Birkenau. Unbeknownst to each other, they were both alive, walking, breathing skeletons, shadow people who were no longer regal citizens of Hungary or strong pillars of their community. They were defined only by their status as a survivor. Back before hell reigned on earth, Rachel couldn't have children, like Rachel the matriarch. So while the rest of the women of her small Hungarian community and their precious children were sent to the gas chambers, she was selected for labor. Her and Meir were separated, parting as if it were to be their last moment. For all they knew, it was their last moment. Hungarian Jews were the last to be sent to death, and by then, they knew what lay ahead. Somehow, by the grace of God, or perhaps by sheer luck or by some force we don't understand, Rachel and Meir lived. Rachel returned back to her village and tried to continue on living, thinking she was alone in the world. Until one day, an 80-pound man with bright blue eyes claimed to be her husband. In shock and disbelief, she asked for proof. So he described stories and signs that only a husband would know. Survivors. They fled to a DP camp and welcomed my great uncle. After years of being barren, after years of genocide, they were surviving. They made their way to Israel, settling in Bnei Brak, welcoming my great aunt and finally my grandfather. 3 years ago, in preparation for my own trip to Poland, to walk those same steps down the train tracks to Auschwitz that Rachel and Meir walked, I asked my grandfather for their story. So he told me what he could from the little that was shared, and I carried their names, their numbers, and their legacy with an Israeli flag draped over my shoulders, arm in arm with the other granddaughters and great-granddaughters of survivors. I took in the barracks, where they may have lain their head alongside those who never made it out. I studied the latrines where they were stripped of any dignity. I watched the snow crunch beneath my well-insulated feet, remembering softer Rachel and Saba Meir and the thin uniforms and wooden clogs that just barely covered their frail bodies. I will never forget. We will never forget. Even as the tides begin to shift against us, and as the currents strengthen and try to drown us, remember that we are a nation of survivors, born out of the strength of people like Rachel and Meir. Against all odds, they found each other and they rebuilt. Because of that strength, we will continue to rebuild, to prosper, and to defend our existence. We will continue to live as a free nation in our homeland, because we are survivors. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Abigail Winokur. That was very moving, an important story passing on from one generation to the next. Well, I want to thank once again Abraham Goldberg and Chana Gofrit, two survivors from Australia to right here in Israel who took the time to tell their story, some of the most horrific moments they experienced, and ultimately incredible moments and stories of survival and hope after that. We're going out here for a short break before we go to the next memorial living room to hear more powerful first-hand stories from Holocaust survivors. Coming up next in Krakow, Poland.
Prior to the Holocaust, Poland was home to over 3 million Jews, the second largest Jewish population in the world at the time. By the end of World War II, however, more than 95% of Polish Jewry had been exterminated, marking the tragic demise of a once central and thriving community. An entire peoplehood that had lived on Polish territory for nearly 1,000 years was almost completely eliminated in just under 6 years after the Nazis invaded. Today, the Polish Jewish community has seen a renaissance in Jewish life, as JCCs have been established in Kraków and Warsaw, catering to hundreds of people with Jewish roots of all ages, and young Poles come to the JCCs to discover their Jewish heritage that had been hidden in the decades following the Holocaust. We would now like to welcome Polish Holocaust survivor Pani Zofia Radzikowska, a lifetime resident of Kraków, to our studio living room. She is accompanied by Jonathan Ornstein, the executive director of JCC Kraków, who will introduce Zofia to our viewing audience. Zofia and Jonathan, welcome, and thank you both for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Zofia, and a pleasure to be connected, Jonathan.
So,
yes, Jonathan,
all,
if you could, introduce Pani Zofia.
Sure. So I'd like to welcome everybody. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for also on this day that we commemorate the victims of the Holocaust. We also take a moment to acknowledge the rebirth of Jewish life going on in Poland as the families of Holocaust survivors, those who stayed in Poland, are now connecting to their Jewish roots and finding a place back in the Jewish world. So we're here today with a very remarkable woman that I'm proud to say is one of my closest friends in the world, Zofia Radzikowska, who was born in Krakow in 1935 and has lived her entire life in Krakow, except for the occupation, when she was saved, but her mother saved both of them by acquiring Aryan papers. So they pretended that they weren't Jewish, and she spent the war in hiding with her mom. They had a few close calls. They had to move a few different times in the different villages as people started to suspect that they were Jewish. But they survived the war. They survived the war that way. Unfortunately, Zofia's father, who went to the ghetto, didn't survive and was murdered in Auschwitz. And Zofia has known she was Jewish her whole life. She went to Jewish school after the war and was pretty much disconnected. There wasn't too much Jewish life going on in the 60s, 70s, and 80s in Poland. She always knew she was Jewish, but there wasn't really a very vibrant community for her to be a part of. And starting in 1989, when communism ended, she, through first the efforts of the Ronald Lauder Foundation, the camps that they, Lauder camp in Poland, she started to reconnect to her Jewish identity. And at this point is one of the really leading figures in Polish Jewry today, is a very active member of our JCC, of the Child Survivor of the Holocaust organization here, and is really just a monument to strength and resilience, and is just a towering figure in our community, and by far the most active member of our JCC.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Jonathan. Pani Zofia, it's such a pleasure to hear that you've been able to participate in the renaissance of Jewish life in Poland. I would like to start, if we may, with what life was like for you prior to the war, living in Kraków with your family prior to the Nazi invasion of Poland.
Prior, przed wojną. Well, that I don't know really, don't remember, because I was 4 where the war began.
Okay.
I remember that we lived in the center of Krakow in a nice flat, but when the Germans entered Krakow, we have to leave the city. And we divide. My mother got somehow a documents for Polish name, and we two went to the village, and pretending one Polish Christian, Mimi is my mother, and yes, and my father was in another place, and when the Krakow ghetto was established, he went to ghetto. I believe nobody even could imagine what was happened in ghetto. So nevertheless, my mother probably, I believe it was her, decided that we too won't go to ghetto, that we try to live outside and pretending we're Poles. As you see, we pretended well. But Krakow ghetto was liquidated in 1943. Then my father was in Płaszów camp. At the end was Auschwitz. So after the war, we wait. Okay, now I give a chance you to ask.
Yes. So Pani Zofia, thank you for that. I'd like to ask, with your mother, your relationship with your mother, what was the process of her getting these IDs that were able to hide your Jewish identity during the war? What experience was that like for the two of you?
Czy wiesz, jak ona załatwiła to, czy powiedziała?
Nie. I don't know how he was able to manage. She probably bought. But I remember that the document was on the name of her previous, my previous nanny. So how it was, could be some kind of agreement between them.
Okay. So you were not taken to the ghetto yourself. That was only your father. You were able to escape that. How were you able to know what was going on, that your father was in the ghetto and that he was eventually taken to Auschwitz? Did you have any communication with him, or how did you learn that?
No, I didn't know what happened after ghetto liquidation. And we are...
Did you have contact with him while he was in the ghetto?
Yes. In the very beginning, ghetto wasn't close. And in the very beginning, we could to visit him, but he took to me quite like in a good way, that he was healthy and everything will be all right.
Was it dangerous for you to visit the ghetto? Because you should have been in the ghetto. You weren't allowed.
It was organized by somehow, and we shall be the short time. Father talked to me, but shortly then he was long talk with my mother. They take aside. My impression for ghetto was that it was like a terrible, crowded place, and very, very loud, and still some many people on the street. It should that everybody was in the street. But I said, I say goodbye. I didn't think that it is last goodbye, you know. I believe that after the war, he came back. So after the war, we waited.
Okay.
But when my mother realized that he was killed in Auschwitz, so he couldn't, nobody to wait for, and he got married again. For another Jew from Lvov who came to Krakow, it's other story.
Thank you for that. I mean, it must have been very difficult to learn that your father had gone to Auschwitz and that he didn't come back. Did you know of any others that were in the similar position since you were young? Did you have any other friends from prior to the war or during the war that were in similar positions, or were you in hiding with your mother by yourselves?
I didn't have no colleagues like that in time of the war, but after that, when we met in organization Children of Holocaust, it shows that many peoples have the story similar to mine, that people wrote on false paper, or this less lucky was in camps. Some was from Soviet Union,
Yeah, so she's saying that that she later in life she met more people, especially with this organization, the Child Survivors of the Holocaust organization, that she was the president. Now she's the vice president, and it's an international organization. And she's very active in our Krakow branch. And then that was really when she met these people that she was around a lot of people that have similar stories. And some were in the camps, some were in hiding like she was, and some went east. Yeah, some went to monasteries, were taken in by the Catholic Church, some of them, her friends, and some went east, were essentially sent east or escaped east into the Soviet Union, and then their families very often were arrested, sent to Kazakhstan and Tajikistan, and survived the war that way.
Sure.
Yeah.
My aunt survived in Kazakhstan.
Her aunt
Uzbekistan, I don't know.
Yes. Your mother's sister or your father's?
Yeah, mother's sister.
And she chose to go east, or she was sent, arrested?
No, she escaped to Lvov. And was taken by Russia.
Okay. Since, Jonathan, you also mentioned Pani Zofia, you were in hiding. Do you remember the towns that you were traveling to? You stayed around the Krakow area, if I'm correct. And do you remember going from place to place, or was it in one specific place? How did your hiding experience happen that way?
In fact, we didn't in hiding. We tried to live like anybody else in village. And of course we have to change places. Once a Polish policeman, a blackmailer, was on our traces. He wanted to rob us, and he came twice to our home, taking that who should us take to Gestapo, but mother bribed him. He went away. After second time, my mother decided that we have to escape. So we escaped to another village. All story began from the beginning. Again, in place that nobody now know us, and we begin everything. Try to be similar to other people in the country.
And did your mother work when she was?
Yes.
What did she do?
My mother worked in some dentistry.
Dental office?
Yeah, like help, like a help from dentist.
Assistant dentist. And
assistant, yes, because my mother worked before the war in big, like a company of dentist goods. So he have many friends in this.
She understood the field. And what? And did you go to school?
Yes. When it was time, I was in first grade, and then half of the second grade.
And did the children ever suspect that you were Jewish or say anything? No?
No, Asia, I was not similar, not the type. I was blondie, straight hairs, blue eyes, and we spoke very good Polish at home.
Yeah.
So
you had a very let's say, Aryan look of blonde hair, blue eyes, straight hair.
Look at me.
Looks
as a Jewish child? No.
Did you
like a country
girl?
Yes.
Pani Zofia, did you speak any other languages at home other than Polish, or was it only Polish in the house?
Well, parents talk between them in Yiddish.
Okay.
But even as a small child, I understood that they talk like that, just not tell me, and not allowed me understood. So I hated really. And I was shout at them, speak like normal. Normal for me was Polish.
I think that it's worth noting that when people to be in hiding, of course, the language is so important, and the Jews whose first language was Polish, so who were more assimilated Jews, had an easier time. If they were more religious, perhaps, and spoke Yiddish at home more, then it would have been more difficult to pretend they were Polish if their first language was Yiddish and the second language was Polish.
No, absolutely. Pani Zofia, I haven't had the chance to say, but both of my parents are from Poland. They're from outside Warsaw, and when they did not want to understand, they didn't want me to understand what they were saying, they would speak in Italian. So to me, Italian is the language of not understanding. So I would always, I would always think that Italian is a language I shouldn't understand. It's for my parents to speak. So I understand that sentiment in a different context, but I do see that point. I would like to also ask, do you remember the day that the Nazis were defeated, AKA meaning when the Soviets came to take away the power from the Nazis from that time? Do you remember that day or the
Yes.
time period? Yes.
I remember that day very well. You know, 2 days before, they were bombing the airport because we lived near to Czyżyny. It is place that near to Krakow that there was airport.
So she lived just to, for the geography, the town, she lived in these small villages that at that point during the war were outside of Krakow. But since then, as Krakow have grown, are actually just neighborhoods now inside of Krakow. So she was very close to the city.
Yeah, but there was airport. It was bombing 2 days. So I was terrified because our house so close that I was afraid that bomb almost over our head. But nevertheless, it was finished. We sat in the cellar with the boss of this house.
With the owner of the house?
Yeah, he put vodka on the table with my mom. No, I didn't drink vodka. I was only 10 years, but they drank for Red Army, for Pochybel, means to help to German and all this. So we said, and one Russian soldier went by and wanted some water, so he got. It was like in fairy tale, really. But and German escaped totally.
Did you understand that the war was ending, or you thought that only where you were was being liberated?
I believe that war already ended. It was not it was anti-May, but I feel so shortly after that we came back to Krakow and to our previous flat. Not exactly, we cannot go to the same place, but anyway, we could begin a new life in the city, like was a genuine life of our, genuine way of our life.
What was it like to come back to Krakow after the war and to return to the place that you remember from before the war? You had all these experiences in hiding. How did you feel in that moment?
No, look, I saw everything during the war, what happened in the village. But when we went to Krakow, I see the city again. And my mother was busy looking for a flat for us. And she got a flat and I went to school. So I was busy again with my new life.
And what about your father? When did you get the news that your father was not coming back? Was it very soon after the war, or did you wait a long time?
Not exactly. My mother long and looked for him by many organizations, but it was, I believe, it was probably maybe a half year or year even. Came some people who survived Auschwitz, and they came to my mother. They told him that they knew that father was killed in Auschwitz.
Okay. So following that, after the transfer of power to the Soviet Union, what was it like for the coming years? Because Jonathan mentioned it in your introduction, but to live under communism and to hide your Jewish identity, what was that experience like for that 40 years of your adult life, essentially, and for your mother and everybody around you?
Look, I didn't hide my identity anymore. I was never afraid after the war. My family, just for a moment, kept the same name that we have during the war. And only when my mother was married again, and this man adopted me, we got his name, and it was Jewish name, all right.
And you went to a Jewish school after the war?
2 years later, later, I went to the Hebrew school named Tarbut, Hebrew school, Zionistic, not religious. And I fall in love in Hebrew language, Hebrew story, and all what is connected with our tradition.
And with Israel, you fell in love with Israel.
I wanted to go to Israel when they closed our school in 1950. I forced my family to apply for passport, but my family was denied passport, so we stayed.
Okay. How old were you in 1950 when you asked your mother to move to Israel?
1950, I was 15.
15. Well, your passion for Israel is shown by the flag draped around your shoulders right now. I saw it in the beginning. It has writing on it as well. Did someone write words on that flag that you're wearing?
Well, yes, we were prepared at school to go.
Nie, to tu masz na flaga tutaj, że
A
ubierasz
to?
to, co masz napisane tutaj.
So yes, there are names of Israel soldiers.
I see. That you know, or
Edimba, when the soldiers came for
yeah, we have a visit of, and they gave me this, and everybody wrote a name on this.
I think it was a visit of the witnesses in uniform, the Edim B'Madim organization, this program. So they, visit us sometimes, and we have Israelis, and Zosha kept the flag.
I love it very much.
That's beautiful.
Special occasion, you see?
Yes, we can see it perfectly.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you been to other sites with that flag around you? Have you been on March of the Living, something like that? Have you taken that flag places?
Twice I went to Auschwitz with Jonathan and have a speech in the beginning of March.
Of the ride.
Yeah.
We do every year a bicycle ride called Ride for the Living, from Auschwitz to the JCC to celebrate the rebirth of Jewish life. And Zofia has brought the flag, and she, often makes a speech at the beginning.
And once I even was on bicycle. Can you show?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I can show the photo. So maybe it's actually a funny story. So we were on the beginning. I had a tandem bicycle, and Zofia was on the bicycle with me, and she rode for a little while, and then that was enough for her, and she got off the bike. And then a few days later, we were talking about it, and she told me that it was the first time she was ever on a bicycle.
Yes.
That when she was a little girl, her father bought her a bicycle, and then the war broke out, and he had a broken bicycle, and he was going to fix it up, and the war broke out. And he didn't have time to fix it, and the father never returned from the war, as we mentioned, and she never rode a bicycle, never got that bicycle, and never rode a bicycle until she got on the bicycle at Auschwitz together.
Wow!
I only, you see, was on this bicycle with Jonathan because I trust him,
Well, maybe I'll show. I can.
Please.
See if we can.
Wow. So, Jonathan, you're driving with the handlebars, and that's Zofia.
Exactly.
Wow.
And you see Auschwitz,
Yes.
of course. You see Birkenau, Actually, the gate of Birkenau,
It's the gate of Birkenau.
right behind us. I was steering, but the power was coming from Zosha.
Well, I was scared more that
Yes.
but people went to help in case.
What year was that when that picture was taken? Do you know?
That year was, I think, 2016.
Okay, so quite recently. Okay, so that really seems like a symbol of the rebirth of Jewish life, is that, Zofia, you didn't have the chance to ride your father's broken bicycle, and then in 2016, you were able to ride the bicycle on Ride for the Living with JCC Krakow and Jonathan at the head, and this is the circle, as you can say, with the bicycle wheel. And I want to ask with that, since Jonathan mentioned also that you're such an active member of the JCC, what did it... Yes, oh, sure.
Now I am not so much because, you see, I have some difficulties with moving, but I try to do my best.
Sure. What did it mean to you in 2008 when the JCC Krakow was opened and you were able to see the rebirth of Jewish life physically with a building and a community center? What did that mean to you and your family and everything involving that?
You see, JCC means very, very much to me. It was like opening this place was for me another new part of life. I remember, you have to know that next Sunday we'll be celebrate our 14th birthday. 14th birthday of JCC. I remember the day when Prince Charles with Princess Camilla.
With Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall,
yes,
technically.
They came to open our center. We have talked with them. They are very nice people. And first thing that was ready, it was senior club.
Yeah.
Because Jonathan cares very much about seniors, of course, also about children and but you see, seniors have place for seniors. It was for first, Lucy, consideration. So first place it was JCC group. It is until now the happiest place in JCC because all the time something is going on in JCC club. Now we have some trouble because we are center of help to our Ukrainian guests, but nevertheless, senior club is very good place for us. And I used to come every day in this time to be in club.
Sure.
You see, it was quite absolutely. The JCC gave us quite new chances because we have in this place everything. Just place to come to talk to our friends. Just have Shabbat dinners and holidays. Just have shiurs, lectures, exhibition, meeting with writers, whatever.
But Zosha, I should mention, her favorite thing at the JCC these days, I think I can say, and she does still a lot. She does the Dvar Torah every week, and she's very active still, maybe a little less than she was. Her favorite thing is the choir. We have a choir, and she's very active. She's the leader of the choir.
Amazing.
I am junction. I am not leader.
Not the leader.
Leader is our maestro.
We have a maestro who is the official leader, but Zosha, maybe you're the driving force in the choir. If anybody can sing, Zosha makes sure to bring them to the choir.
Yeah, because we have not many people, and especially only one guy.
We need men who can sing. So if anyone watching wants to come to Krakow, if you can sing, Zosha will welcome you to the choir.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. I also want to talk about, since you mentioned just momentarily, and since you have the Ukrainian flag behind you right now, what is the situation at the JCC Krakow, and how are you helping Ukrainians coming into Poland, especially now that we're nearing 2 months? How has that been for the community? What does it mean to you as staff? all of that. I'm sure our viewers would be very interested in learning on how you're supporting the refugees.
Yeah, I think it's particularly important on Yom HaShoah to mention what we're doing with Ukraine. So we made two decisions on February 24th when the war started. One was that we as an institution were going to do everything we could to help Ukraine, not just help them, but do everything, fully focus our institution on doing it. And the second was we were going to help Jews and non-Jews and help them equally. So provide every service we're providing to Jews, also to provide to non-Jews. And for us, we are operating in the shadow of Auschwitz year-round. Today is Yom HaShoah, and today we're commemorating Yom HaShoah because of silence, because the world stood mostly silent when the Jews were the victims. And today, when others are the victims, primarily, we as Jews we have to have learned the lesson of the Holocaust. We have to not be indifferent, and we need to stand up for the other, since we always were the other. So we are in front of the building. There are 60 women and children lined up. 600 people a day come in to take food. We have 350 people we're housing in hotels that we're paying for. We have over 1,000 feeding a day that we're feeding a day. We have a safe space for women. We have a daycare that we've set up. We're sending truckloads of supplies into Ukraine. We've hired 21 full-time staff just dealing with Ukraine. Among them are 14 Ukrainian refugees. So we are our center is fully transformed into a humanitarian relief operation, and including our seniors. It was in the last meeting of the child survivors of the Holocaust, which was going on a Saturday morning. At the same time, there were women and children that were taking food and taking supplies across the hall from where the survivor meeting was going on. And one woman who'd been in the Warsaw Ghetto, Anna Bilecka, she stood up and she said that we have to do, look at these victims. The world hasn't learned, and we need to do all we can. And the survivors, the Holocaust survivors in Krakow, voted to take all their annual dues that they pay in the organization and to donate it to help these Ukrainian victims of the war.
Wow. Thank you, Jonathan, for that, because I receive your weekly updates since the outbreak of the war. I mean, I received your weekly updates prior, but I've noticed that they're really focused on Ukraine now and how your community center has been such a refuge for these people. Could you tell our viewers what would be a way that the world can help support your efforts?
So our primary need now, unsurprisingly, is financial support. We're spending $25,000 a day helping Ukraine, and this doesn't come from our regular budget, of course. That would be the end of our budget in a short time. So we need financial support. We have a dedicated place people can donate, which is friendsofjcckrakow.org/Ukraine, and all that money goes to Ukraine. We need to raise. Actually, we've raised so far over $3 million, and we need to raise $3 million more in the next few months to be able to continue taking care of the thousands of Ukrainians, 97% of whom are women and children, that are dependent on us for a place to live, for food, for medicine, for psychological support, for daycare, for legal advice, and everything that they need. We're trying to provide all of that.
That's amazing. And that's clearly an incredible sum that you need help with, and that you've clearly had a lot of help. Wow, that's an incredible sum. I'm impressed with the passion of the world and calling to you and doing this. It's really something that speaks powerfully to the world that sees this crisis unfolding. Pani Zofia, if I may ask, as a Holocaust survivor, how did you react to especially the beginning when Ukrainian refugees were coming into Poland looking for help? How did you feel in that moment, knowing that you were in hiding during World War II?
Yeah, I have to tell you, first time before the war began, I heard in television the speech of that psychopath bandit Putin, who openly, in the face of people, denied Ukrainians every right to exist. Exactly like fascist Germany denied the right to life for us. So I feel we especially have to help. We know what it does mean to be refugees, to have escape from prosecution, to be deprived of right. We know this through our history. So, I mean, it is our obligation, and I am very grateful to our JCC that they did what they did. Even if it's some inconvenience for us, don't worry.
Okay.
Because how long it lost, this long we have to help.
Absolutely.
It is really, yeah.
Absolutely. So, Pani Zofia, now that we're thinking of this and how we see another refugee crisis unfolding in Europe, how do you see your story going into the future, and what lesson do you want to give to the world as a Holocaust survivor, seeing this unfolding? What is your passing on to the torch of memory as we move forward away from the Holocaust and many, many years passing since? Yeah, for the young generation, yes, sorry, to clarify, just for the young generation.
Co młodzieży mają rozumieć od ciebie, że to sytuacja,
okay.
że patrzysz na Europę dzisiaj, ta
Yes.
wojna.
I always used to say young people that first step, just to not allow the history repeats itself, is to know what happened, is the knowledge what happened. And the second is for people know each other, know other peoples, know other countries, know other religions and cultures, because many bad things origins from ignorance and prejudices. So we have to know each other, and we have to remember history, and not allowed be misled by any kind of propaganda. Just don't believe what we read, what we see. Just know what is really important, and not be afraid. And not be afraid. It is very famous saying by great tzaddik Nachman from Bratslav, as he said, all world is a very narrow bridge, but the main thing is not to be afraid. So I also repeat to young people, not to be afraid. Just stand for it, for your belief, stand for it, and do what you can. Don't be afraid.
Wow, thank you for that. I think that that's speaking towards the Jewish people in general, from every generation. As we just passed Pesach, we talk about how dor v'dor, every generation, and how we have to pass on this idea of the Jewish people must endure and not be afraid. And that's really powerful. It's a very powerful message, Zofia. Thank you. I also wanted to ask with that, how have you been able to tell your story to the young people? Have you, I think that you have a YouTube channel, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
She does the Dvar Torah that we record and put on YouTube on the JCC channel. So she's quite a popular figure on YouTube.
Wow, great.
This year is not exactly Dvar Torah. It's like history of our heroes, of people who create Eretz Israel.
Okay. So
next Shabbat, I will talk about Theodor Herzl and Zionism.
Okay. And what did you speak about last week? What are your topics, just so that our viewers know? What do you speak about? What do you like to talk about? Anything in particular or everything?
She does like a series. Each year we choose a subject. She does Dvar Torah or things about Jewish history or heroes, and picks a subject that's interesting and then does a whole cycle of them.
Oh, women. Oh,
women and the women, Jewish women.
Wow.
Yes. And you have to know that we have so splendid Pesach holiday. You know, in JCC, it once was 5 seders.
Yes.
5 seders in 2 rooms.
Wow.
Especially for seniors, for everybody, for Ukrainian, for young people. And then was quite unique Seder for women, just on feministic style.
Amazing.
From now, newly written feministic Haggadah. We even have such a thing.
I can show you. We created a women's Haggadah.
Lovely.
The first in Poland, and we used this. We had 27 women from our community had a Seder, a separate Seder, using this women's Haggadah that we've created.
Wow. Did you also have a Miriam's cup instead of Elijah's cup?
Czy to był czy to był szwanka dla Miriam zamiast dla Elijah? Tam na Seder. Tak był.
Tak.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. No, the first Seder I ever went to was a women's Seder, and there was a Miriam's cup. So that's why I wanted to ask. But we are coming to the close of our time for our conversation. So I'd like to ask Pani Zofia first, is there any last message that you'd like to say to our viewers today before we turn to Jonathan to close us out?
Masz ostatnie słów, czy chcesz powiedzieć?
Ostatnie słów, I have to mention but my bat mitzvah.
Sure.
Look, because due to JCC, it was possible for me have my bat mitzvah being 82, 5 years later. It was everything organized in synagogue, and after in this building, in the synagogue next building here, full synagogue with singing blessing in everything. So I was, it was something that you can survive only once in life, really. Never forget.
That's beautiful.
Very, very special. I guess I would say first, it's such an honor. I think you see how privileged I am to spend my time with the survivors, especially like Pani Zosha here, who I continue to learn from and be inspired from. I would say on Yom HaShoah, I think we as a Jewish people need to be very careful. And there are other things besides never forget. It's not enough as much as we have to remember the Holocaust and learn its lessons of not letting it happen to us or to anyone else again, we have to be careful not to define ourselves by the Holocaust. The Jewish people, I would say that as a Jew living, that I came from New York, I lived in Israel, and I've been living in Krakow for 20 years. I feel that I'm Jewish despite Auschwitz, not because of Auschwitz. And the Holocaust, we need to understand the Holocaust did not end the Jewish people. Jewish life is thriving, and we have to make sure that we don't define ourselves by what others have done to us, but we have to define ourselves by what our response is. And the Jewish response to tragedy must always be empathy and empathy for others, and we must rebuild. And that's what we're doing in Krakow on both sides.
That's why the right for living is from Auschwitz to Krakow to JCC, just from death to life. It is proper way, we believe.
Always moving forward toward life.
Amazing. That's a wonderful way to close us out. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now would like to welcome to our program His Excellency Ambassador of Sweden to the State of Israel, Erik Ullenhag. This year, Sweden holds the rotating presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, pronounced IRA, under the banner of Together for Impact, promoting Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism and other forms of hatred through cooperation and dialogue. Ambassador Ullenhag, welcome.
Survivors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erik Ullenhag. I'm the Swedish ambassador to Israel. It's an honor for me to join you today in commemorating Shoah, commemorating the Holocaust. We have a duty to do it together, and we have a duty to tell our kids and future grandkids what's actually happened. Because we live in a time where fewer and fewer survivors can tell us what happened. We live in a time when memories is going to become written history. And the written history is easier to question. It's easier for Holocaust deniers to try to deprive the victims of the death camps also their the memory of the death. We can never let that happen. So my generation has a duty to listen to the survivors, to try to document, and also to find ways of teaching about the Holocaust in Swedish school, in my case, in the Swedish schools and the education system. Sweden is this year sharing IRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. We proudly do so, and part of our work is to focus on Holocaust remembrance and doing something about Holocaust distortion. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the survivors. I personally knew few of them that are Swedish, and thanking the survivors for telling their stories about a thing that I could never understand fully. I can never understand the evil behind the Holocaust, but I know that I have a duty to do what I can to draw the lessons and to fight anti-Semitism of today, and especially on a day like this, to try to tell the story what actually happened and also try to learn. Thank you for cooperation. We need to take this battle together to stand up to remember the Holocaust, but also to stand up against anti-Semitism of today.
Thank you, Ambassador Ullenhag, for your commitment to denouncing anti-Semitism and for promoting interrelational dialogue between Jews and non-Jews across Sweden. Now we turn to the Ambassador of France to the State of Israel, His Excellency Eric Danon. Ambassador Danon has served in the Foreign Service for the past 35 years in a number of different roles and is also a knight in both the French Légion d'honneur and the Ordre National du Mérite. Ambassador, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Dear friends, today our world kneels before the memory of the millions of victims who died in the horrors of the Holocaust. Jews and many others were brutally murdered during the Shoah because of who they were, because of what they represented. Remembering how such evil ever came possible and making sure that it shall never happen again are an absolute and constant necessity. Duty of remembrance on the one side, call to action on the other. Those two sides of the same coin are ever more needed today as the shadows of anti-Semitism are spreading their dreadful wings once again. Fighting against this poison first requires to understand how it came to once thrive and devour so many of our countries and society. That is why testimonies such as the one of Mrs. Radzikowska are so essential. That is why we must double down on our pledge to honor and keep alive the memory of the millions who perished or survived. But lofty words are not enough and need to be followed up with deeds. The world cannot stay idle as hate speech and violent acts are growing louder once again. I commend in this regard the adoption by the UN General Assembly of a resolution condemning denial and distortion of the Holocaust 80 years after the Wannsee Conference, and urging all member states to actively engage in combating all forms of anti-Semitism. As Ambassador of France to Israel, I am proud to say that my country stands at the forefront of this fight through three clear lines of action. Education, with an aim at helping younger generations remember the past and break down stereotypes. Regulation, through a new bill to combat online hate speech and the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that includes anti-Zionism. And sanctions, because hatred towards any community cannot be tolerated. Some extremist groups have been dissolved, and a network of specialized investigators and judges have been created. We will not let our guard down. Similar efforts are also undertaken at the European level. Since the start of the French presidency of the European Council in January, the EU Commission has been implementing its first ever comprehensive strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. From securing places of worship to strengthening our legal frameworks, nothing will be spared to fulfill our mission. As I conclude this message, I want to thank you all, ambassadors, elected officials, young professionals, activists, our citizens of the world, for answering this call from CAM, Combating Anti-Semitism Movement, and Zikaron Bat Salon, and making this event happen. There is no doubt that together we can play our part in shaping a world in which the lessons of the Holocaust are taught and all human lives are valued. May the memory of all victims live on forever.
Thank you, Ambassador Danon, for your remarks and for standing with the Jewish people against anti-Semitism as it unfortunately continues to rise worldwide. Traveling to Washington, D.C., we would like to welcome Her Excellency Alexandra Papadopoulou, Ambassador of the Hellenic Republic to the United States. Back in January, Ambassador Papadopoulou took part in the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement's International Holocaust Remembrance Day event in honor of two Greek righteous among the nations, Lucas Carrer and Dimitrios Chrysostomos from the island of Zakynthos. Ambassador, thank you for joining us once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be invited by the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement to participate in the commemoration of this year's Holocaust Remembrance Day, known in Israel as Yom HaShoah, in a global broadcast of speakers from many countries around the world. We're all here to commemorate and remind the world of the 6 million Jews that were murdered in the most horrific manner, and to also honor the heroism of survivors and rescuers. Raising awareness and sensitizing people on this issue is key to such atrocities never being repeated and never be forgotten. This is now more important than ever, as we tragically note recently that hatred, bigotry, racism and anti-Semitism are rearing their ugly heads again all over the world. While it would be far more convenient to turn a blind eye to what is happening around us, such behavior can only come back to haunt us, as we are indeed haunted as a society by the atrocious events of World War II and the Holocaust. Education and awareness are our best allies against the methodical and calculated violence that was committed against our fellow human beings. Educational, whether individual, societal, national, or global, is our best line of defense against history repeating itself. But avoiding a recurrence of such atrocities presupposes knowledge of history, awareness, and sensitization. As the number of Holocaust survivors, the living keepers of memories, dwindles, it befalls upon us, the present generation, to become the relay torch to the future, perpetuating knowledge of this history and its horrific impact. Thus, preservation and education are of the essence. Greece has recognized the need for education and is committed to carry forth that knowledge. Having just celebrated the 200th anniversary of the Greek War of Independence, the people and government of Greece had the opportunity to reflect and remember that the country was built on humanitarian values, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. It is, after all, the birthplace of democracy, and combating anti-Semitism, bigotry, hatred, and racism naturally flows from these values. Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis is keenly aware of the responsibilities of this generation to make sure that we honor these principles and values, and has accepted the challenge of raising awareness and sensitizing the public that we are indeed our brothers and sisters keepers, and that we are each other's best defense against hatred and evil. Towards this direction, Greece has taken concrete steps. It has adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial, and was the first country to adopt the working definition of Holocaust denial and distortion. During the presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance this past year, the Greek Prime Minister declared loudly and clearly that the history of the Holocaust must be told in a variety of ways that resonate with the public, facilitating memory, awareness, and sensitivity. Among many other initiatives, Greece is building a museum that will tell the story of the Holocaust in innovative ways. Scheduled to open in 2025, the National Holocaust Museum of Greece will share the story of the Holocaust and of the Greek Jews, preserve it for future generations, and share it with the world at large. I'm also happy to report that after many years of effort and negotiations, another important piece of Greek Jewish history is coming home to Greece to be shared by all. We have secured from Russia the archives of the Greek Jewish communities that were stolen by the Nazis in 1941 and taken to Moscow when the Soviet army captured Berlin. These archives tell the story of the Jews of Greece and include documents, books, and veneration objects from 30 synagogues. All these will contribute greatly to the education of future generations about the richness of Jewish life in Greece, its contributions to Thessaloniki and the country at large, and will also bear testament to the destruction and tragedy of the Holocaust. Furthermore, it will reinforce the importance and value of human life and will underscore the right of all of us to our history, our culture and traditions, and also underline what is our common cause and our common responsibility to perpetuate the memory and to fight against repeating the tragic experiences of the past. Thank you again for including me in this impressive roster of speakers, and I look forward to working with you again.
Thank you, Ambassador Papadopoulou, for your remarks, and we are grateful to have you participate in this Yom HaShoah event. Now we turn to Her Excellency Chargé d'Affaires of the Republic of Kosovo to the State of Israel, Enis Demiri. Kosovo and Israel established official diplomatic relations in February 2021, and Kosovo opened an embassy in Jerusalem a short time later. Kosovo has also taken the important step of adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, a key tool in the fight against contemporary Jew hatred. Chargé d'Affaires Demiri, welcome.
Dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank the host, Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, for organizing this event with a topic of particular importance to all of us. It is my great honor to speak to all of you today on the occasion of the Holocaust Remembrance Day, Yom HaShoah. 2 months ago, we celebrated the first anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Republic of Kosovo and the State of Israel. I must emphasize that there is an eternal friendship between the two peoples who were targets of destruction and persecution throughout the history. It is historic to see that the two nations and countries that have shared principles and values for democracy, freedom and human dignity to turn our relationship into a concrete and dynamic partnership for the benefit of our peoples. The Republic of Kosovo has a very special history of living side by side with its Jewish community. And at a time when the world witnessed its darkest times, Kosovo Albanian families during the Second World War helped the Jews to escape the Nazi based on the Code of Honor, BESA, the Albanian promise to help those in danger, even if they need to risk their own lives. I am also proud that Kosovo citizens are listed in the Righteous Among the Nations at the Yad Vashem World Holocaust Remembrance Center. But the Republic of Kosovo also remembers its Jews, whom the Nazis deported to the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. And in 2013, the Kosovo government unveiled a Holocaust memorial plaque commemorating its Jews. On January 27th of this year, at the Embassy of the Republic of Kosovo in Jerusalem, in cooperation with Yad Vashem, we marked the International Holocaust Remembrance Day with a special topic, Jews and Albanians during the Holocaust. Authentic stories from Holocaust survivors born in Kosovo, as well as extraordinary stories of several Kosovo Albanians who saved Jews during the Holocaust, were shared with the audience. In late 2020, Kosovo government adopted the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism, and our government is committed to pass it through Parliament as well. Last year, the Minister of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation of the Republic of Kosovo, together with the Kosovo History Teachers Association, and the international non-governmental organization Forum ZFD promoted the Handbook for Teaching Holocaust as an alternative book for the 11th and 12th grade students in Kosovo. I do personally have a strong emotional relationship with Israel, a feeling that is shared by the people of Kosovo. Thanks to many international actors, the people of Kosovo were able to gain their freedom and independence, while at the same time, Israel hosted several Kosovar families during the war in 1999, during the most difficult times in our history. All those refugees speak with great respect for the hospitality that was offered to them by the Jewish people. We are eternally grateful to the State of Israel. Dear friends, during these very difficult times of rising sentiment of hatred and anti-Semitism in many parts of the world, we all can find the greatest inspiration just by listening to stories by the Holocaust survivors. After all they have gone through, they embraced life and taught kindness, love, and humanity to the world. Their experience must always educate, guide, and warn us. Our mutual duty and main obligation is to educate the upcoming generations to ensure that everyone understands what constitutes anti-Semitism and remembers where it had led us in the past. The obligation of remembrance is the solemn obligation to never allow the memory of those that died in Holocaust to be forgotten by anyone, anywhere in the world. Dear friends, Kosovo has a young, vibrant population that look forward to connect with Israel, with the Israeli people, to share knowledge, creativity, and project with the aim to build a strong friendship between our countries and our peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Charge d'Affaires Demiri, for your remarks and for telling us about the deep friendship between the Republic of Kosovo and the Jewish people. Next, we will hear from the president of the northwestern Polish city of Słupsk, Krystyna Danilewska-Wojewódzka. President Danilewska-Wojewódzka, we are so glad you could take part in this event today.
Szanowni Państwo, 19 kwietnia mija 79. rocznica wybuchu powstania w getto warszawskim. 28 kwietnia mija kolejna rocznica zwana Dniem Upamiętnienia Holokaustu. Te dwie daty łączy jedno wydarzenie niespotykane w dziejach świata wcześniej. Zjawisko próby, dramatycznej i katastrofalnej próby likwidacji narodu, który w historii świata, w historii Europy, w historii Polski dokonał rzeczy fundamentalnie ważnych, właściwie w każdej dziedzinie funkcjonowania. W dziedzinie edukacji, kultury, rozwoju sztuki, przedsiębiorczości, ekonomii światowej. Mówię o narodzie żydowskim. Narodzie, który w historii Polski wpisany jest swoją obecnością od tysiąclecia. Co się stało takiego, że jeden człowiek, jedna nacja, Hitler i nazistowskie Niemcy dokonały potężnego aktu ludobójstwa? Do dzisiaj nie ma żadnej odpowiedzi, ponieważ nie może być żadnej racjonalnej odpowiedzi, dlaczego jeden naród chce dokonać likwidacji innego narodu. Holokaust jest wpisany także w historię naszego miasta, ponieważ miasta i Polski. Miasta dlatego, że w Słupsku, w przedwojennym, wtedy jeszcze niemieckim mieście, bardzo silna była grupa mieszkających tutaj, pracujących i działających Żydów. To w Słupsku wstała jedna z piękniejszych synagog przy dzisiejszej ulicy Niedziałkowskiego. Ta synagoga została zniszczona podczas tak zwanej kryształowej nocy. Śladów obecności Żydów w Słupsku jest bardzo wiele. Naszym obowiązkiem nieustannego przeciwstawiania się Holokaustowi jest to, żebyśmy upamiętniali obecność Żydów w Słupsku. I tak też czynimy od wielu lat. Miejsce synagogi zostało ogrodzone murem, który jest dokładną repliką muru otaczającego synagogę jeszcze w 1938 roku.
Thank you, President Danilecka Wojewódzka, for your remarks and for preserving the Jewish heritage of Słupsk. To begin the final segment of our program, we now turn to Cape Town, South Africa, for a recorded message from Holocaust survivor Ella Blumenthal, who survived the Warsaw Ghetto and partook in the 1943 Ghetto Uprising. Ella was also later interned at the Majdanek, Auschwitz, and Bergen-Belsen concentration camps. Most recently, Ella was the subject of a 2021 documentary titled I Am Here. We are happy to hear her pre-recorded statement in our studio living room today.
My name is Ella Blumenthal, and I was born in Warsaw, the capital of Poland. And I am a survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto, Majdanek, Auschwitz, and Bergen-Belsen. It is very difficult to identify one dark moment in a sea of darkness where I lost almost every member of my family. And whilst fighting for survival in the Warsaw Ghetto is when I realized that the Nazis were actually determined to exterminate all the Jews. This Nazi plan became real to me as I lost one family member after another during the daily roundups. As the sole survivors of my large family, my father, my niece, and I were transported in cattle trucks to Majdanek concentration camp. I was separated from my father soon after, and I never saw him again. One night, my niece and I were amongst a group of women who were forced into a shower house, which in reality was a gas chamber. Looking up, waiting for the deadly gas to end our lives, I was at peace with my impending fate. Miraculously, we were all led out in the morning and transported to Auschwitz. And while watching another group of women tragically being led into the same gas chamber we had just exited. Even though I had stared death in the face many times before and subsequently, this perhaps illustrates how close to death I actually was. In Auschwitz, my niece and I survived on starvation rations, sleeping more than 10 girls to a stone bunk. I used to try and save my slice of bread for my niece, who was younger and weaker than me, and the rats would sometimes eat it during the night. She often begged me to end the suffering by throwing ourselves on the electrified fencing. But I managed to convince her to wait another day with the promise to her that the next day would be better. I was finally liberated from Bergen-Belsen on 15th of April, 1945. What sustained me through this darkest period of my life was my faith in God and the strong will of survival, hoping that I would be able to tell the world what had happened. After the Holocaust, I married a South African and arrived in Johannesburg without any family and unable to speak English. It was then that I decided that I would not allow my past to define my future, and I dedicated myself to raising a family. I purposefully focused on the positive and refused to allow my traumatic past to play any part in my plans for my and my family's future. Only much later, I was able to talk about what had happened to me. I continue to live my life with joy and positivity. I never sleep with closed curtains, so that every morning I can see the dawn and sun coming up, and that gives me fresh hope for the new day. My message to everyone, but especially the youth, is this: focus on what unites us rather than what divides us. When you take the time to really understand each other, no matter what ethnic or religious background, you will realize that we have much more in common than you think. Prejudice and bigotry only fuels hatred, and what happened to me can easily happen again if hatred is allowed to flourish. I am passing this baton of love and mutual respect to you, the youth. Without your active involvement, evil can and will triumph again. This is something that only you alone can achieve if you take my message to heart. I am now 100 years old, and my wish to you is to remember what happened to me and to do everything in your power to make sure that it never, never happens again.
Thank you, Ella, for sharing your powerful story with us and for joining us. We wish you many more years of life, health, and happiness. I now have the honor of introducing former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, who is also the current chairman of World Likud and a member of the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement Advisory Board.
Shalom. I want to thank CAN for putting together this very important event. The fact that we are able today to hear the survivors, it is a miracle. We should grab this opportunity and listen to any survivor. Their stories is a legacy for our future. Today, we remember the 6 million Jews who were perished during the Holocaust. We remember the murderers, the Nazis, and those who supported them in committing those horrible crimes. We remember the bystanders that actually allowed it to happen and kept silent while they knew exactly what's happening in Europe. But we also remember the brave people, the righteous among the nations who were brave to take the initiative and to save Jewish life. Today, we think about our future and what we can do to learn from the horror of the Holocaust. Unfortunately, we hear voices calling for the destruction of the Jewish people, even in the year 2022. We hear the regime of Tehran threatening to send rockets and missiles against Israel. We will not sit idly by. Today, we have the state of Israel. We have the strong IDF and the capabilities to defend ourselves by ourselves. I will always remember the words of my dear friend, Mr. Elie Wiesel, may his memory will be of a blessing for us, who told me once that we should always listen very carefully to the threats of our enemies and pay more attention to those threats than to the promises of our allies. Today, when we remember the horror of the Holocaust, we know that we have the capabilities to prevent the next Holocaust. In order to do that, we first have to educate against anti-Semitism, promote tolerance, and that's what CAM is doing worldwide. We have seen the great work of CAM in so many capitals around the world, and I want to thank the team of CAM for their efforts. I know that together we can continue with those efforts, we can continue to prevail. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you, Ambassador Danon, for your remarks and the work you did at the United Nations on behalf of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. Next, we will hear from Sophie Elie-Zion, France's interministerial coordinator on combating racism, anti-Semitism, and anti-LGBT hatred. Madame Elie-Zion has advocated for human rights and for the equality of all peoples under the law throughout her career in roles such as the regional delegate for women's rights and equal opportunities at the Prefecture of La Réunion and as the interministerial delegate for equal opportunities for French people overseas. Coordinator Elie-Zion, welcome to our program.
Quand vous voulez. Aujourd'hui en France, l'antisémitisme tue. Quand il ne tue pas, il atteint si profondément les femmes, les hommes et les enfants dans leur dignité qu'il les pousse parfois au repli sur eux-mêmes, à la perte de confiance en eux et dans les institutions, à quitter ce pays qui les a vus naître et grandir. C'est inacceptable. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement est résolument engagé, à travers la délégation interministérielle que je conduis, dans ce nécessaire combat contre l'antisémitisme pour la fraternité. Un combat qui passe notamment par l'éducation des plus jeunes, la formation des adultes et la transmission de la mémoire sans témoin. L'enseignement de l'histoire de France, de la participation des Juifs au développement et au rayonnement culturel, économique, social, politique de la France est un excellent vecteur d'éducation des plus jeunes. C'est la mission que s'est donnée le Musée d'art et d'histoire du judaïsme que nous finançons. La mobilisation de la jeunesse dans des actions pensées, définies et mises en œuvre par elle est aussi un moyen efficace pour identifier d'une part les ressorts de l'antisémitisme, d'autre part, les ponts entre les cultures diverses dont la France est riche. C'est également tout le sens du prix Ilan Halimi, du nom de ce jeune homme enlevé, séquestré, torturé et décédé le 13 février 2006 parce que juif. Un prix qui vient récompenser des jeunes de moins de 25 ans qui portent des actions pour lutter contre les stéréotypes antisémites et racistes. Ce prix est remis chaque année par le Premier ministre. Pour former les adultes, notamment les policières, policiers, gendarmes et magistrats, la définition de travail de l'Alliance internationale pour la mémoire de l'Holocauste nous est précieuse. Car s'il trouve ses fondements dans l'Antiquité, l'antisémitisme a malheureusement su s'adapter au fil des ans et prend aujourd'hui de nouvelles formes, dans la rue comme sur les réseaux sociaux, de nouvelles formes qu'il convient de connaître pour les repérer et les combattre. Le gouvernement a décidé d'aller plus loin et demain, ces formations s'adresseront à l'ensemble des fonctionnaires de l'État comme des collectivités, à tous les niveaux de la hiérarchie. C'est un axe essentiel car s'il s'exprime dans la rue ou sur la toile, l'antisémitisme est également présent dans le monde du travail. Aujourd'hui, le CAM organise un événement autour des témoignages des survivantes et survivants de la Shoah. Ces témoignages sont précieux. Je remercie le CAM de m'avoir permis de prendre la parole à cette occasion. Et je veux dire aux témoins mon admiration pour leur courage et leur engagement. Cependant, nous le savons toutes et tous, les survivantes et survivants nous quittent à mesure que le temps passe. Il est désormais primordial de penser cette transmission sans témoin. Les pédagogies actives sont précieuses, qui permettent à partir des lieux de vie des victimes de la Shoah, des archives collectées notamment par le Mémorial de la Shoah, dont nous sommes un des partenaires financiers, ou encore des éléments du patrimoine architectural, de retracer l'histoire des vies détruites par l'Holocauste. Pour que jamais ne s'éteigne la flamme du souvenir, pour que les jeunes générations et celles qui leur succéderont gardent en mémoire l'horreur de la Shoah, les conséquences mortifères de l'antisémitisme, et lui préfère toujours ce vers de Terence. « Je suis humain, rien de ce qui est humain ne m'est étranger. »
Thank you, Coordinator Elie Zion, for your participation today and the work you are doing to combat bigotry of all forms, including anti-Semitism. Now we welcome Uwe Becker, the German state of Hesse's State Secretary for European Affairs and State Commissioner for Jewish Life and the Fight Against Anti-Semitism. Mr. Becker is the former mayor and treasurer of the city of Frankfurt am Main and serves as president of the German-Israeli Society. He is also a Combat Anti-Semitism Movement Advisory Board member. Let us take a listen to Mr. Becker.
Shalom v'bruchim habayim. On Yom HaShoah, we remember the victims of the Shoah, the 6 million European Jews that were brutally mass murdered by Nazi Germany. 6 million times single individual stories of children, women and men that were not allowed to build up their own families, and they were taken away their rights already years before the mass murder started. It's not only about history, it's our moral duty and part of our identity that we remember those murdered people, citizens, neighbors, comrades, colleagues who lived in the cities, towns and councils all over Europe. When we speak about the Nazis who did this, we should see that it was not an alien nation that came down to earth and committed those crimes. It was the poisoning spirit that grew out of the German society who led to this. Nazi Germany perverted the achievements of the Industrial Revolution to industrialize the mass murder of its people. And for that reason, it is up to us, on the one side, to remember those who were killed, those who were murdered brutally in the years of the Shoah. And on the other side, work against every form of anti-Semitism that is newly and again rising in the countries around the world, and fortunately also here in Germany. And for this reason, it is our duty to stand up against all forms of anti-Semitism, if it comes from the far right, from the left, or if it is Israel-related anti-Semitism. We must not accept this on our streets and places in the cities, towns and councils all around the world. And for that reason, it is up to us as one society to stand together, stand up, and fight any form of hatred against Jews all around the world. Remembering and acting today for those who were murdered and for those who we are in charge today to save and protect. Toda rabah for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary Becker, for your words and your proven friendship with the Jewish people and the State of Israel. Next, we turn to former Israeli Knesset member and current senior strategy and policy advisor, Michal Kotler-Wunsch. From her youth and into her adult life, she spent time both in her native Israel and Canada. Here's her message on Yom HaShoah.
Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, is a day of remembrance and reminder. But it is not only today that we must remember and remind. It is every day that we must seek out Holocaust survivors, those still living amongst us, so that we can hear our story, a story too terrible to imagine, but not too terrible to have happened, so that we can pass it on to future generations, so that we can ensure and secure to protect the facts that they share with us. It is a day that we remember and remind the past, so that we can fulfill our shared prospective statement of never again, a commitment that requires that we know the past in order to identify present threats and to prevent future atrocities. It is a day that we reflect on the imperative of recognizing the mutation of anti-Semitism and ancient hatred, including the responsibility to identify its present form of mutation, a strain so virulent of anti-Zionism, spreading on campuses and on the streets. It is the day that we must commit to equipping ourselves with knowledge and to educate to resources such as the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, a consensus definition reached after long democratic process, adopted by tens of countries, cities, sports leagues, and corporations, that we must ensure not only continues to be adopted, but is implemented by all those adopting it, because in order to identify and combat anti-Semitism, it must first be defined in the most comprehensive manner that includes all mutations and permeations of anti-Semitism in its present day. And so, a day of remembrance and reminder, Yom HaShoah, is a day in which we remember the past, but not just in order to remember the past, in order to secure the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Cutler-Wunsch, for those passionate words as a reminder to all of us how important it is not only to remember, but to also take action in order to stop anti-Semitism. Next, as we approach the close of our program, we would like to welcome to the studio Rivka Maor-Gelkop, Global Project Manager at Zikaron B'Salon, one of the co-organizers of this event. Rivka, welcome, and thank you for all Zikaron B'Salon did to make this gathering possible. It's a pleasure to share the studio with you today.
Thank you, Catherine, for the introduction, and thank you to the extraordinary team of Combat Anti-Semitism Movement for making this unique and meaningful global salon happen. We were honored and privileged to hear testimonies from Holocaust survivors from all over the world. Holocaust survivor, author, and philosopher Elie Wiesel once said, "When you listen to a witness, you become a witness." And this is what Zikaron B'Salon is all about, making sure the testimonies will live for generations to come. Thank you for joining us at this special salon this year. For next Yom HaShoah, I invite you to take personal responsibility for Holocaust commemoration and host a salon with your friends and family. Thank you so much. Toda rabah.
Thank you again, Rivka, and we only wish for continued success for Zikaron B'Salon and its important mission. Engaging the next generation in Holocaust remembrance and education is key to making sure the worst crime in human history is not forgotten, even after there is no longer living memory of it. We are now joined by Zach Singerman, founder and executive director of the organization Gen Z Jews Fighting Anti-Semitism. Zach, a 17-year-old high school student, founded Gen Z after the October 2018 shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, where his grandmother is a congregant. We will now hear from Zach and his important message to the world about the young generation's important role in preserving Holocaust memory.
Hello, I'm Zachary Singerman, the founder and executive director of Gen Z Jews Fighting Anti-Semitism. First off, I want to thank Combat Anti-Semitism Movement for inviting me here today and for its support of my work. I am honored to be the final speaker in today's powerful event. My story began 6 months after my bar mitzvah. Until then, I was a normal Jewish kid. I attended day school, I had my bar mitzvah party, and a dance with my friends afterwards. That's what it meant for me to be Jewish. Then, on October 27th, 2018, a terrorist walked into my grandmother's synagogue and murdered 11 people. Her friend was murdered, another shot, and other friends, who are also grandparents, ran for their lives from the synagogue. At 13, I was a bar mitzvah, an adult in the Jewish world. But I was not equipped as an American Jewish teen to react to what had happened. The following month, we went to my grandmother's for Thanksgiving. She invited her friends from the congregation, one of whom was an old man in a wheelchair. He had escaped Europe with his family from the Nazis. He was crying at the dining room table. "How could this happen again? And in the United States?" he asked. I was looking down at my plate. I was a little uncomfortable because adults didn't normally cry, at least not in front of children. But in his words, I heard an underlying message that the anti-Semitism that he faced in Europe could develop here in the United States, a country where Jews, for the most part, never even came close to experiencing the anti-Semitism that was common in Europe, which eventually led up to the Holocaust. L'dor v'dor, Judaism flows from one generation to the next. I realized that I had the responsibility of standing up for the Jewish people and that I had to bring my generation along with me in this fight. I know the history of the Holocaust. I owe it to the survivors by fighting for the Jewish people, which is why I founded Gen Z Jews Fighting Anti-Semitism. Teens cannot sit in the sidelines on the fight against anti-Semitism. It is time to start talking about what it means to be Jewish in America. Gen Z, as a generation, is privileged to be one of the last generations to personally know Holocaust survivors. We hear their stories and picture them as children during the Holocaust. They were even younger than we are today. We hear the atrocities that they experienced at the hands of the Nazis. In Jewish history, the Holocaust happened very recently, but from a teen's perspective, it feels distant. By personally witnessing their stories, my generation, Gen Z, will be able to be a living memory for future generations. Equally as important as learning their stories, Gen Z has the responsibility to ensure that survivors do not tell their stories in vain. We must not only tell future generations their experiences, but we must work to ensure that anti-Semitism does not increase and is not the defining experience for the Jews around the world. As I work for my generation to speak out loudly against anti-Semitism, I do so with the testimonies of survivors in my heart and mind. I stand before you today as a proud Jew, trying to ensure that my generation stands up for their religion and their heritage, so that they may look at their grandchildren and say Lador Vador. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, for the incredible work Gen Z is doing to preserve the memory of the Holocaust among young people today. With that, we've come to the end of today's program. With anti-Semitism rearing its ugly head around the world again, just 8 decades after the Nazi extermination of the Jewish people in Europe, and with the number of survivors getting smaller and smaller each year, the need to promote Holocaust remembrance and education is more critical than ever. I would like to thank all our participants, especially the survivors who shared their personal stories with us. We pledge to them that we will do everything in our power to ensure the lessons of the horrors they experience are passed down to future generations, and that never again will always mean never again. And to you, our viewers, thank you for joining us in this essential mission. We hope our program moved, inspired, and educated you to carry the mantle of Holocaust remembrance moving forward. For anything you may have missed, you'll receive an event recap in your email inbox, and a full recording of the event will be available online at the event's website, yomhashoah2022.combatantisemitism.org, as well as on the Combat Antisemitism Movement's social media channels. Thank you again for being here for this important program. On this day of Yom HaShoah, as well as on all other days, let's vow that we will never forget the 6 million Jews who perished during the Holocaust and those who survived one of the most horrific times in human history. Wherever you are in the world, we wish you a meaningful and memorable Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you.